that it's time to tip. It's time to tip. The gin's all gone, I don't know why. Can't get no sleep at all. Might as well just play some champions. Can't get no booze at all. But even if I could, there would be one stop on my stream up on your phone. I remind you that it's time to tip. It's time to tip.
Dear Phil, I wrote you, but you're still in calling. I left my cell, my pager, and my home phone at the bottom. And I sent 2 tips back in autumn. Must not have got them. I used my mom's credit card. She must have caught them. But anyways, fuck it. What's up, man? How's Jasper? I do think it's fucked up. You've got so many detractors, the illegal restreamers, hate channels, reactors, and every single one of them. You're down from the rafters, and every single one of them knows you're always plastered that you were grooming handily and tried to trap her, and every single one of your streams is a disaster. But at least you have support from some overcooked pasta.
My gin's all gone, I don't know why. Can't get no sleep at all. Might as well just play some champions. Can't get no booze at all. But even if I could, there would be one stop on my stream up on your phone. I remind you that it's time to tip.
I got an anonymous
It's time to tip.
Dear Phil, I've been a fan since 2011. I even got that underground shit with Project 7. I loved all the shit you did with John Rambo. That shit was back. I got a room full of posters and pictures of Cat. My mom, my wife, is pregnant and I'm about to be a father too. If I have a daughter, I'm gonna name it after you. Anyway, I really hope this tip will get you through. Forever yours, your biggest fan. P.S. We should be together too.
My gin's all gone, I don't know why.
Ready?
Can't get no sleep at all. Might as well just play some champions. Can't get no booze at all. But even if I could, there would be one stop on my stream up on your phone. I remind
This
you
right here
that it's
sucks.
time to tip. It's time to tip.
Big ups to Darkside Flow, who, yeah, he did. He got the kind of the highlight today, I guess you could call it. Because, yeah, I did play 2 songs of his. So, big ups, I guess. What's up, everybody? Happy Friday. Hope this is the last day of the work week for you. Big ups, everybody who's here. Nugs, Majin, Jim Dancing, Zombie Fan, good luck, brother, on the interview. Nexus Galaxy, Kanor, Bro Cyrus, I see you. Arkistis. I was doing well, and then your name came through, and I still don't know how to pronounce it, even though I'm sure you've said it in chat 1,000 times, and now my day is ruined. No, I'm joking. One Spooky Ghost, Ramiro, Nick BMX Guy, MRC, what's up, everybody? Hoskew, Pope's not going to ban anybody by accident this time, so I've been told. He promised. I think. But yeah, we started streaming. And I know that if you weren't here for the StarCraft stream, not that StarCraft stream, the actual one where I played StarCraft, you would be, if you're really paying attention, like, I thought that was at 143. Why is it at 144? Well, I did an impromptu StarCraft stream. Thank you, Farrell. Appreciate that. Did an impromptu StarCraft stream, which moved it to 144, which means, of course, now it is at 145 because we have hit the Tier 0 tips goal because, as you well know, I ask for nothing, I expect nothing, and by law,
blood for the blood god! For the skull throne!
Still don't know how that really started, but I'm glad it's a tradition of ours. Yeah, so let's get some news out of the way that is robust and meaningful. I'm doing it. This is how you don't play. Next week, April 11th. At least that's in the plans. Nothing.
You fucking gay bitch.
I just got briefed, however. Excuse me for 1 second. Arkestis. All right, thank you. I did just get briefed, however. One of my deployments, well, not my deployments, one aspect of my deployments, which was in Belgium, in Brussels, has gone sideways. There has been some type of problem. The customer does not trust whoever or whatever is going on right now, and I've been requested by name. So I may be traveling to Belgium very soon. And if that's the case, may have to put this off for just a little bit. Don't know how long. But yeah, the plan is to do This Is How You Don't Play on April 11th with a very special guest that I'm not going to tell you who it is. You guys will never guess it, you guys. It's tangy and robust. Let me get a sip of my Mio here. I have never had Ultra Blue Hawaiian Monster. I mean, it's all right, but it's no white Monster Boomer juice. So, but I mean, it does in a pinch. I wanted something different, and I tried something different. There, I tried it. See, it's BSP tries it, and this Blue Monster is not tangy or robust. It's Blue Hawaiian. There, you've been given more value than DSP gives on his fucking... This is what fast food tastes like, you guys, because who the fuck doesn't know what fast food tastes like, I swear to God. But yeah, because of that, I was like, I remember mentioning that I had said, Ack the King has always been really cool going back into the lore. And so I went today to his DSP fuck you reacts and started looking around. And I was curious, what are the highest rated or the highest viewed? And that ends up being episode 35, part 2 at 45K. And then this Ack the King, I believe, has 47, and since it was only a 30-25, I went ahead and threw that in there. So we've got the 2 highest viewed Ack the Kings, and then we have the most recent one, which was from 2023, and that surprised the shit out of me. I didn't know that he did Ack the King in 2023. So we've got some from the past, and then we've got some from very recent. And I'm, of course, going to be, checking in with the Jad to make sure that that everything is going well. And by everything going well, that he's not doing unhinged shit that I need to react to. Joshua Kalon, who the fuck was that meth head yesterday? Somebody called Cyrax Part 2. You just hope that he's not. You know what? No, that joke's too far. That joke's too far. I'm gonna leave it there. I'll go ahead and make the Twitter joke that I made. I honestly think the reason Phil got him on is because he knows this guy is a multimillionaire. Yeah. He invented the toothbrush and has obviously made bajillions of dollars off it. Because if it was invented by anybody else, it would have been called the teeth brush. So, yeah, I mean, he has to be. He invented the toothbrush, Nugs. Otherwise, if you or I invented it, we would have invented the teeth brush. I'll see myself out. What can I do? I don't know. I don't know, man. So yeah, that's who that was. Dude actually had somebody call him out on his teeth, and he was like, "Oh, I've lived through it. What are these guys? But they don't know anything about strength." I'm like, you look like you weigh 110 pounds soaking wet. What the fuck are you talking about? And then if he was talking about mental fortitude or resiliency, emotional stress, yeah, I don't know anything else about the guy except that, he showed up on Phil's stream. So I can't imagine that the guy has a lot of friends. Yeah. And he got his teeth fucked up from playing football, where you wear a helmet with a face guard. Just say you take meth, man. It's okay. I mean, it's not okay, but it's okay. You can't make this shit up. But yeah, other than that, as I understand it, the fucking smart guys was boring as dirt. He made his $150 and beat the feet to get the fuck out of there. Because yeah, it was bad. So here we are with Ack the King. This is the true shit, which means we're going at 1.25. Since I had the playlist, I didn't have enough time to pull it all down, so that sucks, but oh well. Yeah, then the other thing that he said, and somebody else there are some people out there that know more about, I guess, lore of diaper fetish people, because on his show, I'm not joking, this is not a bit, Phil said the last guest is supposed to be Oh, that's funny, Nugs. I'll touch on that in a second. It's supposed to be a polar opposite, right? So you had Ethan Ralph, who was on one side of a spectrum, the spectrum. I don't know if we're talking the tism, we're talking political, doesn't matter. Then you had this Cypress guy, and this last person is supposed to be on the other side of the spectrum of Ethan Ralph. And I was like, well, I don't even really know what spectrum or side of the political aisle Ethan Ralph falls on. I think he falls on extreme right wing, if I'm not mistaken. And the last thing Phil said about it was diapers will be filled. And the only thing I could think of was Jenna, because that would just blow everybody's mind. But again, we're giving Phil credit here for having brain power, which that's not really a good thing to do. Now, I saw, Nugs, you said that Phil's banning anyone who mentions power? What? I thought you meant power was banning anybody who mentioned effing coward. That's next level. Apparently the mail's here. I don't know if you guys can hear that shit, but apparently they're here. But anyway, Ask the King. Yes, I know. Ask the King is ALT's and Atlas's thing, but fuck it. I'm stealing again, except I didn't call it Ask the King. I just said we're going to go into their past. So we're going to take a look at it. And of course, I'm sure y'all will be monitoring good old Filbert when it gets closer to time for him to stream. And if we have to take a break and go see how dipshit McGee is doing, then we can go see how dipshit McGee is. But till then, let's suffer. Let's suffer, piggy, suffer. Mr. Burnell. Mr. Burnell.
Speak! Why don't you speak?
Okay, and we're back. Welcome to part 2 of Ask the King for May 2013.
Okay, by the way, Ask the King, and yes, the mail is here. So May 30th, 2013, this reads part 2. All caps, controversy for hates, dislikes, best of this gin, racism, and more. Hey, what's up, Laura? How you doing, man? Congratulations on 1,000 hours, brother. Yes, bork, 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 because the mail is in fact here. Yeah, his mic, I didn't realize how bad his mic was until now. But yes, that mic is actually terrible. Also, I've got to ask this. I know the story was he went to Texas or he went to Oklahoma, and while he was in the Midwest, this motherfucker bought a cowboy hat. But why during the fucking Ask the King segments does this asshole have to wear a cowboy hat? I don't know what the fuck this is.
So, I'll tell you right now. Oh, hold on. Let me make sure this isn't making any noise. I'll tell you right now. This next question, it's a doozy.
Oh, boy.
It's going to probably become controversial when I answer it.
Oh.
So, alert the internet. Let everyone know, yes, I'm finally addressing this, and I'm going to put it to bed.
Ooh.
Because it is something that was really annoying, and I...
This is spicy. I don't know what this is.
...ignored it for a long time, and...
G-Burk, what's up, brother? Fambro? Jim? Coyote? What's up?
It basically became a huge ball of negativity for me, which
ball.
I thought was fucking stupid, and now it's time to talk a little bit about it, okay? Because someone actually...
Side note, I'm going to make a bet here that Willis Street has a cat. I think. Either a cat or has left his phone on with the screen on. Just, yeah. Either that or I'm getting hacked and I don't know it.
Actually asked me about it. I said, all right, we're going to talk about it. So here we go. Get ready. Pull your pants up, tie them on. You know,
what?
Real tight. Make sure that fucking your clothes don't fly off during the answer to this question. All right. Here we go.
Look at him and tell me there's a God.
Okay. Ahem. So, this question is from Rage Racer 7. Rage Racer 7 asks, hey Phil, I just recently saw a YouTube video from a guy named Evil AJ 2010.
Oh, how very topical. Since I'm not doing it, this is how you don't play. Let's go.
Where he pretty much made fun of you in almost every way possible. From you having a horrible attention span to you sucking at playing video games. Me being a fan of yours, seeing this video made me disgusted about how some people would make a 2.5 hour long video.
Steve the Dead, be like,
Why is there a boat here? Am I supposed to ride the boat to school?
well, something like that. But Steve of the Dead be like, those are rookie numbers. You got to pump them up.
Just to make fun of one person. I want to ask, do you get surrounded by this kind of hate quite often? If you do, what do you do about it? Do you just ignore it, or do you do something about it? And that's from...
You know what? Go ahead and pour me a little bit of a full glass of that rum.
Bird.
No ice. No ice.
Mr. 7 again. Ahem. Make sure my throat is nice and clear for my answer.
Good God.
If you don't know what Rage Racer is talking about,
I don't. Please
there have
inform
been
me.
2 people recently who took it upon themselves to go back into my archives of footage and to fully...
Apparently, Farrell has given me a new sound, which is... Oh, suffer. Let's suffer, piggy, suffer. Thanks, buddy.
Watch my Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 playthroughs.
Dude, okay, before we get into the Metal Gear Solid bullshit, okay, I have to ask you, I know you're not watching, but let me talk to old school Phil here. Sniper battle. Shotgun? Shotgun. Okay.
The HD remakes of those games last year. Actually, oops, I forgot to start my timer. There we go.
Timer?
And basically to make extremely long montage videos of the gameplay where they added their own personal like quirks and snippets and commentary.
You mean the very definition of fair use? Oh my God, please tell me that you are going to bitch about it being illegal and it's your work and it's your art in this one. Please tell me that is this clip when you just explained how it is transformative work.
Making fun of me, okay? Now, some people are
okay,
like,
nuts.
it should be an honor because these guys do it to all kinds of different YouTubers. It's an honor to be made fun of. Okay?
Yes.
Okay, fine. In that regard, if that's really how you want to take it, that's fine. But he's asking me, number one, do I actually come across this kind of hate all the time? And then how do you handle it? The first answer is, I just want people to look back at the history of myself on YouTube and now on Twitch.
Why?
When I started out, I was a nobody.
Nope. I'm not getting sucked in. We're going to be here all fucking day.
I had this stupid little camera. It wasn't even an HD camera. I would film, as a joke or as a hobby, I would film myself playing games sideways on my widescreen TV. The camera footage was awful. And I was just dicking around in games, making fun of the game bugs, drinking.
Yeah, but didn't he defend the camera, saying the camera was better when direct capture was starting to come like enter its own? He was like, "Do you really want direct capture, or do you want to have that like you're my bro experience by sitting next to me, you guys?" No, that's total irony. Totally. It was an ironic thing that you were doing. Just like you snaked the casino, Phil. Jesus fucking Christ. This is 12 years ago and he still rewrites narratives. Oh my God.
Just basically doing, generally silly stuff. That's kind of what it was. It wasn't anything that I took seriously. It wasn't anything that like I was really, dedicating time and effort to. It was just a hobby. Well, all of a sudden I started becoming popular by complete chance. I don't know if it was because I was just one of the first people to do that instead of just doing direct capture with all the... It
was because you were one of the first people to point a camera at a TV. Yes, you are insufferable. You've always been insufferable, but you were the only option back then.
This is a high-level fucking gameplay or whatever. I was doing it to have fun, and that's the difference between myself and a lot of other gamers.
Other gamers want to get good. You want to do the lowest fucking effort shit you possibly can and then get the maximum amount of fucking revenue for it. It's disgusting.
People, when they play games, they do it so that they say they have this challenge, and then finally when they dedicate the time and effort to complete this challenge, they get this sense of accomplishment. And it's that sense of accomplishment, that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow that you work so hard to get to, that
you've got to be kidding me.
And there are very difficult games out there.
You have got to be fucking kidding me. I want to make sure I got the context of this right before I comment on it, okay? Because we were talking about I'm just a guy.
Level fucking gameplay or whatever.
Hold on.
An effort to. It was just a hobby.
Just a hobby. All right,
well,
here we go.
All of a sudden, I started becoming popular by complete chance. I don't know if it was because I was just one of the first people to do that instead of just doing direct capture with, this is a high-level fucking gameplay or whatever. I was doing it to have fun, and that's the difference between myself and a lot of other gamers.
Okay, yeah. So this speech is about how people who play games for the sense of accomplishment, to say that they beat the hard thing, he hasn't made his point yet, so maybe they'll be tryhards, maybe it's good for them, and I'm just not that way. But basically he's saying, I'm not going to be playing games to get good at them. I'm going to be playing them to have fun. And then Street Fighter 6 happens.
People, when they play games, they do it so that they say they have this challenge, and then finally when they dedicate the time and effort to complete this challenge, they get this sense of accomplishment. And it's that sense of accomplishment, that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow that you work so hard to get to, that people love. And there are very difficult games out there, like Dark Souls, is one example, where if you beat that game without getting any help, or you grind it and you just learned everything for yourself, you will feel an overwhelming sense of accomplishment when you a sense of accomplishment.
That's true. Beating it, I'm working through whatever I can never remember it, because every time I think of the name, I think of the World of Warcraft Burning Crusade dungeon Karazhan, and I think it's Kazan. And it is Kazan. I'm going through that right now, and I have made it to Viper. And I'm not, if you're playing it, I'm not going to spoil it for you. But I had him dead to rights, and then something happened. You'll know what that something is when you experience it. And the only thought I had was, "Oh, this is fucking bullshit."
When you finally beat it, okay. I'm not that kind of person. I've always been the kind of person outside
so
of Street
when I beat
Fighter,
that, I'll have a sense of accomplishment. That's where I'm going with that.
To play competitively, and I would feel accomplished when I beat people. But outside of that game, I never felt that with video games. In fact, especially for...
I could pick up a controller. I'm pretty much one of the best video game players in North America at this time. Overall, video game players.
Single-player video games. So a game like Metal Gear Solid 2, a game like Demon's Souls, why would I feel so overwhelmingly accomplished? It's a single-player game. I didn't know there was a competition where every time that you play a video game, you're automatically entered into the who's the best at this game competition, and you have to be playing at an ultra-high level to enjoy the game.
Okay, you don't, Phil. You don't have to be playing at an ultra-high level to play a game. Fuck, I just finished StarCraft Wings of Liberty. It's the 4th or 5th time I've completed the campaign, right? I played it on hard, which not brutal, but hard. I've beaten it on brutal. And the first time I ran through All In, which is the last mission of the campaign, I set everything wrong, right? Just fucked everything up, right? And so I restarted it, went, okay, can't do that. I was thinking of an old strategy, or I was thinking of something else, and so I adapted, right? That's, if somebody wants to fucking... What? Mechanic Drew, brother, thank you for the 2, says, what's good, big cup? Make it a great day. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much for the 2, brother. But if I had run the same defense and I kept blaming it on the AI keeps sending the same stuff at me, you guys, I would expect to get made fun of if I tried the same thing over and over and over and over again, if I was trying to face tank fucking StarCraft. And yeah, Jorge, I get it too, where fighting games or PvP in general, where if you beat the brakes off somebody, you feel like I got you, like I am better than you. I understand that. Any competitive sphere is going to be like that. But his thing of why he's being made fun of being stupid, which is, I didn't know we were in a competition of single player games. You're not. And don't get me wrong. I'm going to cheer for the guy who does the 1 mile while standing on his hands, even though he's last place, right? But I'm also going to film him, and I'm going to be like, this guy entered a 1 mile run and is actually doing it on his hands, even though his feet work. And I don't know why. And it's mind blowing. It's a fucking train wreck. I have to understand this. I have to video it, and I'm going to comment on it and be like, this is fucking crazy. I mean, he's got good balance and coordination, but this is the dumbest fucking way to run a mile race. That's what you're doing. When you do things in a stupid manner consistently, yeah, people are going to call you out, brother. And of course I clicked the wrong thing. There we go.
That's not me. That's never been me. So from the day that I started my footage on YouTube, it's never been about that, okay? But there's some people who don't fucking get it. And there are some people who think that because I don't play games at a high level, that I don't deserve attention, that I don't deserve views, I don't deserve to make money off of it.
You don't deserve attention. No one does. You don't deserve attention. You don't deserve views. Just for playing a game the way you want to play it, you don't deserve it. Okay? Now, if you're entertaining and that causes views to come your way, that's fine. But this idea that I play game, I deserve view is really revealing, man.
And there is this movement of people who are almost kind of like this upper echelon elitist people. Oh, well, Metal Gear Solid is a game that's a masterpiece, and for someone to play it and not excel at it, someone who didn't read the instruction manual and can't figure out how to do
but didn't he intentionally? I think Jad was telling me, because Jad was the one who I had on for the This Is How You Don't Play, my first one where I fucked it up and you could hear echo. He was telling me there's a boss that they don't tell you, and the more people you kill, the harder the boss becomes. And for up until that boss, he wouldn't kill anybody. He was trying to take him down silently. He was trying to tase him, make him go unconscious or whatever. But then after that, boss was like, oh, okay, now I can kill everybody. It's like, you want to be considered good then because you read up on it and he's acting like he didn't. And that's disingenuous.
Something in the game. That's not
toxic dubs.
So it's my
220
job to publicly deride and try to bring down
user
this
guides.
person because this person has
What's up, Ice? How you doing, brother?
And they don't deserve it. And this has been something that's been ongoing since day one. Now my air conditioner is getting really loud and annoying. I'm about to go punch it in a second if it keeps it up.
Tell me you have anger issues without telling me you have anger issues.
Basically, there's a group of people who are just so infuriated that I could have ever made it doing stuff on YouTube because I'm not a tournament level player, because I'm not dedicating myself to learn how to play these games at high levels. No, I don't research games before I play them. I literally said at the beginning of the Metal Gear Solid 2 playthrough, I've never played this game before. This is one of the games that I skipped during the time period when this was popular. I have no idea how to play it. I'm probably going to suck at it. Like, I prefaced
You
the
fucking
playthrough-
gay bitch.
Yeah, but dude, you also don't read shit. So when you, and not only that, you combine your ignorance with faulting the game, something that is seen as toxic and really just scummy, right? So how am I supposed to put this silencer on? The game doesn't tell me. When 15 minutes ago, there was a dialogue box that popped up that was like, to equip the silencer, please select your weapon, go to this menu, press A, and it will equip the silencer. And this game is fucking stupid. Anybody who plays this game is fucking stupid. And yada, yada, yada. And that's the problem, dipshit.
through saying that. So anyone who listened to that and then went ahead and watched the playthrough and got angry or incensed, oh, he sucks at the game, he's not playing the game right, how dare he insult Kojima, shame on you.
You insulted Kojima by saying, and you said, I don't know how to play, and apparently you weren't going to fucking try to learn. So, the fuck, man?
You were the one who didn't listen. I warned you ahead
How you
of
doing,
time.
Cyber?
You could have said,
I'm doing
well,
all right.
this guy's going to suck at the game. I close the playthrough and I don't watch. But instead, there's these people who just, they like to torture themselves, I guess. I don't know what it is, okay? Now, in regards to, in the past, have I come up against this kind of hate? Absolutely, since day one. Remember, I used to have entire YouTube...
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is called a fucking clue, okay? When somebody asks you, have you ever come up against this type of hate before? And it's a different topic, and it's a different environment, and it's the same fucking complaint, guess what the common denominator is? I'll give you a hint. It's not everyone else.
YouTube channels, DSP Cult Leader, what was it, The King of Weight HD, people who used to make these parody channels, and all they were dedicated to me and hating on me, saying that...
Hi, how you doing? It's been 12 years later, and thanks to your dumbassery, I exist.
I was an evil person. I was trying to brainwash children into watching my content so that I could make money. I was trying to basically brainwash you, the viewer, and beg for donations.
Uh-huh.
Well, look, take a look now. Years later, I'm actually doing, well financially, making decent money off.
This is not the play. This is not the play. Dude, the only time that I have seen somebody make the play of this is how much money I get work was Duty. When he was like, oh yeah, he's probably a brokey and he probably this and he probably that. And he was, no, man, here's what I made last month, or here's what I made off this video. And I'm going to go eat dinner at a restaurant with my family. And I appreciate all the support that has come in that allows me to go eat at a nice restaurant with my family. But that's my work, Phil. And then he left it alone. Didn't bring it up after that. That was the end of it. You constantly bring up how successful you are. So much so, 2 independent law enforcement officers, granted, same agency, but 2 individual law enforcement officers either wrote or spoke with me about how you gave them a pre-cum piss cast about how you're successful and you make so much money. Hell, Officer Whitney said, I remember him saying how much he made because I went, I'm in the wrong fucking profession. Like, that's you. And that's really scummy.
Off of doing this YouTube and Twitch thing, and I've actually stopped taking donations as of the beginning of last year. I said I will no longer take any donations. Do not send me money because I want to earn my living. So no, I'm not trying to brainwash and have this become some fucking scheme where it's a money-making venture and that's all I care about, okay? And believe me,
what's up, Mark O'Shaughnessy?
I get compared to all the time, like
Phil, you make me angry, Phil.
I was going to say the lowest of Popo's pecking order. Who else do you get compared to, Phil? Let's hear it.
Making venture, and that's all I care about, okay? And believe me, there are other people who I get compared to all the time, like Tobuscus, like PewDiePie.
Now, you don't get compared to them, you get contrasted to them.
Who are making probably 100 times more than what I make in a year, yet they don't get that kind of derision, all right? Which is kind of
right. It's almost like being a decent person, like, keeps assholes off your back.
ridiculous. Like, they're not in it for the money.
I know, Magic Short Bus. I haven't done it. I keep saying I've been busy, and I have been busy, but I'll look at it.
Yeah, right.
Daddy, chill. What the hell is even that?
Okay. So that's the bottom line. I've always had this negative association. Oh, how could Phil succeed? How, even when I was in the Street Fighter community, people didn't.
Dude, no, that's not what this is about. It's not about you succeeding. It's not about you. And this is where I've said it so many times. He seeks envy, right? It's not enough for him to have gotten 4th place at Evo. No. He also wants people to respect him for getting 4th place at Evo. Dude, if you can't respect yourself, then you're just fucked.
Like me. How could that asshole succeed? Look at him. He's not the guy who goes to every tournament and practices for hundreds of hours. Why does he actually get to win at Street Fighter? So here it is again.
Hold on. What was that?
How could Phil succeed?
How could Phil succeed? Excuse me.
How, even when I was in the Street Fighter community, people didn't like me. How could that asshole succeed? Look at him. He's not the guy who goes to every tournament and practices for hundreds of hours. Why does...
Oh my God. This is I was blessed with this gift. I was blessed. And because I defeat you, you mortal men, you are angry at me, for I am a god of Street Fighter Turbo, or whatever the fuck it is. I look at him. How can he have success? He doesn't practice. He doesn't. You are not Matt Damon in fucking Good Will Hunting, okay? You're not.
Does he actually get to win at Street Fighter? So here it is again. He doesn't do the same thing as everyone else. He's not this top-level elitist gamer. Why does he get to be successful on YouTube? And this is this mentality, okay? Now...
And the fact he wears the cowboy hat just pisses me off. Take it off.
This particular
the
person,
hat. Nothing else.
Nothing
just the hat.
About them. It's like I said, I don't watch other people's videos on YouTube. I'm too busy with my own stuff, and I find that if I got wrapped up in
really
drama wars with everyone else, I'd probably...
I didn't know that. I didn't. He talks about how he got the 4th place at Evo, and maybe this was all in the same year, that he qualified 6 times for the next Evo. Because I don't know, once I would qualify for the Evo, I would just stop paying the money to go to the fucking tournament. But you know, what the fuck do I know?
It would be for the worst. I'd rather just focus on my own stuff. That's the bottom line. Okay. So when it comes to this video, I was aware of it, but I didn't know.
Hey, Pixar Animations, big ups. You should advertise your shit in here, Pixar, and I'll pin it.
It was at first. I mean, basically, it's theft because this guy blatantly downloaded.
Yes!
But I didn't know what it was. At first, I mean, basically it's theft because this guy blatantly downloaded my videos without my consent, made a montage of gameplay, which is illegal.
No. You left out a crucial part. You earlier said he cut and spliced all this stuff together and made little mockeries of it and made little comments, little commentary, the definition of fair use. Dude, if you brought suit against Evil AJ and played this entire video through to this point where you're like, it's theft, the judge would be like, dismissed, motherfucker.
Just download someone's video from YouTube and make your own montage without their permission. And then he was making fun of me during it. And it wasn't like, okay, let's jab a poke here and there at Phil. It was malicious. The video was malicious. It's basically this guy really just saying that I'm a piece of shit.
You are.
I'm worthless. I don't deserve to be a gamer.
You don't.
Shouldn't be making any money or get any views on YouTube.
Correct.
Or Twitch. It's a really malicious video. You can tell there's negative intent there. It's not something that's meant to be funny.
This dude has the exact same level of understanding of the legal process and civilian law, criminal law, as he does in this video.
And the fact that this guy made a 2.5-hour montage shows that, number one, he obviously didn't enjoy the playthrough, so why he watched the entire Metal Gear Solid 2 playthrough, I have no idea. But then he took the time to actively download these videos illegally.
A man who must say, I am the king, is no true king.
Anybody who has been in law enforcement knows this shit, right? Where you hook somebody on a warrant, you hook somebody on plain view probable cause, or something like that. You don't Mirandize them, right? It's a fucking warrant arrest. I don't need to ask them questions about the crime. I'm fucking hooking them. And the entire time, they're like, I'm going to get off on this because you never read me my rights. You have to read me my rights, and you didn't read me my rights. I'm going to have your badge. I'm going to have your job. I'm going to this. And every nanosecond, you are wanting to scream at them in the us, we mentality. You know, this one.
Us, we.
You're wanting to scream at them. I don't have to read you your fucking rights. That's where we are right here with the
Metal Gear Solid 2 playthrough. I have no idea.
Hold on.
But then he took the time to actively download these videos illegally.
Downloading the videos isn't illegal, Phil.
And make a montage, okay? A 2.5-hour montage.
No, Morgana, I have not.
Who in their right mind would ever do that?
Hey, Steve, you are 5 times outside of your right mind.
And I'm being serious here. Like, if you're mentally stable, who would force themselves to watch an 8+ hour playthrough of something you don't like, then download all the videos to make a 2.5-hour hate montage? Who would do that? I mean, sure, there are people who do parodies and people... Look at the Nostalgia Critic. Made his living off of taking pop culture from the 80s and 90s and doing these videos where he makes fun of it, okay?
That's the same thing, then.
Okay? And that's different. It's a
Wait, what?
10-15 minute snippet versus 2.5 fucking hours.
Time has nothing to do with it, you fucking moron.
Like, you have to be mentally ill. And I'm being serious. This person, if you're watching this, you need help. You need to
Oh, Phil. Phil.
Go check yourself in.
Obviously,
Seriously,
Chief,
like,
obviously.
You need to have the white coats come get you because you have something wrong with you. A normal person would not fucking do that. You are mentally unstable and mentally ill, okay?
Well, there you go. You all who wanted a mood dang got a mood dang thanks to Vanguard D-Nice with the 5. He says, big ups, bro sides. I'll pop in for about 20 minutes, then heading to bed. By the way, how you been doing, my guy? TGIF for all of us workers. That includes you. Fuck Phil. I've been doing good, man. I hope I don't put you to sleep. I hope that's not why you have me on. That'd be bad. But at the same time, I hope you sleep well, I guess. Yeah. And thank God it's Friday. But no, I've been doing good, adjusting to the new sleep schedule and shit like that. But yeah, man, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. What's up, William Lynn? How you doing, bud?
And that's the bottom line. Now,
hey, fluctuating my asthma. What's up, bud?
Why would someone make a video like that? Completely malicious intent.
Oh, nice. What's up? How you doing, man?
I don't like this person. I don't like the content that they put out, but I'm going to force myself to watch an 8-hour playthrough. I'm going to make a 2.5-hour montage.
Because we have something to say, okay? We're passionate about something, or we just are passionate that you're an asshole and we want to speak about that. It's caused us to want to do a video. Why do people run for public office, right? A lot of times, people who run for like small town public office don't do so because they want the fucking fame and the power or the whatever the fuck you want to call it. What? Vanguard D Nice Man, thank you for the two now, says Broside. You good, my guy. I work overnight. I start to wake up now at midnight, and then I go and I start work at 2 a.m. except for Fridays now. So I know that. Thank you, brother, for the two. Did I not bring that up? There we go. There, brought it up. Yeah, it could be. Yeah. So Reaper says it could be for the lulz. Yeah, it definitely could be for the lulz. It could, but it could also be because they really like the thing, right? You're playing Metal Gear Solid 2 and they love Metal Gear Solid 2. They respect Metal Gear Solid 2 and they see what you're doing as disrespecting Metal Gear Solid 2. So much so, I mean, you insulted the creator. So maybe they took that personally. Maybe they got a lot of shit invested in the game. I don't care. So they want to talk about it. Who are you to gatekeep this shit? Hey, Ginyu 4Z. Thank you, man, for the $5. Says big ups. Listening to your stream while delivering at UPS. Well, do me a favor, man. If you've got any of my packages, please don't like Ace Ventura that shit. Or you know what? Do Ace Ventura that shit. I'll send it back, and you can make a video of you Ace Venturaing the box, and you put it on YouTube. You'll get some views, brother.
The two reasons. There are two underlying reasons why he would have made this video. Number one, he's just insanely jealous of me. He's insanely jealous that here on...
Shut the fuck up. Shut the...
You've reached your limit on talking. Shut the fuck up.
Wow. He's jealous of me. If you're consoling a friend, right, maybe you can say that to the friend. That's like, you know, why is this person so mean to me? Or why are they they're just jealous of your talent or stuff like that. If you say somebody is jealous of you about them in a public forum, you come off as an asshole. I'm going to go ahead and just, anybody who's socially awkward, congratulations. You got 10 years worth of experience in like 10 seconds here. Never in a public forum, in a public place with greater than, say, 4 people talking with you, ever say that person is jealous of me. Just don't do it.
YouTube and Twitch, I'm now successful. I'm making a living doing it. He's insanely jealous because maybe he's trying to do it and he can't.
Now, I may have to back this up. I'm going to go ahead and check with chat here. Can you understand him? Because I feel like his of him sucking his own dick is like really interfering with his speech. So I don't know. Let me go ahead and boost him. See if it takes the sound out of there.
And so I got to make fun of the guy, and I got to hate on the guy who's made it because I have it. And I can understand that. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm saying that's a possibility. I don't know anything about this guy. So these are hypothetical situations, okay?
It's so fucking bad.
The other is that the guy is one of these gamers, like I mentioned, who play the games to feel accomplishment. And so for him, maybe Metal Gear is one of his biggest, famous, most beloved series. And
yeah, you're making my argument that I just said. I mean, obviously, this is years ago, so of course he makes this argument, but I didn't know that. So what's going to be the negative here, dude? What is it going to be? Grow up? Get over it? What? If you've offended him and he wants to make a video about you, he's gonna.
He really feels like Kojima is a guy who's made masterpieces.
Yeah.
And his directing of the game was amazing, and that this game is like one of the best games ever made. And maybe he literally got insulted to see me play the game as poorly as I did.
Yes. This is remarkably aware for him.
Again, if that's your mentality, number one, I'm not a person who plays a game for accomplishment. I play a game just to have silly
Doesn't mean you didn't insult him. I mean, to that person.
Fun. I feel that that's kind of what you should do. You should relax and have fun with the game. So that's not what I was playing the game to do, to do a master level run and feel accomplishment. In fact, I even say at the beginning of the playthrough, I'm suck at this game. I'm not going to do
I'm suck at this game. Okay. We see his English is very ungood at this time as well.
Well at it. I mean, I prefaced the
Take the hat off. Get rid of that. Burn that.
playthrough with that. So for him, if this is who he is, to be so... I gotta go stop this stupid air conditioner from making so much
Punch it!
noise. Hold on. Shut up. There. Sorry about that. Air conditioner in my living room can be noisy and I have to punch it and then it stops. Okay.
Dude, I was joking.
So, if he is one of these people who gets his feeling of accomplishment, and he was really, like, insulted or angered that I was playing the game at a poor level, but my playthrough was actually getting views, again, he needs to check himself into a mental institution. Because
Okay, all right. Next social cue. If you're gonna burn someone, you need to have the burn well rehearsed. I don't mean in the mirror. I mean you need to have flubbed the burn on your friends 1,000 times before you get good at it, because otherwise what you're gonna get is this.
Who gets his feeling of accomplishment, and he was really, like, insulted or angered that I was playing the game at a poor level, but my playthrough was actually getting views, again,
he should have practiced this burn.
he needs to check himself into a mental institution, because
A mental institution. I know I've loved my words, but goddamn, man.
there's so many more important things in the world than focusing on someone who's playing games on YouTube and making...
But you don't get to fucking time watch people. You talk about your job is play video games. If I was time watching you, I'd say you're I've said it. You're worthless. You have no marketable skills. Like, what if this guy... This is how he fucking winds down to go to sleep, huh? What if he can't find any other way? What if evil AJ's only way to get sleep was to just let out his fucking emotions into, this is how you don't play videos. Who the fuck are you to judge that, dude?
a 2.5-hour hate-filled montage to make fun of them. Like, that's just sick. It really is disturbing, and I'm actually afraid of this guy.
No, I would have this as my boot sound. If I was evil AJ, I would have
To make fun of them. Like,
I'd have this.
That's just sick.
Hold on.
It
Not that.
really is disturbing, and I'm
This.
actually afraid of this guy, that he's like a nut job. And
I would have that as my boot or unlock sound in Windows.
yeah, if I continue to play games on YouTube, he's going to show up here one night and try to murder me. I mean, seriously.
Karen Burnell. Karen. I know you just got your bob cut and your big fucking turtle shell sunglasses and you want to talk to the manager. I understand. No one's told you no ever. You think you're the specialist girl ever. But I'm afraid I'm going to need you to take it down several pegs, okay?
He's fucking ridiculous. And people, it's funny because since that video came out, I've gotten hundreds, I'm not exaggerating, hundreds of hate-filled tweets and messages on YouTube.
Show them.
Oh, you're a horrible gamer. You should never play a game again.
That's not a hate-filled. That's not hate-filled. That is an observation. They're just stating facts.
You should die because Metal Gear is like the best game ever and you suck at it.
Okay, the you should die might be a bit much.
Like, really? There's this many people who are of this mindset? Do you not understand that games are for entertainment, not for fucking feeling like you accomplished some great thing?
Oh no, hold on. I'm going to have to time code this one. Hold on, guys. Sorry. 13, 17, and 29. Okay, and then I'm going to make a little note here. I'm going to have to go back, and I'm going to have to find the Street Fighter 6 Master rant about how dare you disrespect that I got these things to master. How dare you, it's an accomplishment what I did when circa 2013, bitches.
Ever, and you suck at it. I'm like, really? There's this many people who are of this mindset? Do you not understand that games are for entertainment, not for fucking feeling like you accomplished some great thing?
Also, I gotta back this up real quick. He had triceps. They're small, but they're there. Back in the day, you can see it right now. There's either that segmentation to bat flaps, or he actually had a tricep. His arms are in better shape now, or here, than they are now. It could be fat. It probably is fat, to be quite honest. But No, I can see a little bit of definition. Not strict segmentation, like hard segmentation, but you could tell he had, if he flexed, it wouldn't be cookie dough. It would be the consistency of like packed sand. But yeah, what I'm getting at is that he's worse off now.
If I'm going to really dedicate my time and effort into something, it's going to be something real world. You know what I mean? I'm going to go build a...
Oh, this aged really well.
Really dedicate my time and effort into something, it's going to be something real world. You know what I mean? I'm going to go build a business, which is...
Dude.
What I've pretty much done here on YouTube and now on Twitch. I'm going to say, okay, I climbed this mountain and I put out entertaining content and it became popular and I'm making it now.
Phil, I have to ask this question. This is legitimate. If somebody wants to clip this and send it to him, I urge you, please do so. How have you not privated this video? This is embarrassing to a level where if I had made this video, I would have privated that shit.
That's what I'm going to feel accomplished about. Not because I played one particular fucking video game for hours on end to become a master level player and I put up a master level playthrough on YouTube or Twitch. That's ridiculous. That is insanity. Now, the only thing that I can say in this guy's defense is that maybe he was so mad because a lot of the times during the playthrough, I remember particularly I said, damn it, Kojima, couldn't you have made this easier? Couldn't you?
Wow. Lowest bar possible. This actually smells like self-reflection. Like he's trying to see it from the other guy's point of view. How you gonna fuck this up, Phil? Because this is old you. I mean, if you fuck shit up now, surely you're gonna fuck this up.
You have explained how to do this. Couldn't you have done that? And I did blame the game developer. That is something that I frequently do in my playthroughs.
Please tell me that this ends with, and I shouldn't do that.
And sometimes it's legitimate rage. If it is...
Okay, it's legitimate rage means I shouldn't do that. It's not explicitly stated, but okay.
It's a big problem if it's something that I feel they could have really done better in the game. But sometimes it's just for comedic effect.
No, absolutely not. No. There are a multitude of times that I will get called out in my own chat, like, dude, are you okay? You seem to be raging pretty hard. That has told me that what I am conveying, I am selling too hard. At which point, if you guys can go back and find one of them, I will walk that shit back instantaneously. I'll be like, no, I'm just passionate. I swear to God, it hasn't bothered me to the point that I'm making it out to. It's hyperbolic, whatever. But there are times that I've been like, no, I'm actually fucking mad. Those times that you're talking about where you're like actually hitting up Kojima, like, you fucking piece of shit. That's rage. You are actually mad at Kojima. So no, I don't believe that is a character. I believe that is a character flaw. And it would be forgivable if somebody called you out in your chat and then you were like, you know what? It is a game. And yeah, I'm in the moment, guys. I'm in the moment. God damn it, Kojima. No, Kojima makes a good game. I'm just pissy because I died for the 37th time. I could respect that. But just unloading on the guy and then having somebody be like, dude, it's not Kojima. No, it is fucking Kojima. Kojima's a fucking piece of shit. That is blind rage.
No, I don't hate Hideo Kojima. Do I think that his games are overblown? Do I think that he is kind of held on a pedestal a little bit too much? And I feel
who's jealous now, cuck?
That he's kind of almost overhyped? Yes, I do. I think that his games are good. I think that he would be a better screenwriter or writer of a book than a game. Metal Gear Solid 4 was a convoluted mess where it should have just been a movie. The gameplay didn't even need to be in the damn game.
Power sip.
But that's my personal opinion. For someone to get so incensed over a playthrough, he insulted Kojima? That's it.
For someone to get so incensed over dying in a game? He died in a game? I can't believe that.
I have to watch this whole thing and make a 2.5-hour hate-filled montage. What the fuck is your problem? Like, really? And I hate to say, to be cliche here.
What is cliche? What is that?
what the fuck is your problem? Like, really? And I hate to say, to be cliche here, get a life.
Dude. Dude. Phil? Clip this one too, send it to him. I give a damn. Phil, I'm going to press you on this one. And I'll press anybody. And if you say to me, I haven't in the last year, I haven't in the last 2 years, I haven't in the last 3 years, go to Audible, download it, okay? Pay however much money it costs for an audiobook, because I know you got 20 minutes before bed every night, okay? And I consider that reading, so you got no excuse. Make the time for it. You will be a better person. Phil, what's the last book you read?
If this is what you're focusing your life on, you need to get a life. If your entire focus of your life is to watch people and then make fun of them, you need to get a life. You need to find something of your own to be proud of rather than trying to deride others.
Dude, I got to be honest with you. Look, I get that this is just it's a goof, but it's not a goof. I cannot believe I'm where I am just by shitting on you. And this is going to sound cringe as fuck. I know it is. I'm kind of proud of it. I just am. I think I've learned a lot since what was it? November of 23, I think is what it was. And then because I went hard in 24. I'm sorry. I'm proud of what I've learned how to do. It's a stupid hobby. But I've learned some shit in Photoshop over the past 2 months that I didn't know that shit just 3 months ago. I've learned what I thought would be beneficial to the stream, actually cringe. I learned what I think would be seen as weakness, actually seen as strength, according to communities, right?
I am the pinnacle of male fitness. I can stand up from a chair.
Josh McClellan, thank you for the 5, brother. Says, HVAC installer here. Usually if the unit is making noise, I smack it with my hammer and then charge the customer $500 for the repair. Joke. I know. I know it's a joke. I tell you what, though, if you ever do get into Renton, Washington, and you happen to troubleshoot a certain streamer's HVAC, I will pay good money for sabotage. In Minecraft. In Minecraft. Maybe not in Minecraft. Shut up. But yeah, let me get the context. Let me get the context one more time.
You need to get a life. If your entire focus of your life is to watch people and then make fun of them, you need to get a life. Bullshit. You can see somebody, you could watch on TV, right? Everybody can say, my God, if you got passionate about something on TV, oh my God, you need to get a life. All right. So let me throw this at you. You watch fucking Kitchen Nightmares. See, there I went. I flubbed my words and said futchin. You watch fucking Kitchen Nightmares, and you watch Amy's Baking Company, where that fucking cunt from, I think it was New Jersey, is like, no, our product is amazing. We're wonderful. We're great. Blah, blah, blah. And some dude, some chick somewhere takes that and goes, no, that I can make a fucking baking company that treats people with respect, and then I can go out and say, hi, we're not Amy's Baking Company, we actually like you, and I could set up shop in the same town as Amy's Baking Company. Does that mean that person has no life? No, they had to learn how to fucking, maybe they already knew how to bake, but they needed to learn how to set up a store, the logistics for it, ordering process, advertisement, shit like that. Saying you don't have a lot, dude, look at Power, look at PWR, right? As much as we make fun of him, dude has started streaming. I can respect the guy for that. The dude has gotten out there, been cringe as fuck for sure. I'm still really pissed about the, we call it, I believe, Signal 4 mentality. That's the unalive mentality. I'm really pissed at him for that still. I don't respect him for that. Other than that, dude has been building his shit. Like, I can't fucking disparage the dude. Dude, I think, from what I understand, either doesn't know I exist, well, he knows I exist but doesn't care, or hates me. One of the two. Irrespective, I can see the grind.
I can respect the grind.
You need to find something of your own to be proud of rather than trying to deride others. Now, it's fun every once in a while to deride someone. Like I said, Nostalgia Critic, he puts out 15-minute videos that are funny. That's okay. 2.5 hours, you're fucked in the head, okay? And that's all I have to say on the subject. I'm sure I'm going to come up against massive hate. I'm sure there's going to be massive haters. There always have been.
Well, I mean, I'm not massive. I'm down to 215, but I am a hater.
In the past, there always will be in the future. And the bottom line is not to focus on it. I got, like I said, hundreds of hate-filled tweets, hundreds of hate-filled private messages on YouTube.
Cartman. I'm going to need you to calm the fuck down. Okay. The fact that, was it Matt Parker and Trey Stone predicted you with the episode where Butters becomes the filter for Cartman's Twitter. I looked in the mirror and I thought that I look buffed and Trey Parker and Matt Stone. Yeah. I look buffed and ripped. And so I took a picture and I put it out on Twitter. And then I woke up the next day to see if people thought that I was jacked and buff, and they said that I wasn't, and that I was fat. Butters, we need you to go through all of Cartman's shit and filter out the negative comments. That's Phil Burnell.
Direct as a response to that video that this guy posted, guess what I do? Delete, and block that stupid motherfucker.
You can't make this shit up.
You know that person is an idiot. If someone actually took active time out of their day to watch a 2.5 filled hateful montage and then spam your video and or your Twitter account.
By the way, we're only at an hour here. When we get to 2.5 hours, I'll let you guys know that you're a bunch of hateful regards that obviously have no lives by watching my shit. I'll let you know when we get to the 2.5 hour mark so you guys can like drop.
With nonsense, you know that person is stupid. They're just stupid that they think that that is a useful use of their time. So that's all I have to say about the subject. I'm sure more people will do this kind of stuff in the future, especially because I guess this video kind of went viral per se and got some pretty good views. Now people will think it's the in thing to make fun of DSP. Whatever. I'm the kind of person, I push ahead, I focus on my own stuff.
Yeah, look, I get it. There's something to be said for don't listen to the haters, right? There is something to be said for that. Sometimes, though, listen to the haters. I'm not joking. If you are in an office where literally everybody hates you, right? And you think you're doing everything by the book perfectly, blah, 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 blah. Start inquiring. What is it that people don't like about me? Right? And really listen. You will learn so much about yourself. You're going to fucking hate it. You are going to hate every syllable that comes out of somebody's mouth who's willing to be honest with you. You're going to hate every fucking second. Listen to it. Your career, your personal growth will shoot up like to the fucking moon if you listen.
If this guy hadn't asked this question, I never would have even addressed this issue because I don't give a shit. People can hate on me all they want.
Kumi, we're going over some the most popular Ask the King episodes and then the most recent Ask the King episodes.
As long as I continue to put out entertaining content, people continue to watch and tell me that they're enjoying what I'm doing, that's all that matters to me. Let me tell you something. Over the course of the time that I've been on YouTube, I've gotten many, many messages from people who said, Phil, I just want to write you this personal message, not because I say that you're a great gamer or whatever, but I want to let you know something. Today, something horrible happened in my life. Whether it was someone passed away, this person is sick.
Yeah, this is going to keep going. I'm not dropping
I've
this
gotten
bit.
So many messages like this where people say something really negative was going on. And I jumped on your YouTube channel and I watched your videos, and it put a damn smile on my face. And that means the world to me because
I've gotten these messages, and if you want to push me on it, I will happily ask if I can reveal them. And if I can, I can. If I can't, I would edit them out and say, look, at least I have something that says it. It's not hundreds. I think I could count maybe on both hands or both hands and both feet the number of messages I've gotten where people have said, you've helped me get back into the gym. You've made me realize I'm not a piece of shit. Or you've been a friend as much as a dude on the internet can be a friend. Okay. How he's talking right now, I don't believe him, because the amount of time that the dude or any dude, chick, whatever, that says that to me, the impact, the direct impact it has in terms of, oh my God, what did I do? Am I doing something negative? It's humbling. One, it's rewarding. It is. But it should be humbling. It should be, oh my God, I have a platform and people are listening to me. Fuck, I hope I'm giving out good advice. And I don't get that shit from Phil. I get just, oh yes, I am always right because I am God.
I was at a point where I felt so low, and you were able to turn that around. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. And when I get messages like that, it makes it worthwhile to do what I do. To know that regardless of the fact that I'm not a pro level...
Dude, why is his shit like hitting the subwoofer? What is going on?
Gamer. I'm not a person who's a master elitist who's the best at every game that I play.
Well, Kanor, I hope it's a good path. All you said is that I inspired you to take the path. I hope it's a good path.
And no, I'm not a competitive gamer anymore. I don't go out and play Street Fighter competitively. To know that at least what I'm doing is making a difference in some people's lives makes it all worthwhile.
He's a
There could be
masturbator.
5 million fucking people who hate my guts, but if one person's life got turned around because I put a smile on their face, and maybe they did something a little bit differently that day, and maybe I made them not do something harsh or rash, that makes me feel amazing. And that means that I'm going to continue to fucking do this for as long as I possibly can, and not care about some fucking stupid elitist prick idiot who fucking took 2.5 hours to make a montage video. What a waste of fucking life, seriously.
Yeah, cope.
Like, don't think there's anything more important in your life than to do that. I know that there's more important stuff, and that's why I don't do that kind of stuff. That's why I stopped friend request ridicule, as funny as it was.
Requests?
I know that there's more important stuff, and that's why I don't do that kind of stuff. That's why I stopped friend request ridicule, as funny as it was, to be ridiculing people and making fun of them. I mean, it's not what I want to do. I want to entertain through comedy, through gameplay. I don't want to entertain through hate and making...
Dude, and William Lind, you make a good point, says Phil's going to stream till he dies. He is, as he continues on... Oh! Rancher, why'd you make me giggle? God damn it. Clip this, Phil. From the time I stepped into this community, everyone, but especially bro, oh, thank you, brother, has made me feel welcomed and valued, even going so far as to put me in a higher pedestal than I deserve, which I'm working on. Thanks, bro. First of all, pedestal that you're put on, I believe you deserve it, and so I'm going to continue to leave you there. That's how it works. I don't care what you think about yourself. I think things about you. That's how shit like that goes on. Yeah, and Dapper makes a really good point too. Nearly fucking cried when I got a message like that, but I don't buy he got a damn thing. Exactly. Now, I got to get back to what William Lind said. But before I do, Rancher, thank you again, brother, for the 20. I really appreciate it. He has become more aggressive in a toxic way in the past, I'd say 6 months, than I think I remember ever seeing him become aggressive. Test me, bitch. Okay, fine. That's fine. I'd fuck them up. Okay, fine. He's starting to say some shit that seems like it's active challenges to people. And I'm going to call it now. I mean, I don't know when, but that's going to have consequences of some type. Like, you cannot constantly bait people with, I am untouchable, I cannot be destroyed, I am this, I am God, without that somehow coming back. Now, I hope it doesn't. I never wish harm upon any... okay, I say I never wish harm. When I'm in a sober state of mind, I've never wished harm on anybody. The StarCraft stream doesn't exist. Shut the fuck up. Vanguard D-Nice, thank you for the 5. Oh my God, Amazon fucked my order up. Normally, I hate being a dick, but I will be when the time is right. I spoke to them, and they're giving me a refund, but... I've had that happen, brother, and it pisses me off, too. The one that pisses me off the most is, we guarantee it'll be there Tuesday. Tuesday arrives, you get the email that's like, Your shit's delayed. I'm sorry. Can you speak up a little bit? I didn't catch that. Your your shit's delayed. Why? It just is. And you just kind of have to deal with that shit. I fucking hate it, but hey, at least they're giving you a refund, brother. Appreciate the vibe. Thank you so much. All right, let's keep going.
Fun of people. That's not me. And to know that over the past 5 years now that I've been doing this.
The StarCraft 2 stream does not exist. It doesn't exist. It will never exist again because it didn't exist in the first place, Ghost. Like, I cannot convey to you how embarrassed I am when I hear that. Let's keep going.
That I have made a difference in people's lives, makes it all the worthwhile.
Happy birthday,
I will continue
Lewis.
to do
Early
it
birthday.
until
Happy
I
birthday.
can't anymore for whatever reason. And that's the end of my answer for that question. I know it was very long-winded. I'm sure now everything will blow up on the internet about how Phil insulted this guy. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm above this bullshit, okay? I got more important shit to do than worry about this bullshit. These jealous, petty people. Let's move on.
I have received.
Sean Swang, member of the Neophytes for 5 months, brother. Thank you so much. Do I play Space Marines 2? I played Space Marine 2. I haven't done the multiplayer aspect of it a whole bunch, but I have played Space Marine 2. Fun game. Love it. I can't wait for 3 or anything else, but I've told, I've got a couple people that I've linked up with on PlayStation, I actually don't know. They're friends on PlayStation. We'll go with that. And they're like, oh, do you play Black Ops? No. Well, do you play this multiplayer game? No. It's like, the only multiplayer game that I've played in probably the last 12 months is Helldivers. Why? What I get a lot. It's like, I suck. Like, donkey nuts, and I feel like I just bring people down. No, I have it on PS5, Ghost. And so it's just like I even when I'm playing fucking Helldivers, and I'm just like, because I don't use voice, because I don't want to use voice, I'll end up typing, I'm just like, I'm sorry, I suck. So yeah.
Okay. Next question. Hey Phil, on YouTube the dislike bar isn't working this week, so all the new videos on YouTube have 0 dislikes. Do you think this is a good thing or a bad thing? And this is from Trigger Happy.
Great Weird Al song, by the way.
Question, Trigger Happy. If you don't know what he's talking about, a week or 2 ago there was a bug on YouTube where no one could dislike a video. And it's funny because, as I've just mentioned, I have my group of haters who love to come to my videos and dislike for different reasons. So a lot of the times I'll have a video up, it's not even long enough for the video to be fully watched, and they're disliking it. Well, people know.
Yeah, that's you. That's just you.
Notice that for 1 week I didn't have any dislikes on my videos. If you want my honest opinion, I don't see why the dislike feature exists. Okay? Here's the thing.
If I was tired of talking to them and they were what we call a 220, kind of mental.
All right, let me see if I can do this right. Zombie fan. For the 220, let me see if I can do this right. So we're going to go with impact and then acting. Ready? And action. There you go. There's my Eric Cartman getting hit in the shoulder. Phil is like Cartman when Kyle hit him. All bark, no bite. You're not wrong, zombie fan. I tried, guys. I tried. Someone's gonna clip that shit. God damn it.
If people like your video, it should be maybe more prominently displayed. I don't know. Honestly, I don't even believe in the like-dislike system because I think that people abuse it, okay? But I don't understand. Why do people need...
What the fuck is a Greeto?
...need to have the ability to say something blatantly negative? This is what I don't get. And I say this all the time. There are people who actively seek out stuff they don't like just so they can shit on it. And I made this analogy earlier in the week in a stream that I did.
You guys are killing me in chat right now, by the way.
If I really don't like something, let's say, for example, I hate Kim Kardashian. I don't know. I don't personally hate her, but I hate Kim Kardashian.
I didn't know that, Ghost. I am a uneducated swine.
I don't like anything about her. I don't like the fact that she's famous, that she made money, and that she's on TV, and that she's doing all this stuff, and she's popular. I hate her. Do I actively seek out things Kim Kardashian on YouTube and leave hateful comments on the videos and thumbs down?
Yeah, okay, so this should be a moment of self-awareness for you, Phil. You're worse than Kim Kardashian.
Or do I avoid the content? If you're a rationally thinking human, you avoid the content. But for some reason, there are people who like, I need to find stuff that I hate and spew my negativity and filth all over it. I don't understand that. That's like mental illness to me. So that's not the kind of person I am. So for me, I would never dislike a video. I never have disliked a video. I never will.
Okay, Meth Bear. Okay.
If it's something I'm watching and I don't like it, I leave and I avoid it later on. I don't purposely make it my active duty to go be negative about stuff. And I really do feel that people who do that, they have mental illness.
Power sip.
So, I think, if you want my honest opinion, if YouTube really want...
Nope. I don't want your honest opinion. I don't want your dishonest opinion. I want you to shut the fuck up, Phil. I gotta be honest.
You've reached your limit on talking. Shut the fuck up.
Oh god, apparently it's on Discord already. This ought to be good. I'm looking for it. I don't see it yet, so it hasn't come through. Thank God. Unless it's right here. Nope, that's Feasting with the Pig. No, it's not out there. I don't see it yet. Doesn't exist.
Wants to revamp their website and prove that they're not some little kitty teenage gossip bullshit website, which is pretty much what it's treated like right now. Get rid of likes and dislikes. Fuck it. If people want to watch, they'll fucking watch.
Did he just say get rid of likes and dislikes?
So, I think, if you want my honest opinion, if YouTube really wants to revamp their website and prove that they're not some little kitty teenage gossip bullshit website, which is pretty much what it's treated like right now, get rid of likes and dislikes.
Oh yeah, the scammers would love that shit.
Fuck it. If people want to watch, they'll fucking watch and it'll have views. If they don't, they'll ignore the video. They don't have to spam their bullshit all over videos, and you're actually facilitating that by having ways for people to spew their negativity.
I'll tell you, look, brother, in Stream Ideas, I thought I checked there. The last one I saw in Stream Ideas was Phil is an independent film, Farrell, where independent films are always talking about gay cowboys. That's the last thing I see there.
Get rid of it, YouTube. It doesn't belong there. It doesn't help anyone. It should be removed. That's my personal opinion.
What a surprise. It's
next question.
Terrible.
Hey, Phil,
I have
with
not,
the next-gen consoles on the horizon, oh boy. I went way long on that question, I know. Hey, Phil.
Dad, have you seen... I think I ought to shut the stream down. Oh my god.
The next-gen consoles on the horizon, have you considered as part of your end-of-year series to do a top 10 or 20 best or worst games you've played this generation? I think that it would be a very interesting idea and also provide a great trip down memory lane for yourself and your longtime fans. Perhaps even include some of the funniest or worst moments of games you played this generation. What do you think of this idea? And again, that's from Dr. Sanchez.
Ah, there it is. Wait, this is barking. It says bark. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, it sounds worse than I remembered it. God damn it.
This year for year-end stuff, I may be doing things a little differently because that may be a good idea. We're now moving into the next generation of consoles. And undoubtedly over the next year or two, the PlayStation 3, the Xbox 360 may fizzle out. I don't know if the Xbox One is as big as a flop as everyone
thinks.
Oh, you didn't hit enter. Maybe the Xbox 360 won't fizzle out. But what I'm saying is, it may be a time for a retrospective. It may be a time when we look back at all the stuff that I...
Just a bad boy with internet. Shut up. Dapper, shut up. God, shut up.
Done on YouTube over this console generation. We say, what was the best of this generation? What was the worst? Not only games, but we're talking features. We're talking trends. That could be a really cool idea for a series that I do at the end of the year. Let's see if it comes to fruition. Okay? Alright. Next question. Hey Phil, I noticed you got upset during the racist parts of BioShock Infinite. You explained that unlike the racist jokes you sometimes make during your videos,
which you do,
real racism pisses you off. Although racism was from a video game, it still bothered you.
You wrote this. No one wrote this. You wrote this.
My question is that at what point does racism become real or just satire? Thanks. And that's from Garlic Pepper. It's pretty easy to make the distinction. And a lot of people say, oh, there's a fine line, it's a gray area. It's not. It's this simple. It's when what you're doing, your actions, actually have a negative effect on the person. Okay? So
who are you to judge if it has a negative effect on somebody?
So, if I'm making a silly joke about a racist stereotype or whatever during a playthrough, is that really hurting a particular person? Is that really
Very possibly, asshole. Yes.
hurting that race? Let's really think about it. No, not really. But if I were a person who was running my own business and I refused to interview candidates based completely off of their race, I refused to pay my employees equally because of their race, that's fucked up.
Chris Goblin, you caught me mid-chomp of my, what are these things called? Sour Punch Bites. Sorry about that. Thank you, man, for being a member of the Rats. Holy shit, for 11 months. You're a month away from getting the... I can't remember what the year Piggy is for being a member. Anywho, but man, thank you for the 11 months, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
That is racism, okay? It's very easy, and I know, again, there's some people who like to be too bitchy about it. Oh, he made a racist joke. That's so insensitive, but no one got hurt. The difference is when people start getting hurt, that's when it's fucked up, and you have to.
Do you not know what normalizing behavior is, you ignorant fuck? And movie sign. Big ups, my fellow 220s. A member of the Neophytes for 3 months. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate it. You don't get to say it doesn't have impact if it has impact to somebody. Never mind. This has been, what, I'm sure he's changed, Quais. This is 12 years ago. He's changed.
To draw the line. I mean, let's think about it. Back in the day in America, there used to be segregation, and you used to have black people weren't allowed to drink from the same water fountains as white people. How preposterous is that? They literally made double everything so that black people wouldn't interact with white people.
I am really starting to get uncomfortable here. Can you please stop talking about this shit?
Like, oh my, now of course, in this day and age, we have a different way of thinking. We're a lot more liberal, but back then, that was like common.
Yeah, and you're right-wing, meaning that you pretty much go against liberalism. Wow, this is becoming awkward as fuck.
Thinking. Things change over time. And really what it comes down to is, do you hurt someone or something? I like to think that in my comedy, when I throw in a little racist stereotype joke here or there, it's not malicious, it's not intended to hurt anyone, and obviously I'm not serious. Do I really think that, these stereotypes are true? No, I think that it's just a common misconception or a common thing that people say and it's funny. I am not intending to insult anyone, and I do apologize if anyone takes my humor the wrong way, but understand that I am a 100% multicultural accepting person.
Yeah, that's why you cut out the whole Phil is an ally slide, right?
Even, there are people who just in recent years, ever since 9/11...
Yeah, it's a small racist joke.
Now everyone hates people who are Muslim. That's fucking preposterous for you to say that a person that's of a certain race, a certain religion, is immediately negative or evil or bad. That is so closed-minded and so dumb and
Dude, this is not coming off the way you think it is. Oh, no.
Intelligent and illogical.
Oh, yeah, and Lunar Guardian. Ah, look out, there's a black woman.
To think. And I hate people like that because there are people who...
What? Meth Bear, why do you do this to me? Why do you make me read shit like this? Thank you, Meth, for the 2. Giving women the vote was a mistake. Well, this was nice. This was a nice stream. Goodbye, everybody.
Want to force that shit down your throat, who want to tell you that they're right.
Hold on. We're not letting that one slide.
That is so closed-minded and so dumb and unintelligent and illogical to think. And I hate people like that because there are people who want to force that shit down your throat. Who want to tell you that they're right and their agenda against a certain group of people is correct, and they want you to think it too, and if you don't think it, you're part of the enemy. There are mentally ill people out there who think like this, and you have to be very careful who you associate yourself with because you don't want to end up being, corralled into one of those groups. And next thing you know...
Like cattle. You're all cows, don't you know?
You're making these crazy decisions. You are the manager or the business owner, and all of a sudden you are making these crazy decisions based off of a person's beliefs or...
Yeah, but lucky for you, Phil, you don't ever have to worry about that because you will never be a manager, a leader, a business owner, any way, shape, or form. You will have no impact across the planet with the exception of, oh my God, this asshole has consumed 47 fucking petabytes of the YouTube servers.
person's race, and that's completely wrong, immoral,
yeah,
illogical,
Sergeant, he did.
and that's why I think there's a major difference between it. I hope that no one ever gets insulted by the stuff that I say in my videos. It's not meant to be racially insensitive or anything like that, and to understand that I joke about myself as much, if not as more, than, you know, I'm making...
As much, if not more. Not as much, if not as more, but... I'm splitting hairs here.
Jokes about other people and races and stuff, so understand that we're all part of the joke. As long as you have a good sense of humor, you understand it. I hope that you don't take my jokes the wrong way. Okay. I think we may have time for one more question, and it looks like we're going to be doing a triple-part episode this time. This is going to be a 3-part Ask the King, because I still have all these Twitter, Facebook, and I'm going to do live stream questions. So I'm going to answer one more question.
Thankfully, I don't think we're going through part 3 because part 3 didn't have, like, any views whatsoever. It was just this one.
And then we'll...
And likely because of the evil AJ shit.
We'll take a short break here on Twitch, or I'm gonna end the part. There'll be a new part on YouTube for part 3 to end this episode, okay? Alright. So this question is from Twitter. It's from Snoop Sagarum. I can't really pronounce it, so I apologize there. And he asks, when is the Mega Man Marathon going to resume? If you want to know what he's talking about, for the past 2 years during the summer, there's downtime. What I mean is, there's like nothing going on.
Hold on, what's the fucking question?
I can't really pronounce it, so I apologize.
Hold on.
He asks, when is the Mega Man Marathon going to resume?
This is a date. When is the Mega Man Marathon going to resume? I'm thinking late fall. I'm thinking late winter. I'm thinking early winter. Maybe the spring. Maybe the summer. When was this? This was in May, right? So May. Late fall. Maybe early winter. All right, let's move on. Nope.
If you want to know what he's talking about, for the past 2 years during the summer, there's downtime. What I mean is, there's like nothing going on during the summer. I don't know what it is traditionally, but no new releases usually come out, or very limited new releases come out during the summer months. So what I've done the past 2 years is held marathons of Mega Man. 2 years ago, I actually did the original Mega Mans, and I played Mega Man 1 all the way through, I think it was Mega Man, I want to say 6 or 7 on the NES. Then, last year, I did a Mega Man...
Dude, Pixar, everybody else who said it, you're not lying. When is the Mega Man Marathon going to resume? All right, so the internet was invented back when MIT and other universities needed to communicate with each other. Now, why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing this up because if the internet didn't exist, the Mega Man Marathon couldn't exist. So they got all these professors and stuff, and they all got together, and they're all book smart, right? And I can't keep this shit going. I can't. But that's where we are. That's where we are right now. Why? Why do you have to explain this shit? Why?
X Marathon. And in that one, I played Mega Man X1 through, I think it was 1 through 5. And I do believe I own 6 and 7. I may even own 8. I don't know how long they went. But I bought them all, and I played them.
The question is, when is it going to resume? Oh, my God.
A bunch of them, but then, of course, I ran out of time. Will I be resuming that? Well, it's an interesting question because I never played like the next-gen Mega Man games, the ones that were made for like PlayStation 2, and people say those are dramatically different from the ones previous. In addition to that,
fucking question, answer the fucking question. Oh my God! Oh my God! Just answer the goddamn question. Jesus fucking Christ!
Look at him and tell me there's a God.
I didn't play the Mega Man Legends series, and Mega Man Legends was a series that a lot of people enjoyed as well, but again, it was way different. Will I be resuming that this year? I'm not sure. I want to see what I want to do. I may do it, I may not, but if you remember this year...
You gave us the history of man, and you're gonna fucking fence it?
What I'm trying to do is stay away from only doing one type of content every week, per se, so that way there's a variety of content, rather than, oh, well, I don't like the Mega Man, well, fuck it, it's Mega Man week, I guess I'm not watching anything from DSP this week, because that's all he's doing. So what I may do, maybe I will resume it and I'll split it up where I'm playing one Mega Man game, but I'm also doing something else. It all depends. I actually have to update my schedule because I haven't updated it in a month or two. And I know that some new releases have been announced for the summer. I know there's a new Call of Duty expansion, Zombies, that I didn't get to do the last one. I definitely want to do the next one. I actually heard that there's
No, Al Gore didn't invent the internet. DSP invented the internet.
Some other like good downloadable titles that may be coming out this summer. So once I update that schedule, then I'll see if I can fit different things in there to do marathons for this summer. So
hold please, I'm chewing. All right. Phil, thank you for coming back to Bro Interviews DSP. How is it that Kat figured out that you weren't enough? Like, she said something about you guys used toys.
So once I update that schedule, then I'll see if I can fit different things in there to do marathons for. But I think it's a good idea.
I fucked it up, but you know what I was getting at.
I may do it in the future, so good question. Okay, well, we're out of time. It's been about a half hour, so what I'm going to do, like I said, we're going to take a short break here on the stream on Twitch. I'm also going to split the video for YouTube, so be sure to come back for part 3 and the conclusion of the May 2013 Ask the King.
No.
I've got lots of Twitter and Facebook questions, plus I'll be taking...
Next one is on July 4th of 13. So we went from May to July 4th. Dude, he was banging these things like, if you don't know, the internet is, no, I'm joking. The list basically is, I don't know how many fucking videos long, but the later videos are anywhere between, I'd say, 5,000 to 10,000 views. The ones that we just reacted, so this one is 45,000. The first part of the next one is not that large, I think, but one of them is 47,000. The largest ones that
you
he
fucking
has, right?
gay bitch.
You know, but everything else after these is like, it goes down to like 1,000, 2,000. It's like, it's bad. So obviously something had to have happened. What had to have happened? Let's find out. Also, anybody know, is Phil being a psychopath? Mr. Burnell? Am I even playing? No. Yes. Yes, I am. Mr. Burnell?
Speak! Why don't you speak?
Oh, wow. We're back into those days. Oh, goodness. Fuck.
Later, motherfucker!
Fuck! That was loud.
Okay, welcome everyone.
Take the cowboy hat off.
To Ask the King episode 35. Today is July 4th, 2013. So happy Independence Day to everyone in the United States.
I swear to God, if you pig-splain what Independence Day is, there's too high a risk. I was going to say, I'll throw my keyboard across the room, but there's too high a risk that he's going to actually do it.
United States, where it is a national holiday. If it's not, if you live outside the United States, well, tough luck today. We get the day off and you don't. All right, so.
Meh.
This episode of Ask the King is actually going to be a little bit different than previous ones because my printer's on the fritz. Over the past month, something happened with my printer and it desynced from my PC. It is a wireless printer. So what I need to do eventually is take this giant thing that weighs like 15 pounds, unplug it, bring it in.
You bitch-made male, did you just complain that something weighs 15 pounds? You roll that back. Let's roll that shit back. Let's go.
On the fritz. Over the past month, something happened with my printer and it desynced from my PC. It is a wireless printer. So what I need to do eventually is take this giant thing that weighs like 15 pounds, unplug it, bring it in here, plug it into my PC again so it'll resync, and then bring it back into the bedroom and
Phil,
kill yourself.
Plug it back in, and then it'll work. However, I haven't had a chance to do that. I've been very busy with stuff, and
no, you haven't. You just haven't.
I said rather than worry about rushing to do that today and have papers, I'm actually going to be reading the questions right off of my laptop.
It's almost like you've got to be fucking kidding me. You have a laptop, something that is generally thought of as a portable medium, right? And the reason that we're having this pigsplanation is because you wanted to read it off paper when you had the laptop available. Someone make this shit make sense.
Okay, so that's how we're going to do it today. I'm going to have to be bending over a little bit to read it. We're going to be reading off the laptop. We got a good assortment of questions, both from my website, TheKingOfHate.com, also from Twitter and Facebook, and we're going to be taking questions from a live raffle here on the stream on Twitch TV, which is live streaming right now. So if you want your question answered, or you have a chance to have your question answered in the raffle, submit it via the raffle system in the stream chat, okay? So we're going to get right into it. Probably run a half-hour segment, and then I'll take a break, and then another half-hour segment, etc., etc. We're going to split the videos up, okay? Excuse me. All right, so let's get right into it. Let me get my questions up here, and we'll get started.
I get why people like paper and pen. I prefer taking notes on paper and pen. But if all I have to do is read questions, maybe if I prefer ink and paper, sure, I'll print them off. But otherwise, when it comes right down to it, just fucking show it on the screen. What the fuck?
Okay, so the first question is from Prince Sephiroth, and he asks, "Hey Phil, I was wondering if there are any types of literature or a genre of books that you were particularly fond of or liked reading. I'm a huge fan of..."
So this is the most watched DSP Reacts Ask the King.
Greek and Norse mythology myself. I also like sci-fi set in the universe of some of my favorite works of fiction, such as Star Wars and Star Trek. How about you? And again, it's from Prince Sephiroth. Over the course of my life, there have been different book series that I've definitely enjoyed, one of which being The Lord of the Rings. I actually read the Lord of the Rings trilogy before the movies were ever even in production, when I was much younger. And I absolutely loved those books. And so when the movies came out, obviously I was ecstatic that these characters from these books that I had read earlier in my life were coming to life on the silver screen. Okay?
I'm sorry, I don't know if you guys could hear my doubt there, but...
Another series of books that I absolutely loved to read when I was really young was Goosebumps. I know a lot of people...
Okay, I'll buy that one. I'll buy that one, because those things are cake to read.
People probably remember that. It was these really kind of
campy,
funny, but scary kind of...
You thought Goosebumps were scary. Well, it's been a great stream, everybody. Good night.
It's kind of thriller books written for kids, so it wasn't anything like really gory or anything. But it was creepy monster ghost stories and stuff like that. I really enjoyed those. As I got older, I actually liked this line of books that were called the Redwall books. They were by a writer...
So I was in 5th grade when Goosebumps were a huge thing. That would have been in 95. I am 2 years younger than Phil, so he would have been in 7th grade. Dude, you were reading Goosebumps in 7th grade.
Called Brian Jacques. And these books were about anthropomorphic animals, like animals that were like humans, basically. But it was kind of in a British setting. It was more like medieval times. It was about how some of them were like invaders and some of them were like peaceful settlers. And it was knighthood and stuff like that with animals, which was pretty crazy. But it was a really interesting series of books.
What series is this?
And I read quite a lot of them. Unfortunately, later on, Brian passed away and he was never able to really complete the series of books.
Redwall? I don't know those one. I guess I didn't know that one.
Now, as I got older, my tastes got a little bit different. And
oh, do tell. Do tell. Because Lord of the Rings is already checked out. So, where are we going with this? Fuck, let's go. So,
I'd have to say some of the series that I've read since I was basically an adult, I'd say probably since I've been 20 years old, would have been the Bryan Adams books about Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I read that entire series of books and absolutely loved.
Isn't it amazing? Phil's books that he has read as an adult are all movies.
Loved that series, okay? Also, some of these Dan Brown books, like I did not read the first one, the Da Vinci Code, but I did read Angels and Demons, and I also read, there was another one he wrote after that I read, and the new one just came out, Inferno. I'll probably get around to reading that one too. And of course everyone knows I'm reading Game of Thrones. I like that series of books. So there's been a lot of different series of books.
Every single one has become a major motion picture or a fucking HBO series. gotta be kidding. Except Redwall, yeah.
A lot of different subject matters as well that I've enjoyed over time, and I'm sure there's going to be ones in the future too that are going to kind of, you know, catch me and have me read them all, but for now that's pretty much what I've been following along. Okay, the next question is from Master of Awesomeness, who I actually met at SGC, and he asks, what are your favorite baseball teams and what are your least favorite baseball teams? Well, first of all,
he just came off here recently saying the Mets were his team. I remember that. Let's see if that maintains.
I can tell you this, I'm not a big fan of sports, okay? I was when I was younger. When I was a younger kid, I actually collected baseball cards.
Wow. This tracks.
I was going to games. I would go to baseball games. There was a lot of this stuff that I would follow, but then it kind of fell off, and the reason is, unfortunately, my team...
Bitch! He asked... Okay, he said my team. I was about ready to say, bitch, he asked what team you went for.
There was a lot of this stuff that I would follow, but then it kind of fell off, and the reason is, unfortunately, my teams, which were always kind of the second string New York, New Jersey teams, always choked. So we're talking teams like the Mets, teams like the Jets, teams...
Wow, he actually has some continuity.
Like the New York Knicks. These are the teams that, like, every year they have massive potential, they look like they're going to do well, and then when it finally comes down to it, they fucking choke when it counts.
This coming from... Dude, have you guys seen the meme of, like, the 400-pound dude sitting on the couch, bag of fucking chips or popcorn resting on his bulbous-ass gut? And from the TV, you know, the speech bubble comes up. She goes, oh, she didn't quite complete that fucking triple flip in gymnastics. And the dude's like, fucking pathetic. You're 500 pounds on the fucking couch. Why are you critiquing anybody?
Well, I was a fan of the Mets during the time of the greats, like Darryl Strawberry and Howard Johnson. And there's like 2 or 3...
Dude, he tells the same story over and over and over again when it's honest.
Other really big name players that were on the Mets, and they were kind of like the dream teams for the Mets. Those few years were the years that I was really heavily into baseball, and I would go to baseball games, and I would, like I said, with baseball cards and all that. Then, unfortunately, I kind of just fell off, because like I said, all my teams every year would choke, and it's just like, how many years can you... Then, unfortunately, I kind of just fell off, because like I said, all my teams every year would choke, and it's just like, how many years can you watch something and then watch them literally do the same fucking thing every year at the 11th hour when it...
The irony.
Counts, when it's time to put down and bunker down and do well, they would always choke, and I said, you know what? I've had enough, and that's pretty much when I stopped. And
that's when you're densely, Phil.
Watching all sports altogether. Later on, I did actually pick up American football, but then, even then, I watched it for a year or two, and it's for me, the problem is it's too long.
I'm sorry in advance for this one.
But then, even then, I watched it for a year or two, and it's for...
There it is. Bill, thank you for coming back to Bro Interviews DSP. When she selected Tyrone, you know, as a replacement for you sexually, she said she had some concerns. What was it she said to you exactly?
For me, the problem is it's too long.
Thank you very much, Phil.
There's too many games, and it takes too long to get to the end of the season. It's like, how many fucking months do you expect me to follow this, and follow it, and follow it, and follow it, and watch every game? Oh, I missed 2 games, now everything's different. Like, I don't have enough time to follow that shit. You know what I mean? It's become so overblown because it's become a business, a money-making business. That's the only reason why there's so many games, is because it's a business now, and it's all about the money. It's not...
Yeah, because prior to, you know, whatever the fucking year it was here, what is this? Yeah, prior to 2013, the NFL was not about being a business. No, there was definitely no money being made in the NFL prior to 2013. Oh my God, how can you have a take this fucking bad?
Not about the love of the sport, and so they have to play us 5 bajillion fucking games so that they can make as much TV revenue as they possibly can. So, for me, I fell off from sports when I was much younger.
Dude, you fell off from everything besides being fat.
My least favorite baseball team, I have none, because quite honestly, like I said, I haven't been following baseball for so long. I know nothing really about it, and I wouldn't even know enough about a team to hate them. It seems like the team that everyone loves to hate is either the Yankees or the Red Sox for different reasons, but I was never really part of that rivalry.
Wow, it's the most obvious rivalry ever.
because, like I said, I was a fan of the Mets, so I wasn't even involved in that historic rivalry of this area. Okay. All right, next question.
Fuck me.
All right, this is a long one, so bear with it, but let's talk.
So when Tyrone was getting ready for the first time, what is it he said to Kat?
All right, next question.
Not that. This part.
All right, this is a long one, so bear with it, but let's talk. All right, it says, Phil, what are your thoughts on movie sequels and the director's approach
Yeah, the internet has broken me.
towards such things today? Today, most movies that break box office are usually sequels. I'm in an uproar with certain sequels because they're so ridiculous that these series are getting extended, especially when you're up to like 6 Fast and Furious movies. Then you have The Hangover Part 3, and it's like, that's absolutely ridiculous. How the fuck could that situation happen to the same people 3 times? It makes no fucking sense. So it's ridiculous because you know that fans of the first movie will just keep coming and spending their money over and over, regardless of the fact if the sequel ends up being a piece of shit or not. Also, he actually says, this was the way I felt towards Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull until finally I accepted that the movie did suck ass and never needed to be made.
I'm going through the Twitter right now, relying heavily on It's In an Otter Place, and thus far we have apparently, in less than 10 minutes, mentioned support 11 times, momentum 4 times, goal 5 times. Wow. What do we got? We got another 30 minutes here. All right, so let's put it to a poll. Or Phil's bullshit for today. And we'll come back, by the way, no matter what. We'll come back and finish this one out. There we go.
What do you think a director's motives are for this? Are they doing it just for the money? Are they doing it because they want to extend the story with these characters that they fell in love with? Are they doing it because they want to they don't know how to make a new movie franchise? It's easier to just make a sequel? Are they doing it because maybe it's less likely that a sequel will flop at the box office and they're afraid to take risk with new projects? Do directors run sequels when they're in need of a success and they just want to make more money?
Ghosts?
What do they want? What is the deal with that? And that's from Hale.
Okay. Well, it's overwhelming at this point. So the tube of views we go, and I will have to make some adjustments. So you're going to have to bear with me. Okay, it helps if you type raw Phil, you dumbass. No, just raw Phil. I don't need that. There we go.
1,000,000%. I mean,
Good. Well, you know what? At least it's better. His fucking mic is better than back in the day. You know? Wow. He really has only been on for 10 minutes, hasn't he? That's kind of sad. All right, so we'll go play. We got plenty of skip juice, thankfully. Let's clear that out. And sorry, guys. Sorry. Takes just a second. Thank you, Farrell. I don't even need to look anymore. I just know it's Farrell. It's kind of sad, actually. Oh, fuck.
what is going on, everyone? It is a week
God damn, you're quiet.
ending show. What a week it's been. Crazy stuff going on in the realm of gaming with the Switch 2 announcements and all of that.
Nice shirt, 25 cents.
But today is no exception because, ladies and gentlemen, we have to talk about the big news in the room. The Switch 2 will be delayed,
Who cares?
or at least pre-orders will be, in the United States due to the Trump tariffs.
Will somebody break his... Well, I get it. My Steam Deck, I abuse the shit out of it a lot. Actually, I don't know what you're talking about. I never abuse shit. But, can somebody break his, please?
Could this mean that the Switch 2 will actually be even more expensive? Hoo boy. Plus, it's the calm before the storm because my birthday is Sunday.
Oh, dear God. You just fucking around the barrel and pull.
And that means a big birthday bash.
In Minecraft.
We're going to talk about so much stuff on today's show, including how Smart Guys went last night and more. So sit back and relax. It's time for a rousing, rip-roaring, action-packed, week-ending episode of the Level 1 podcast.
Fucking shit, man. God, he went with the long one today. God damn it.
My screen is malfunctioning. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the show. I'm DSP, and this is...
I don't like you.
The Level 1 podcast. My screen is malfunctioning, so pay no attention to that while I fix it. Today is Friday.
Oh, you egotistical fucknut. Do you really have a happy birthday gif in your Why?
April 4th, 2025, and we've got quite the eventful day with the hot news literally breaking moments before I went live today about this whole Trump tariffs situation. Everyone is talking about it, and we're going to talk about this in a moment because obviously...
What did Morgana send me? It's an OGG file. It's 0 seconds long? I don't believe that. You ass.
The thing in gaming right now all week has been talk of the Nintendo Switch 2, its pricing, its release schedule, etc., and how everyone was already saying that the Switch 2 was going to be overly expensive for what it was. Now, with this new Trump tariff...
Yeah, don't talk trash to DSP, you frickin' cowards. That's not even frickin', it's effing. Yeah. I think he's got, he's built a good community. And, I just think people are effing cowards. This, the Otter, he's an effing coward.
Situation, it could be even more exponentially inflated when it comes to costs. So, man, we got a good amount to talk about today. But we've also got...
Kanor, been a member of the Rats now for 9 months as I nailed my job interview today, and I am now hired as a fitness manager at a gym. Let's go. Flex on them, son. Flex on them. Let's go.
To talk about yesterday.
And thank you again.
And how things went on the streams, including Smart Guys last night and the second guest host that we had. A lot of different discussion about that I'd like to get to. That's going to be fun. And it's the end of
the second guest was brought to you by Chiclets. Chiclet. Because what else could that thing be in his mouth?
The week. And the end of the week means my birthday.
God, shut the fuck up. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't.
You've reached your limit on talking. Shut the fuck up.
Oh my God.
Phil, can you shut the fuck up?
He's next. That's right. My big birthday marathon event that I do every single year annually.
Yo, Phil.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Is this Sunday. And I hope you guys are ready for a day full of fun and festivities. So we've got a ton of stuff to talk about today on the show. Keep in mind, after the show ends, it's the end game of Suikoden. Now,
please stop saying it like that. Like, just, you know what? If you're going to say it like that Suikoden, like that, heavy English emphasis, fine. If you pull that bullshit again, I truly hope somebody with the heritage visits you and never mind.
Here's the thing. Someone last stream who is familiar with Suikoden said, man, you're almost done. You've got 3 optional people to recruit and then just the story and you're done. So you'll beat this next time you play it. But here's the thing. Every single time someone says that to me, literally every time, it takes longer than what they say.
Yeah, because you suck.
You'll take you 2 hours. It's going to take me 4. Oh.
Because you're an inefficient gameplay piece of shit. Okay, good. Bat Boy, I'm glad you noticed it. I've been waiting for him to show the top of his head again. I didn't want to go back. But yeah, he's got a fucking canyon in there.
And one night stream. Nope, that's going to take 2 night streams or a day stream, So.
Ghost, what did you send me? DSP crying while BSP gridded in the background? 25 seconds. I'm scared.
So, basically, we sat there, they had tables in the back of the arcade, and we were looking at what we had, and we were going to do the swap, and T basically goes, you know what, man? He goes,
I don't like you, Ghost.
We're going to see how good we can go, or how far we can go, I should say, how much progress we can make. I don't know if we're going to beat it or not, but we're going to give it a try. Now, if you can believe it, Out of all the games I've been playing, this is so wild to me. Every single time.
I swear to God, I know what he's about to bring up, and I have a full fucking mag ready for you. If you bring up the fact that you've hit the goal every single time that you play this fucking game, after begging as hard as you fucking begged that one day, I'm unloading.
That I have played Suikoden, we have hit the goal. I don't get it because I thought for sure playing a classic PS1 JRPG, this would never happen. I forgot to turn on my other light, by the way. I just turned it on. I thought that basically this was going to be my dead playthrough. That every time I played Suikoden, we were going to have little to no support and very little attendance, and it was just going to be kind of a passion project for me because this is a classic PS1 RPG from the 90s that I played back when I was young, and I absolutely loved it.
But luckily for Phil got the controller in his hand, he got his mic turned on, and as he played the game, he constantly said, guys, come on, let's hit the goal. Guys, come on, let's hit the goal. Guys, come on, let's hit the goal. Guys, could we hit the goal? Guys, come on, let's hit the goal. Let's hit the goal, guys. Guys, can we hit the goal? I think we should hit the goal. Let's hit the goal, guys. And magically, they hit the goal.
And I definitely wanted to play it with this remaster collection. But you guys have proven me wrong. You guys have come out and supported this playthrough in droves. I can't believe every time I stream this game, we've hit the goal. And it's been a good amount. It's been, what, like 7 streams or something like that? So that's pretty darn amazing. And I want to say, obviously, thank
you. Truth be told, oh my God.
You so very much for that. Let's keep that momentum going. Let's hit the goal again today while I'm playing Suikoden so that we can say this has been one of the best supported playthroughs I've done. And in addition to that, if you remember, someone had asked a couple streams ago, Phil, if Suikoden actually keeps doing this well and it's showing that people will show up and support it, would you play Suikoden 2?
No, he won't play it. He'll start it, and then if he doesn't get enough support, he'll abandon it by wage quitting.
Which is also in this collection later in the year. To which I said, yeah, I don't see why not. If people are going to show up and engage and support with content.
And support.
Why wouldn't I continue that content? Now, I'm definitely not going to do it right away for a couple of reasons. Number one, there's actually another big RPG coming out later on in April called, what is it called? Like Claire Obscure or something like that. It looks really good. People are saying it's going to be a combination of like Final Fantasy X and Lost Odyssey. That sounds like a combination that wins to me. Like, those games are amazing in my opinion. So to play a game like that, great. So I don't want to be playing 2 JRPGs at once like that. And in addition, being that we've been doing Suikoden for about 3 weeks now, the last thing you want to do is finish a lengthy playthrough and finish it up with another lengthy playthrough of exactly the same franchise. Like, I've tried that before in the past with games like Zelda, Mario. It doesn't work. Okay.
Dude, he's being insufferable as fuck today.
It just doesn't. It ends up being too much of the same, and people won't show up for the second game. So I'm going to pace it, and probably, let's keep this momentum going.
I knew it.
Let's hit the goal today. If we finish it, great. If not, probably one more stream to beat it, and then we.
Who bothered to spawn you, and why? You know,
you could say this was one of the best supported old school playthroughs I've ever done, and then I would have no qualms about playing Suikoden 2 later this year, notably probably during the summer, because you know the summer is usually when things really slow down for game releases. We're already seeing this year, basically the Switch 2 will be the thing of the summer, but outside of that, there's not much else going on, so it might be the perfect time for it, okay? Cool. And then also remember, tonight on the late stream, Friday Night Fights returns after having a hiatus last week.
You know what, Lonely Towel? Fantastic point. Wow! A game Phil loves with rose-tinted glasses was super extra mega supported. Wow! How lucky!
Because I wasn't here Friday last week. But the big thing tonight, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in many weeks, it is time for the return of Street Fighter 6. Yes.
Kill yourself.
Street Fighter 6 is returning for the first time in over a month. I think it's been like a month and a half, right? It was since the release of Mai Shiranui, which was actually around 2 months ago, now that I'm thinking about that. So yeah, let's get hyped for that. A lot of you have wanted Street Fighter 6 for a long time. Well, it's coming back, and I'm going to be playing with E Honda tonight. I decided, because he was a character I was going to use like ages ago, and I just never got around to it.
Oh, that means we're going to get some good rage tonight, because I'm willing to bet E Honda's like moveset or fucking, strength of attacks or whatever has changed. And he gonna get butthurt.
So E Honda returns tonight on the late stream around 6:45 p.m. Pacific time here on DSP Gaming. I hope you'll be here for that if you like fighting.
Oh, they haven't?
Stuff. If not, well, I'm not here tomorrow, but I'll return on Sunday for my big birthday bash.
That is a lot of fucking gin.
So this is exciting. I'm curious if you guys are excited for my birthday on Sunday.
No! No! No one cares. You're 43. No one cares. Like, ever. My own father's 43rd birthday was we went out to eat at dinner and we all got him presents. The end. Who would be excited for your birthday?
I am, and the thing is, here's the thing. I like doing these events because
fucking hell. Hold on. He got an early birthday present. Let's watch him open it, shall we?
I am, and the thing is,
apparently it's in his left ear.
Here's the thing. I like doing these events because it's just a chill atmosphere. Like on Sunday, there's no pressure for me to have to complete anything. What are we doing on Sunday? Well, let's see. We're doing a podcast. There's going to be drinking where every $100 of support that I raise, I'm going to be taking a shot.
Fuck you.
Of your choice. By the way, I'm going to have some rules in place this time because if you guys aren't aware, last marathon that I did, people at the very last half hour decided to dump a bunch of support and then expected me to drink like 8 shots. Like, I can't do that. I'm going to get...
Then you were a liar. You lied. You piece of shit.
Sick, you know, I can't be drinking that much. So we're going to have pacing rules in place that I'm not going to...
You mean like what I told you to do?
Going to be drinking more than, say, 3 or 4 shots in a certain amount of time because it's just not healthy, okay? But we'll figure it out. But it's going to be fun. We're going to be doing food. My wife's going to be making me a birthday meal, and she already gave me some hints at what it's going to be, and it sounds great, so that's going to be exciting.
I hope it's a glass pie.
But for the first time in many, many years, it's going to be time for Minecraft to return. All right.
Shut the fuck up.
All right, I'm excited for that. See how Minecraft will go. I guess we'll see. We're starting from scratch, by the way. This is the brand new version of Minecraft that apparently just had like an update or whatever. So we're going to be playing Minecraft and just giving it a go, starting fresh, seeing how what people want me to do, and it'll be very interactive and very fun. I think that'll be neat. In addition to that,
Minecraft. Oh my God. What a spelling.
We've got the Minecraft Lego set that I bought that we're going to be building live together. We're going to see if I can actually complete the build, like do the whole thing in one go.
Okay, so we do have a timer this time. We have a timer. He wants to try to build it in a single go. Now I kind of want to get it.
So we can have it for my background. I'm thinking maybe remove the sign here and put the Lego build right there. That would be pretty cool for the rest of the month. In addition to that, there's this new game, Schedule 1, that apparently it has come out on Steam and has been virally popular this week. And people have said, will you play it? I said, yeah, why not? Why don't we play that on Sunday as well during the birthday marathon? All right. And then whatever else you guys want, like it's all up to you.
Wow.
So it's going to be a fun marathon stream on Sunday. And someone had said to me, what is it that you want for your birthday? All I want for my birthday is a...
You've got to be fucking kidding me. You can't. Don't say this. Don't say it, Phil. Don't say it.
And someone had said to me, what is it that you want for your birthday? All I want for my birthday is a chill day where we can relax together, have a good...
So far, so good. And hit the goal. Here we go. And hit the goal.
Time. Enjoy games.
Enjoy games.
And just be like, hey, it's another year here on the planet to enjoy each other's company. That's
Come on.
It.
Don't lie. Don't lie. Don't do that, you disingenuous piece of shit.
I'm not looking for anything crazy, Now, someone actually said to me, hey, Phil, what would be your overall goal?
Here it is. Here it is. If you guys don't know, this has already been asked earlier. Phil's goal, right, is not to increase. So goal measurements for my company, increase survey results by X%, like in terms of positivity, increase X number of sales, meaning your product has to be good. If you ever work for a company and they just blindly say, we want more money, bad company. I'm letting you know that right now. Phil's goal is to have a stream where he makes $3,000. I am not joking.
Like if you had one thing that you wanted to accomplish in 2025, what would it be? And I thought about it quickly. And my answer was simple. I was like, what I'd like to do this year is prove that I can be successful, profitable, popular with...
Wow! You fucking 16-year-old girl fucking mentality having bitch.
Out some other guys collabing. Because last year, by far, the thing that got me the most attention was the Review Tech USA React event that I did with Kino Casino.
Kino Casino. It wasn't the June the King documentary. It was the fact you were on with Kino Casino.
Documentary. It got the most views, it got the most attention overall, and it got the most support. So I would like to do something this year that will get me that level of, you know, notoriety and support, but what would it be? I honestly don't know. We're going to have to think about this, you know? It'll be a tough thing to do, obviously.
Oh, yeah, and by the way, when he brought this up last time, he's like, when do I think this should happen? On my birthday marathon, of course, as a joke, which wasn't a joke, but it was totally a joke, which wasn't a joke.
But if anything, like I said, like people were like, well, how well did you do during that event? And I was like, I know for a fact, like that one stream, I made like $3,000.
Told
I
you.
made over $1,000 in tips. And then the YouTube support was insane. We had tons of memberships and super chats, right? So 1,000,000%, I made like $3,000 that day. So if I could do something this year that beats that, I'd be like, there, I've proven my point. You don't have to be toxic. You don't have to be an internet bully. You don't have to
both things that you are.
be a jerk.
3 things.
In order to be popular and make any kind of profits on the internet, you can actually be a positive influence on the internet and not have to bring down others to be successful. So
I'm going to lose my fucking mind.
I don't want to live on this planet anymore.
You're not wrong, Dapper.
We'll see. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it won't. I don't know. I guess we'll figure this out. All right. But anyway, so yes, Sunday is my big birthday event. I'm excited for this, and I hope that you guys will join me for it. Now, I do have an update. I would like to direct all of your attention right here. Do you see that?
Oh, you fucking asshole.
That right there. Do you see what it says? It says, we are...
I don't want to make this about money, but also give me money.
Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money.
Money, please.
96.
Money, please. Money, please.
Out of 100 goals hit. All right. And FYI, that means very soon, we're going to be hitting 100 goals.
Yeah, I'm in a mood.
Which means every 10 goals, I do some kind of a celebratory event. But there's kind of an exception here. You might say, well, I don't get what's the exception. Well, we're already doing a marathon. You know, we've been doing every 50 goals hit. I do a marathon to celebrate for you guys. But this time around, we're already doing a marathon because of my birthday. So to be honest with you, I don't think we have enough time to plan another event right now. Because
get scammed.
Because of the marathon. So I'm thinking what we should do is for the 100 goal, just do a standard reward, like a...
$15,000. You $15,000. Do you know what you get? Do you know what you get for 15 grand? Fuck you. That's what you get. That's what you fucking deserve. You get fuck you for $15,000.
DSP tries it, but then we plan something bigger down the road, because I don't think the last thing we want to do is a marathon on Sunday and then try to do another marathon later in the week. No one's going to show up for the second marathon. You know, marathons work when they're spaced out, correct? Marathons work when there's special events that happen every month or so, and we can plan the event and have a good
I want to go have a fucking cigar and a fucking big gulp of whiskey right about now.
time, and it's worked for this birthday event, but we just don't have enough time to do a second marathon event right.
How about I come out at the beginning of every show and hit you upside the head with a hammer?
I'd watch that show.
And light your teeth on fire and puncture your eardrums with golf tees until your spinal fluid leaks out.
Right now, I don't think it would make sense. It would be like a rushed thing that people aren't going to really care about. So I'm thinking, let's now start talking about what should be next for this next event and figure it out. But in the meantime, it definitely looks like we're going to hit 100, you know, if not today, on Sunday during my birthday.
I can stand up from a chair.
Josh Glon, thank you for the 5, says, I went to my cousin's birthday a couple months ago. He had a lot of Minecraft decorations. He was super excited and had a great time. He was 8. I think this is an amazing observation, Joshua Klon. Well done. Well done. You're almost forgiven for giving Bromus the tank engine fucking cheeks.
Birthday marathon, right? So, you know, we had already talked about a few ideas for DSP Tries It, and one of the ideas was Taco Time, which is actually a Pacific Northwest exclusive franchise out here that does Mexican-American food, similar to Taco Bell. They're trying to compete with them and be better than Taco Bell. So maybe we could do that. and we can do it either Monday or Tuesday. It really depends on when we hit this goal. Just do it as a one-off episode. You know, listen, I know this is not planned or whatever, but it's better than to say we hit 100 and we don't know what we're doing, and then we don't do anything. I'd rather do...
I want you guys to look at this number really quick, all right? And just, I feel like you can say the number, but it doesn't really have the same impact until you see it with the commas and the decimal points and all that, Jess, okay? Guys, it doesn't make sense to give you a reward. It just doesn't. It doesn't make any sense. None. It makes no sense to give you a reward for this, okay? Because we have to space our marathons out, correct? Because, I mean, otherwise, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? You know, like, there won't be support. There won't be... Does it sound scummier now? Does it feel scummier now? Because it's fucking scummy.
Something rather than nothing, and then plan something bigger for later that people will like, then rush and do half-assed crap that no one wants. I don't want to do a second marathon this week. I just don't think it's going to work, you know? Like, my idea for a second marathon would be, like, to continue the Mega Man event. I don't think people are going to show up for that, you know?
Okay, sorry.
Okay. So let's keep talking about it, but that's my idea, is that we can do a DSP tries at either, like, Monday or Tuesday, and that way, at least we have an immediate reward for hitting the 100, but then we can plan a bigger event for later on down the line, maybe in a couple weeks. That would make more sense. Okay. All right. Because the thing is, we've been talking about this 100 goals event for 3 days, and no one's come up with any ideas. Everyone just keeps talking about the birthday marathon. I'm like, well, I know. That's the thing. The birthday is the big event. I do it every year. You know what I mean? So that's why it doesn't really make sense to try to have two things at once. So anyway, do a garage cleaning stream like the closet one. My garage is already clean. I already cleaned out my garage.
No.
There's nothing in there to clean.
I don't believe you.
Out. Done, 100%. I told you, I had a company come and haul away everything about a month and a half, 2 months ago. So my garage is 100% clean. That would be a pretty boring stream. Trust me.
Lazy fucking bitch. Did I hear that? I didn't hear that. Here's what I thought I heard. I thought I heard that this gated community living, I'm a hard worker, blue collar type guy, just like you say, was that he called somebody to come to his house and haul garbage out of his garage for him because he couldn't be bothered to do it. That's what I heard. There's no way that was accurate. I want to hear it again.
I told you, I had a company come and haul away everything about a month and a half, 2 months ago.
No, this was a fun stream.
So my garage is 100% clean. That would be a pretty boring stream. Trust me. Okay. All right. So I got all that housekeeping stuff out of the way. Today should be a great day of gameplay between Suikoden and Endgame. And of course, the return of Friday Night Fights later tonight with Street Fighter 6. I'm excited about that. And of course, the birthday marathon on Sunday. And then we get back to normalcy on Monday. I think Monday we're doing Atom Fall and more Disco Elysium. All right. So we get back to the regular rotation of things on Monday. Keep in mind, Tuesday, South of Midnight comes out. And I'm going to be playing South of Midnight on Game Pass on Tuesday. And before anyone says, oh, but what are you talking about? South of Midnight is already out. No, it's not. It's only out if you buy it for an extra price. Like, who would do that? It's literally out on Game Pass on Tuesday. Why would you spend extra money to play that game a few days early? You'd have to be a pretty desperate content creator. I don't know why else you would do it. Really, the game looks interesting. I'm excited for it to give it a shot, but I wouldn't pay extra to play that shit early. You know, it's already on Game Pass. Why are you going to drop more money? So we're playing it Tuesday, okay?
Yeah, it's not like, guys, it's not like he has, like, free cash floating around. It's not like...
Move this man!
It's not like in the last however many weeks or months, he's gotten an influx of cash that would allow him to pay the extra, I don't know, dollars to get access to the game. Why would he do that, guys? Why?
All right. Trying to think. Is there any other housekeeping stuff that I want to cover before we get to shout-outs and before we get to...
What the fuck was that look?
Is there any other housekeeping stuff that I want to cover before we...
I am the pinnacle of male fitness. I can stand up from a chair.
Well, it's a fantastic time to pause. One, because apparently Tyrone is in the room and is pantless. Secondly, Son of the Divine Bear, thank you for 5, says you hate doing the Lord's work. Keep it up, sir. Thank you so much, man. I'm assuming that means you are doing the Lord's work. I know typos are a thing. There's not a time I don't super chat and I look at it and go, wow, that was a typo. But thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 5. Yeah, either a corner demon is there or Tyrone is there. Take your pick. Oh, Critical Cringe is here on my DM, says Ghost. Am I on Ghost? No. Now I'm on Ghost. There it is.
Critical Cringe.
We get to shout outs, and before we get to
hey, what's up,
this
Jorge?
big Nintendo Tariffs news, hooey. What's up, Toasty Chestnuts? How you doing?
Oh, fuck me.
I think that's it. I heard everything. By the way, if you're wondering what's the light setup today, this is Pac-Man. So it's
Oh my God! Who the hell cares?
basically this, but in RGB form.
Don't care, didn't ask, cry about it, stay mad, get real, Elmold seed cope.
What it is, it's Pac-Man running back and forth across my background with a red ghost chasing him. Now, obviously,
they're fucking lights.
RGB strip lights can't exactly replicate that perfectly, but that's what it's supposed to be. And actually, it's funny because it's going throughout my whole office here. It's going wall to wall, Pac-Man running back and forth, being chased by this red ghost. And then after a while, the ghost catches up with him and he explodes. That's what you're seeing in the light show behind me today. Okay. All right. So let's get to shout outs. Let's do some shout outs, guys. Let's get some support going on the show today. Like I said, the Suikoden streak is a real thing.
We're back to streaks.
Every single time that I have played Suikoden, we have hit the goal, which is
Money, please.
wild. I'm shocked that this
Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money.
happen. Let's keep that going and support retro games so that I can play more of them and we can do Suikoden 2 later in the year.
All right, if he keeps going, I'm going to start spamming. I want you to be aware. All right, just fair warning.
Okay. All right. Shout outs time. Here we go.
All right, that doesn't count. Shout outs don't count.
So we start off today with a $5 tip.
Fucking cuck.
Happy Friday, everybody. Hope everyone has a great weekend. God bless and positive vibes from Flatman B. Thank you to Flat.
Oh boy, Flatman B.
Man, we're getting us started here tonight, or this morning, I should say, with a $5 tip. Thank you, Flatman. Let's get that up on the leaderboard.
What's up, Texas Packet? How you doing, man?
Looks like the, I was going to say, looks like the pop-ups, I shrunk them for smart guys. I will now increase the size so they look bigger. There we go. That should be correct now. Cool. Alrighty.
You guys have half the board cleared? Holy shit.
I also have the wrong leaderboard up. Oops, let me get this out of the way and put up the correct leaderboard so I can actually do shout-outs today. There we are. That's the correct leaderboard.
What?
I received a $2 tip.
From a troll. Come on.
Someone did a $2 tip.
Someone.
Saying, here's some support for Suikoden. I see you mentioning your goal would be to raise more than you did. No, this is wrong. He says, I see you mention that your goal would be to raise $3,000 in a single day to beat Kino Casino. That's not beating Kino Casino. What I want to do is I want to show that I can still be as successful.
You want to beat Kino Casino. Stop being going into the semantics about it. Oh my God.
Without them, as I was with the one collab. That was a big successful thing.
I don't want to make this about money, but
everything
also
outside of that, after that,
about money, but also give me money.
Their
I
ideas
don't want
were
to
not
make
good.
this about money, but also give me money.
I would say the Chain Together gaming collab was fun, but it didn't resonate because their audience isn't a bunch of gamers. Their audience is a bunch of drama queens because that's what they want. That's the content they make. Drama queen shit, gossip, bullying nonsense for idiots. So because of that, the audience didn't like gaming.
You fucking gay
outside
bitch.
Of that, everything else we tried to do didn't work. Their ideas sucked. And they couldn't get the cloud to get the good ideas going. If we had done a show with It's a Gundam, if we had done a show with Mudahar, if we had done a show with any of the candidates who we had talked about, it would have been great. They literally could get none of them. Zero. So the point I'm making here is I feel like I can be successful.
You can't.
And do stuff that works.
Not without begging.
Without having to be toxic.
Nope, but you have to beg.
Drama queen.
But you gotta beg.
Bullying nonsense.
But you have to beg. Lest we forget, you have to beg.
Kind of my goal for this year. I hope that
Presley, right? Thank you for the 5. Would you pick one pronunciation of Suikoden or Suikoden and stick to it? It has me perfect cell levels of bothered, you greedy fuck. All right. Doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. It bothers me a lot. It bothers me a lot. And why is that one still green? Hopefully that level of cell bother.
I can do something this year that would hit that level. Now, I don't know what it would be. You would think it would be a special event like a marathon or something would be when that would happen, right? But I don't know.
Oh,
but no,
my holy fucking hint, Batman.
Stuff that works.
I want to do stuff that works,
without
right?
having to be toxic, drama queen, bullying nonsense.
All right, fine.
That's kind of my goal for this year. I hope that I can do something this year.
I hope I can do something this year. Fine. You know, I want to present a product. I want to give you something. Okay, fine. Not a problem.
That would hit that level. Now, I don't know.
Don't know what that is. Sorry, I'm just making sure I have this ready to go. Fuck, where'd it go? Where'd it go? There we are.
What it would be. You would think it would be a special event like a marathon or something would be when that would...
You've reached your limit on talking. Shut the fuck up.
You'd think it would be a marathon. Hey guys, is there a marathon coming up? What? I don't know. I don't think he's talked about one. I don't think a marathon's coming up. No, there'd be... What purpose would there be to have a marathon coming up? I mean, besides the thing flashing on the screen, it's not like somebody's birthday's coming up or something.
Would happen, right? But
Fucking
I don't know.
Asshole.
But no, it's not. I'm not trying to beat them. To be quite honest with you, I'm not in competition with them. I never was. I'm nothing like them. I'm not trying to beat them in views or revenue or anything like that. That's not the point. The point is, I just want to show that I am a successful guy.
You know what? Go ahead and pour me a little bit of a full glass of that rum.
Bert.
No ice.
Despite the fact that I don't have to bully others and bring others down to get over. You see?
Yeah, he doesn't.
Test me, bitch.
Okay, so thank you for the $2 tip.
But now, bourbon.
Yes, It's a Gundam was there last week on their show.
And ripped your asshole asunder.
Proving the point that they had already made about him. This is how dumb my actual critics or detractors are.
I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct, legally. Everything was right. And now I get fucked.
The Gundam is so fucking retarded.
Okay, but no.
Literally in the DMs that I released, it showed PPP saying, It's a Gundam's a pussy. It's a Gundam will not actually ever do a real conversation with you because he's
They're fluffing you, you fucking idiot. You were being worked like the sacrificial lamb. You know what you don't do? You don't walk up to the sacrificial lamb, show him the fucking knife and be like, this is going across your throat in a little while. No, you give them the best food. You tell them they're the best sacrificial lamb ever and that they're the most loved. Then when they don't expect it, you fucking cut their throat.
Howard. He only wants to do content where it's easy pickings, everyone piling on one person, no conflict against him, no chance that he has to actually say anything intelligent or defend himself. He likes shooting ducks in a barrel, as they say, right?
I'm sorry. Can you say that one more time? You fucking... You know what, ma'am? You wanted to say something from the crowd?
He's like, you know, retarded for real.
I tend to agree. Let's hear him butcher this worse than the fucking bartender in Boondock Saints, shall we?
No chance that he has to actually say anything intelligent or defend himself. He likes shooting ducks in a barrel, as they say, right? That's what it is. That's what he wants. There's fish in a barrel, right? It's ducks in a row, fish in a barrel. He only does easy mode shit. That's the point. That's why he only does content on his own channel. He rarely does a live streaming appearance. And when he does, it's always the same shtick of everyone pile on. So he refuses to do the show with me when I'm going to be with Kino Casino because he's totally afraid, oh my God, he's going to lose. He's going to look like a loser. Look at the DMs. PPP was totally planning on piling on him and making him crumble, making him the loser in the situation. That was the plan. Okay, even told me how to do it because I didn't know anything personal about this guy. They did. And they told
dude actually almost got signed by Flea from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. He's the failure, though.
All this personal shit in those DMs, this is what you can use against him. This is what we're going to do. He backs out. Won't do it. Runs away with his tail between his legs, despite the fact that he was bothering them endlessly about not doing content with me or him being a part of the content with me, when we finally say, yeah, let's do it, he drops out and runs away. Okay? So now, guess what? I'm done with Kino Casino. I dump them. So now they start doing their, oh, let's crap on DSP arc. Very predictable. Very
Sounds like someone's posting cringe.
Very, very lame because it's what every other person has already done. Yet they got to follow suit because that's where the money is, because all they care about is money. They don't care about the quality
DSP Gaming, I'm retard. Why you so mean?
of their content. They don't care about how much they make for their viewers. They don't give a fuck about their viewers at all. All they care about is milking their viewers for money. So they do exactly the same shit as everybody else. And then they say, oh, now let's get It's a Gundam on the show. Well, yeah, because as you already said, the guy's a fucking coward. He'll only show up when it's everyone piling on someone and it makes him look good. So by literally having him on their show, they proved the entire point that we were saying all along. The guy's a pussy, a coward, an awful content creator, and a piece of shit.
Dude's about to crest 1 million subs. What are you talking about?
Pretty easy to figure out, and the results are there. It's not rocket science, but again, these people who watch this kind of content are that dumb. They're so fucking stupid. They don't even understand that they're all being conditioned to watch garbage and throw money at it. They're just that stupid. I mean, you can't stop stupidity, I guess.
I can't with this fucking asshole.
Let's continue, shall we? Let's not delve into the realm of drama too much. So we have...
Oh, CT Ling, he just backed it off. He backed it off after he called Gundam a coward, a pussy, worthless, that he's a shit content creator and all this, blah, blah, blah. You know, yeah, he... So we have a right hook, gut punch, kidney shot, gut punch, uppercut, and then a shot below the belt. Here comes the opponent, all pissed off. No, this was supposed to be a debate, a friendly conversation. Why are you coming at me to hit me?
Princess Luna with a $10 super chat this morning. Momentum for the soy codone streak. it's sweet coden. Sweet coden. It's supposed to be like four syllables. Sweet coden. Okay. Thank you, Princess Luna.
I'm fucking dying here. This is bad.
And we have Remy the Prince, £2 super chat. Chill stream with... Oh, he's insulting Ethan Ralph. Well, people are still doing it. It's crazy. Ethan Ralph has been over a week removed since he's been on Smart Guys, and people are still insulting the guy. Jeez, people really do not like that guy. Anyway, thank you guys for the early support. Let's keep it rolling. So right now we got some super chats and tips. Let's get our first sub over on Kick, and let's get
money, please.
some memberships here.
Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money.
On YouTube. All right, let's get that momentum rolling. Let's hit that streak again, or that,
I don't want to make
goal
this
again
about money, but
to keep
also
that streak
give
alive
me money.
for Suikoden.
I don't want to make this about money, but also give me money.
Before we get into the big Nintendo news again, every day I feel like there's Nintendo news. It's insane at this point.
Oh my god, it's like there's a new console coming out.
Oh, excuse me. Hooey. It went pretty well, although yet again, it went long. I swear, every episode of the show, I'm trying to get it to be around 2 to 2.5 hours long. I feel like that's the sweet spot for this show. I don't want it to roll on too long. And every week, it goes longer. Like, every single week, it ends up going longer. I'm like, damn. I just can't get it down to that spot of time that I want it to be.
Confirmed canon, a DSP can't hit the sweet spot.
Anyway, so, who was the guest host? Was it Mersh? Was it Cog? Was it anyone who people predicted? No. The guest host was someone who has been a part of the YouTube wrestling
That sentence had too many syllables. Apologize!
community and has done wrestling commentary before. Cypress TV, who also just happens to be one of my moderators in my stream chats, okay? And the way that I'm doing these hosts, if you can't figure it out yet, all right, is that...
Well, way to insult the fucking audience.
I don't want it to be the same kind of thing every week. The first week, it was Ethan Ralph because we all knew that Ethan Ralph was going to be dramatic and everyone was going to tune in to see, will he be able to do the show? Will the show be entertaining? Is this guy going to like freaking pass out during the show, or is he going to say something he's not supposed to say? That was the point of having Ethan Ralph on the show. Quite frankly, I think Ethan Ralph was a good host. He actually had a lot to say about wrestling, okay? Although there were things that definitely can be improved. Last night, Cypress TV was a much more less dramatic, level-headed kind of guest host. He knows a lot about.
Well, he was level-headed, but that's because all you had to do was set his tooth down, and then you could, check the bubble, and oh yeah, he's level.
Current wrestling. He actually had some very interesting takes on some plot lines that I had never even thought about. And I was like, oh, that's insightful. That's interesting. Maybe that's a good take. Maybe that's what's going to happen at WrestleMania. I don't want to spoil what Cypress.
Yeah, but what we also had was Cypress talking about Triple P, and I shit you not. And maybe, you know what, Rancher, maybe you can educate me. All you wrestling fans can maybe educate me on this. They said something to the effect of, oh, that's how you know they think of wrestling as just a show. As opposed to fucking what?
Said, because some of these were very interesting takes. All right. So I strongly recommend you give the show a watch, if you haven't seen it yet. And honestly, I feel like Cypress is well spoken in a way where like he sounds like an internet radio host. He does, like his mannerisms, the way he talks and sounds on the mic.
Wrestling is culture to people. What does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? What is culture? I don't understand. I feel dumb.
Sounds like an internet radio host. So it actually worked really well for the show, in my opinion. I even said this last night. I said, I think like last night's Smart Guys was the best wrestling commentary show. It wasn't the best for drama. We did a little bit of drama at the beginning, but not a lot.
I bet you guys don't believe me. Let me see if I can't find it really quick. I'm going to open another tab, not here. Let me see if Raw Phil still has it up, and I'm going to take a gander.
It wasn't the best for entertainment value, but if you're looking for actual quality wrestling commentary, which is the premise of the show, that was probably the best one that I've put out since the show rebooted back in January. Okay, so we are now 12 episodes in, and I feel like the wrestling commentary is finally hitting a very good level.
I'm sure you do.
Now also, we got enough support to open a pack of Topps cards, which we did, and there was only 3 packs left, and we didn't get the chase. So that means in the last 2 packs that are left there's a chase card, one of the rare ones that looks great, and we still haven't got.
Got it. It'll take me a second. Hold on. Is it set? It is set. All right, here we go. I'm going to back it up 5 seconds so you guys can hear this.
Me how to watch wrestling. Like, I don't know how to watch that. Oh, well, here's how you do it, Phil. You need the VPN and this and that.
Oh, he knows it all, but he's not real wrestling fan. Come on, it's a show to them, and I get it. I understand.
What does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? What does it mean? It's been bothering me all fucking day. What does that mean?
He's not real wrestling fan. Come on, it's a show to them.
As opposed to what, you flaming fucking piece of shit? What is it? With your fucking snaggletooth! Oh my god! I shouldn't be letting this bother me this much. Just
on it. In the meantime, the next box of cards has arrived. Okay, it was supposed to be here yesterday, but it didn't show up. But now I have it. So now for next week's show and for the big WrestleMania special that I'm going to do, I'm going to call it a WrestleMania Super Show. I will have 9 more packs.
Okay, thank you, James Mason. As a lifelong wrestling I can say, yes, it's a show.
Packs of cards to open, all right? And then, to be honest, that's it. I'm not going to be buying any more of these Topps cards.
It's not a show, it's a full feature film.
That box of cards that showed up cost me over $70. So each pack...
Guys, those packs of cards cost him $70. Wrong one. Fuck. Cancel. Cancel, I said. $70, guys. 70. Hold on. Let's go back and hear that statement one more time with this big ass number on the board.
Expensive. That box of cards that showed up cost me over $70.
70. One more time.
They've gotten too expensive. That box of cards that showed up cost me over $70.
And I know you guys are going to kill me for this. Oh my God, let the joke go. No, one more time.
They've gotten too expensive. That box of cards that showed up cost me over $70. So each pack of those cards was over $10 for 4 cards each. It's like, what is going on?
All right, what'd you get me, Dapper?
Shut the fuck up!
Thank you.
Going on. Why is it so expensive? This whole collecting thing is just completely out of control. I just don't get why collecting has been so overblown. This is very representative.
How many packs are in a fucking box?
representative of the 1990s, because in the 1990s it was almost exactly the same with comic books and cards and collectibles. Everyone
We're talking $530 pure profit. $530.
wanted them, and they were all overblown and overpriced. Like, no lie, a new action figure would
Ghost McFright, a solid wrestling fan. All right, so here it is. You're gonna help us out, Ghost. You're gonna help us out. The critique is, okay, I see. They think of wrestling as just a show. They're not real fans. Make that make sense. Like, I need it. I need the solution. I need the numbers, Mason.
be released in stores, and 40-year-olds would run to the store and buy out the whole inventory so the kids would go to buy.
You mean like you? Do you mean
cards and collectibles?
Wrestling Ranter, I thought you said... Oh, I didn't see it, Ranter. I didn't see your explanation. Hold on. So Ranter put it... Hold on. I think in this case he meant Smart Guys was just another show to them and wrestling wasn't important to him. Okay. Sorry, Ranter. Sorry.
Everyone wanted them, and they were all overblown and overpriced. Like, no lie, a new action figure would be released.
Hold on. Let's go back.
Collecting has been so overblown. This is very representative of the 1990s, because in the 1990s it was almost exactly the same.
How old is Phil? Anybody out there? It's a fucking Hitchhiker's Guide joke, actually, that the current age of Phil. 42. He's 42. That's the answer to life and everything. Now, in the 90s, there was a problem. In the 90s, collecting had this problem, and he lived through it. So now he definitely doesn't want to be part of that problem. So let's hear what that problem was.
With comic books and cards and collectibles, everyone wanted them, and they were all overblown and overpriced. Like, no lie, a new action figure would be released in stores, and 40-year-olds would run to the...
Self-awareness? Do you have any of it?
Store and buy out the whole inventory so the kids would go to buy the figures. There's no action figures. Then you would go to like the comic book store, because they actually existed in the 90s, and be like, oh, here's all the new action figures. They're being sold for $30 each. They're kids' toys. What the fuck's your problem? Why did...
You're opening cards. You're opening fucking wrestling cards as a 42-year-old on stream. You are the problem that you hated. You have become what you hate.
You run to the store and buy the children's toys, and now the children don't have toys because you bought them, and you know what I mean? So
no, I don't, because you are doing exactly what you say you hate.
It's similar today. It just seems like all these collectibles are so overblown and out of control. They're overvalued, and these cards, these Topps cards, are becoming way harder to get. So, yeah, that's going to be my last box. So this is the finale of me opening Topps cards on Smart.
We watch wrestling to invest in the art of moves of being delivered in the square, circle, wall. It's all predetermined, rehearsed. Moves, delivers, and slams they endured. It's like a play or a performance piece. But it's still a show.
Guys, coming up in the next couple of shows, okay? So, FYI, what's the future for Smart Guys, all right? We are doing another show next week on Thursday night. The third and final guest co-host. Again, a complete mystery. Absolutely nobody knows who this co-host is.
And I'll be honest, Ghost, like with you and Ranter kind of explaining it, I feel like that dude with the Scottish accent, he's like, which weighs more? A kilogram of steel or a kilogram of feathers? A kilogram of steel, because steel weighs more than feathers. And then it takes forever for people to be like, right, but they both weigh a kilogram. But steel weighs more than feathers. I feel like that when it comes to wrestling, this wrestling, but it's still a show.
All I'm going to tell you is this. Ethan Ralph was a super dramatic guest host. Cypress TV was not. All right? For week 3, let me just put it this way, because again, I really don't want to spoil. I think this is going to be a surprise.
Do it. Say diapers filled again.
That people are going to enjoy. For week 3, this is going to be a great one. Let's just put it that way. All right? This is going to be very interesting. I don't know how it's going to go, but I think however it goes, it's going to be entertaining. Let's put it that way, shall we? It's going to be a very entertaining final guest host for everyone. All right? I can't wait, because I know people are going to be excited now to see who is the guest host. It's
So Morgana, I get that. It says calling it fake is disrespectful because a wrong move can lead to permanent injury. In terms of a performance piece, I can completely understand the dedication and stuff like that to it. I mean, just like ice skating is fucking dancing on skates. You know, it's not fake, but it's a show. But if you fucking land wrong and your ankle snaps in 7 different places, guess what? You're not walking for a while, right? So I get it, but I don't get the logic of, unless he's talking about the Smart Guy's show, I don't understand the logic of, oh, it's just a show. He thinks of it as just a show.
Going to be a pretty big thing, but I won't spoil. All
Super
right,
crazy? Oh, that'd be funny.
All right. Anyway. Yes, it's The Rock. Correct. No, it's not The Rock. Stop that right now. Stop trying to spoil. So I'm going to do one more Smart Guys next week. Now, technically, there could be another Smart Guys before WrestleMania, because WrestleMania is over the weekend. I believe it's the 19th and the 20th, so Saturday and Sunday of April. But here's the thing. I would rather have a bye week and not do Smart Guys that Thursday before WrestleMania. And you might say, well, why? That's the week before WrestleMania. Well, a couple things, okay? Number one.
A bye week? You're not in sports.
The week before WrestleMania, even though the shows can get hype, you already know all the matches. You already know everything that's going on. There's not going to be any last-minute changes or shocking twists those shows right before WrestleMania, all right? Just to be honest, there's not going to be. You're going to know everything the week before, okay? So there's really not going to be much to cover that week before. I feel like it would be more like a filler show to begin with.
All right,
But number two,
okay.
I am planning on doing a post-WrestleMania super show, meaning after WrestleMania happens, I want that next day, so Monday the 21st, I want my first stream to be my WrestleMania coverage super show. And I'm going to talk with these guys and see
no one is going to care
if maybe they want to appear or not. If they want to appear, that'd be great. The thing is, I don't want to have a 4-hour, 5-hour show with 4 hosts and we're all talking. It'll never end. You know what I mean? What I'm thinking is open the show with my initial thoughts about everything that happened, like my best, my worst match, then bring on a guest. Like maybe have Ethan Ralph on. He comes on for a half an hour and we talk about what he thought about WrestleMania and we go back and forth. Then I bring on maybe Cypress. Then I bring on the third host. And so they have segments with each one, right? As opposed to if it was just all 4 of us talking, I feel like that would be too chaotic and we wouldn't finish. You know what I mean? Like it would just go too long. So that's what I'm thinking. A post-WrestleMania super show of Smart Guys. And by honestly, that could be like the end of season 1 of Smart Guys.
Yeah, and it's never coming back.
It started in January. It ran through WrestleMania season. And then, depending on how that goes,
if you don't give me money, it's going away.
Can judge if I want to continue the show or not. Because remember, this whole thing has been an experiment. I didn't know how Smart Guys was going to go, if it was going to work. Personally, I've really enjoyed doing the show. But if you take a look at it week to week, it's like this. Sometimes it's great attendance. Sometimes it's not so good. Sometimes there's great support. Sometimes there's not. Sometimes it meets in the middle. As long as it's in the middle, I'm happy, right? So I'm curious with these next week's show and then the WrestleMania Super Show. How will it do? Will it do well? Should I continue to do the show weekly? Should I maybe do it less often? Maybe do it once a month, once every 2 weeks? Should I have rotating guest hosts? Should I have one permanent host? I don't even know. Or I just don't know what to do.
You probably shouldn't, because if Kat gets wind that you get to have rotating guest hosts, but she only gets Tyrone, she's going to be upset.
So we'll figure this out over the course of April, all right, and go from there. Very well, it may be if WrestleMania is super exciting, right? And we're all left with a very awesome feeling of wrestling after WrestleMania being so good, then we want to continue. But what if WrestleMania sucks? Then maybe I want to give it a rest, right? So let's see. Let's see how the month goes. Fair enough? Okay. Excuse me.
Christ.
Big Boss says, viewers alone, how could you top the 10K Ethan brought in? Ethan Ralph did not bring in 10,000 viewers.
What?
If you didn't notice, all right, it was mostly view bots.
Okay, so then you have no popularity whatsoever. Cool.
After the dust settled and all the view bots were cleared off, Ethan Ralph's appearance was the second biggest of Smart Guys history. Episode 1 that I did in January actually is the most views of any
who'd you have on that show, Phil? Who'd you have on that show?
Episode of Smart Guys as of now. Ethan Ralph did bring in a lot of hype, but it was number 2. Those bots way overinflated the views on the show, and then YouTube slowly deleted those views away because they weren't real, and now the show is like 6,500. 6,500 viewers for the Ethan Ralph episode. Episode 1 brought in over 7,000 viewers back in January. Okay, so
Good for you. Never mind.
Yeah,
Just
the view
keep
botting was
going.
insanely out of control. Stupid idiots thinking that they were going to get me in trouble because Ethan would say something bad, and then, you know, because of the view bot inflation, YouTube would catch on or whatever. But it never happened. People are just dumb as hell. They waste their time and money. They're so stupid. Okay.
I mean, they're on your show giving you money, so accurate.
Okay. Okay. All right. A few more shout outs. We've got Hello Voltage with a $2 super chat. Fish sticks. DSP tries it. Messy hair. DSP dyes it. Great.
I have received stinking wet gorilla's fart hole.
Hello? Hello?
I accidentally pressed 2 buttons. Here, we'll make up for it.
I have received
Femboys, woo!
To reference stupid. Thank you. I've not tried fish sticks, and I do not dye my hair, for the record. If I dyed my hair, it would look a lot better, right?
Do you like fish sticks? Yes, I like fish sticks. They are tasty in my mouth.
It's so weird that people say stuff
You're a gay fish.
like that. You dye your hair. Don't you think that if I dyed my hair and stuff, like I would...
You dye your hair. The amount of energy you're giving back to the I don't dye my hair like claim, or the you dye your hair claim right now, you dye your hair. Okay? All you had to do is say, I don't. And that's it. And it's over. But no. Now it's time for a tangent.
Better, right? It's so weird that people say stuff like that. You dye your hair. Don't you think that if I dyed my hair and stuff, like I would do enough to it that it would look good? Like I know my hair doesn't look good, right?
Dipfuck, dyeing your hair doesn't grow more hair. It doesn't style your hair. Hair dye, stay with me, dyes your hair. Well, fuck. Oh my God, I have a fucking migraine. Oh my God, I feel like I burst a goddamn blood vessel.
Right? Like if I actually did work to my hair, I would try to get my hair to grow back here because I'm losing hair right here.
That's Rogaine! That's Rogaine!
I try to get my hair to grow back here because I'm losing hair in the back of my head right here. I try to make my hair even because it's not. You know what I mean? Like I would actually do like significant work to my hair if I was trying. I've done nothing. I've done no work at all to my hair. It just so happens my beard is almost completely white, but my hair has stayed almost completely black for some reason. And that'll change over time.
That
is not an answer.
I do have more grays that are coming in on the side. So eventually I'm going to have gray and then white hair. It's just going to happen as I get older, you know? Okay. Yeah, I don't even know what I would do. There's so many options, right? There's like, what is that stuff? What's the shit that you do? Is it Bosley Institute for Hair Growth or whatever?
No, that's where they shave your ass and put it on your head. You're thinking Rogaine and then Keeps.
And then there's Hair Club for Men. There's a Rogaine. There's a million things that people use to grow hair back, right? I don't even know if I would bother, okay?
You better pick soon because it's running like it's on a sprint to get off your head.
Beaver Bother did not tip me. Stop listening to Beaver Bother. He is a liar, okay? I received a $3 tip. No, I don't know. I don't know why you're telling me this. Someone tipped me $3, says, did you hear about a tragic fire that has happened at a cat sanctuary in Long Island? Sadly, 100 cats were lost in a fire, and the owner was rescued but passed away because they tried to save all the cats. No, I didn't hear about this, but I don't know why I would have heard about it either. I also don't know why you're telling me about this.
What? Fuck you.
I mean, that's very sad, but I don't know what that has to do with the show. But thanks for the $3 tip. Okay.
Fuck this. Fuck. Oh my God. You fucking inhuman asshole. What the fuck is wrong with you? Keep going. We're just gonna keep going. We're just gonna keep going.
Okay.
Speak! Speak! Why don't you speak?
It's very sad, obviously, but I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to say about it. Certainly not a topic that I'm like informed on or would know anything about, right? So
that's really sad. Man, that sucks. Maybe I could do something, look into doing something, charity, something.
What's wrong with you?
Drax, no. Oh, probably. Thank God. I thought you knew something. I thought you came from the future, man.
Eater says, this is not a troll, it's a genuine criticism. Can you stop assuming that because a game doesn't bring in your goal that no one's interested? No one said that. Go Eater.
You did!
Again, people misunderstand because you listen to the wrong people. You have to listen to me instead of my detractors. You have to stop listening to their highlights and clips that are out of context.
Not a cult leader, everyone.
I am a gamer. My lifelong passion has been video games. That's why I like doing gaming content. I love being a variety streamer, and I like playing games from all kinds of genres.
You guys need to stop listening to other people, okay? You need to listen to just me. Okay, you just me. Only me. At all times. And if you listen to anybody else, okay, just like King Be Cruel, if I can prove, or if I know, or if I think that you listen to somebody else, I'm going to say things like, so we know who you're listening to. And then I'm going to call you King Be Bitch and, say things like,
test me, bitch.
But I'm not a cult leader. No, I'm not.
It's a fighting game, an FPS, an action game, an RPG, whatever. I love them all, right? There's a few games I don't like for example, driving games usually I don't like stuff like that. But in general, I like being a variety content creator, all right? However, I'm not some giant guy who brings in thousands.
Yes, we know. Kat is very unsatisfied.
Of views every single stream. I'm not someone whose videos go viral. I'm not someone who gets sponsorships and partnerships or anything like that. I am very much an anomaly. I'm very different from the other content creators out there.
You are not a special. You are not. I'm not like other girls. I'm not like the other girls. I'm special. Fuck, Phil. My God.
I make my entire living off of crowdfunding. People coming to my streams and supporting this content. Do you understand?
What does this have to do with you shutting down a game because people don't pay for it?
Because of that.
Damn, you got a sponsorship at 1 week? Fuck, Dapper. I don't even have a sponsorship.
My model for success has to be that I do content and broadcast streams that will be funded. All right? It doesn't mean that a game is bad or good if someone supports it or doesn't, but I have to put out content that will make money so that I can operate a business and pay my bills and make a living. Do you get it?
All right, find a load-bearing beam. All right. Make yourself a human pinata and have Tyrone and Kat come and open you in Minecraft.
When you see other YouTubers and the first time that their video starts, it's like, and by the way, this is sponsored by so-and-so, the website builder, or this food subscription service. I can't do that. All right? I can't.
Why the fuck do you guys get fucking sponsorships all the time? What am I doing wrong besides cursing on the daily?
I'm not given those opportunities, and if I were, they'd be ruined by my detractors anyway. I can't do that kind of content. Do you get it? So because of that, I have to do content that's going to bring people to the streams and will be supported. Just because a stream is not supported isn't representative of if the game is good. I'll give you a perfect example of this. Monster Hunter Wilds. I played the beta.
I'll have to take a gander at that. I guess I don't use Stream Elements that much. I use the shit for my OBS. I haven't used it for growing the fucking channel or anything.
I actually really liked it. It ran beautifully on my PC, and I only made like $70. So does that mean Monster Hunter Wilds is a bad game? No, not at all. And does it mean that my audience doesn't like Monster Hunter Wilds? No, not at all. What it means is that for my style of streaming, whether it's my gameplay style, my personality, whatever it is, people aren't enjoying that enough to say, we want this to continue, let's support it. Get it?
Then why do you play things like the Hawaiian fucking RPGs that don't get support and then say, but I want to play it, you guys? So why is it when you want to play something, we can make sacrifices, but if somebody wants to see you play something, those sacrifices can't be made?
That's all it means. Now, that's the thing. There's going to be times when there's things that I want to do and I can't. Metaphor, for example, that was a game back in the fall. I played 12 plus hours of the demo of it. I loved it. I thought it was better than Persona 5. I was stoked and ready to play it, but I couldn't get people to show up to the streams. I couldn't get people to engage with me during the streams. They were actually ignoring what was going on in the game, and I couldn't get people to support the streams. As a person who makes a living streaming, this is not my hobby. This is not me messing around for fun. This is my job. I have to find product that I can put out that people will watch and then support. It's that simple.
After I beg. Like, if you had that grind mentality that I would put out shit that people want and you grew your channel holistically, naturally, without having to beg, fuck, man, you might actually get some respect for people. But the thing is, you don't do that, you flaming asshole. No, instead, you put on shit you want to play and then you beg and beg and beg and beg and beg.
Right? And that's it. This is not shit-talking games. This is not shit-talking an audience. That's just life. And it works for me.
No, you only
shit talk
YouTube.
Other people. Other people may find ways around it, like doing drama content that bullies people and hurts others, but then they get ahead because of it. Other people may become complete sellouts.
Test me, bitch. Test me, bitch. Test me, bitch. Test, bitch.
Drama content that bullies people and hurts others, but then they get ahead because of it. Other people may become complete sellout shills, where all they do is take in endless amounts of sponsorships, partnerships, and kiss butt 90% of the time. And then when people call them out on it, they get all pissy about it, because I've done that before, and those content creators got really pissy with me for. And then when people call them out on it, they get all pissy about it, because I've done that before, and those content creators got really pissy with me for exposing them for what they really are. But in my case, I am an anomaly. I'm very different from most other content creators that you watch, and you've got to accept that if you're going to watch and enjoy my content. If you don't, that's fine. You don't have to enjoy or watch my content.
Fucking
and I get it,
bitch.
You know, it's all good. There's enough content out there for everyone that you can watch whoever you like and enjoy whoever you like. Personally, I like my content. I like who I am. I like the fact that I can be here every day and not hurt others to get ahead and still make a living doing it.
And the fact that you think that you don't hurt others and that you like yourself, I normally say, be happy with who you are. I normally say, you know, don't let the world tell you how you should be. Phil, listen to the world and be very, very upset with who you are.
Really grateful for all of you for allowing me to do that. You know, I'm playing Sweet Coden and making a living doing it. It's pretty crazy to think about, right? Thank you so much. And that's that. But no, just because a game didn't bring in $150 on a particular stream, it doesn't mean the game's bad. It doesn't mean that gamers don't like that game. It just means...
It means you're bad. Don't you know? It means you're bad, viewer. If you would give me money, then I could continue playing the game. You're a slacker. You're slacking. Why haven't you given Phil more money? If you really like this game, if you want to see him play it, obviously you need to work harder. You fucking lazy piece of shit.
Means that with my audience, it doesn't work. And that's okay. Not everything will always work with a certain audience. Get it? Ryu says, do you think you would ever do a playthrough for yourself irrespective of your audience's reception?
You do that all the time with the fucking, what is it, Yakuza or what? I don't care.
In some ways, like how you did Earthbound back in the day because you love the game. Yes, from time to time, that's perfectly viable, right? Here's the thing.
I have received...
What's happened is, since last summer, I have been seen by...
Oh, God. You know, something tells me, I don't know what, I'm thinking Phil might be being viewbotted right now. Maybe. Just maybe.
More people in a positive light than for a very long time. And even though the efforts now of the guys at Kino Casino is to dump on Phil and make content out of Phil that will make them money, what they don't understand is that it's too late. I've already been seen in a positive light. There's already more people watching my content and being like, oh, so yeah, actually what Phil does isn't that bad. In fact, it's quite good. He's just different than others, and that's fine. There's a reason why he has to be different from others because of the situation he's in.
Yeah, because you fucking made your bed. Now you got to lie in it.
He's never done anything heinous. There's no reason to hate the guy. And I like him now, and I'm going to give him a
He's never done anything heinous. Dude, you know when people say things like, I'm a law-abiding citizen, you realize that's the lowest point of the bar, right? Like, everybody expects you to be a law-abiding citizen. It's not a point of honor. It's a point of, yes, that's default. Why are you claiming this like it's some hard thing to do?
shot. Overall, opinion has gotten much more positive toward me. If that weren't the case, you wouldn't have people who want to be on Smart Guys. People would be running for the hills and want nothing to do with me.
Dude, look at the caliber of people you had on Smart Guys. One of them's wanted in the United States. The other one could pick up fucking DirecTV on his front tooth. What's your third one gonna be? Dahmer's ghost?
Right? So that's it. It doesn't matter how, you know, how you like to flip on stuff or change stuff. It doesn't matter. It's already, you know, it's already happened. And now I'm doing much better. I'm doing much better. Overall, streams are going better. Revenue is up. Everything's good. All right. So in that regard,
I think we should give this guy a chance. I think, he gets a bad rap. Everybody, Genghis Khan.
To do content that's going to resonate with my audience, that again, I'm going to get views, engagement, and support. Yes, I very well right now could be like, hey, let's play a game that no one cares about, right? And we could do that. But to be frank, I don't think that's really working right now. What I need to do right now is find the games that are going to work, to cover topics that people want to hear, plague things that people will show up and engage and support, right?
Did he say plague things?
To cover topics that people want to hear. Plague things that...
Yeah, he did. Plague things. Yes. An accurate description coming to your streams feels like I'm receiving the plague.
People will show up and engage and support, right? That's what I need to focus on right now, because I'm at a situation now where if I can keep levels at where it is, right? If I can stay at the levels that I was at, things are going to get much better for me and my family and this business.
Asshole, you have to save money for things to get better.
Look at the changes that I made in the last 6
They're all superficial. Everything that you're about to fucking list off. Your microphone, your fucking background, your goddamn background toys, your goddamn mouse, your keyboard, your computer, your other computer, your PS5 Pro, all of it is superficial. It has nothing to do with you as a person. It has nothing to do with your morals, your values, how you act, how you treat people. Nothing. You are still a piece of shit.
Months. Multiple camera angles. So now I can actually do new kinds of content in great quality that I was never able to do before. I've got Pac-Man running back and forth across my keyboard right now. I couldn't do that before. I can do unpacking, unboxings, DSP tries-its, all kinds of fun stuff with new stuff. My face cam dramatically improved, right? My face cam now is actually professional grade, where previous...
I need dragon's breath to make it burn when I check out in Minecraft.
It never was, right? Now my face... Oh, what did I just do? I just screwed up. Oh, shit. I clicked the wrong thing. There we go. My face cam now... I can get this to load. Okay. Looking much better than ever before, right?
Okay, well, pause game on point, because what the fuck am I looking at right now? Right? We've got half Valley Girl, half Grandpa Moses. I don't... What am I looking at? What is this?
Right? So now when I do new playthroughs, you can see my expressions clearly. And now when I do thumbnails and stuff, it looks absolutely amazing.
Yeah, because Starziak left and stopped doing your thumbnails. Why? Because you're a toxic piece of shit.
Like, top-notch shit, right? My setup, looking better than ever before, looking professional.
Yeah, and when you bump it, it all falls over.
Baby
then you turn around and you look at the camera and go, I expected it to do that. I knew it was going to do that, guys.
Because I have the ability to do all this new stuff that I couldn't do. My gameplay quality, my stream quality, it's all been dramatically improved.
What is this? Every time Phil brags about not being a criminal.
You're supposed to, you dumb motherfucker! What's on the cookie?
So now the sky's the limit. In addition to that, because I'm making what I'm making, we can literally jump from game to game with...
From game to game?
No limitation.
Then why do you keep begging?
The problem used to always be, because Phil is limited in what he can play, he has to buy games and always play them to completion, even if we don't like them and he doesn't like them. And now a new game just came out that's virally popular, and Phil cannot play it because he can't afford it. Same thing. Well, we had an idea, Phil. You should start building Legos, or you should do this or that. Well, I can't do it. I don't have money. But now I do.
Not the flex. Okay. Well, now I do. Guys, we need to hit the goal or I have to wage quit. Why do you have to wage quit? I thought you had money.
Now I have the flexibility to do all of those things that people always wanted me to do. Why? Because I'm making smart business decisions. Because I'm not saying, oh, we're going to force ourselves to play a game that no one cares about and no one's watching and no one's supporting. But instead, I'm playing a game, and if it works, we stick with it. If it doesn't work, we dump it. Right? Which is, by the way, what a ton of other content creators have always done. This is not a new philosophy that all of a sudden only Phil has adopted. This is something that a lot of successful content creators have always.
Yeah, but there's the problem, Phil. They're successful, and they derive their success based off personality, knowledge, skill set, being likable, having tits, having muscles, whatever. Okay? There is something about them that makes a person or people go, I want to watch that guy. What do you have? What do you do that makes people want to watch you? We know you have tits, but no one wants to see them. I checked the spoons out for Toxic Channel. I wanted to type it here on YouTube, but it's being a Brady bitch for blocking it. Hold on. Spoons out. Okay. Because YouTube is being a bitch for censoring during live streams. Do a figure 4 leg lock to snap his, all in Minecraft, to snap his kneecaps, and then a Fujiwara arm bar to rip the elbows from the ligaments and puncture the joint capsule in Minecraft. Then a camel clutch to completely pop his head so the internal carotid arteries will paint the roof with his of his decrepit house in Minecraft.
I have received
graphic. Maffey, thank you for being a member of the Rats for 10 months. Now, if only you could buy a new personality along with his upgraded rig, LMAFO. Unfortunately, or FAO, sorry. Unfortunately for Phil, the cost of a new personality is out of his price range. I don't know what it would be, but it's much, much higher than anything he has.
Please done. Let's try a game out on stream today. If we all enjoy it, great. But if we don't, move on.
Can I stop prop blocking spawn, please? I'm breaking NLR. What?
To another game that you guys like. Well, for me, it's like, oh, well, Phil's the devil. Because how dare he rage quit a game or rage quit a game?
Sorry.
Literally, it's a common industry practice. All of my peers do this. But it's never good for Phil to do something.
You don't have peers. You are inferior to all of them.
It's always the wrong thing to do, right?
Yes, you are an inferior human.
No, this has been working for a very long time. It's going to continue to work. I need to stick to my guns on this. Maybe every once in a while, if things are going so well, right, that every other stream is doing well, then I can say, all right, I'm absolutely aware that we're not going to...
This will never happen. Ever. Whatever theory he's about to postulate, where maybe one day we'll be so successful that I won't care about money, will not happen.
Make a lot on this or do well with this. All right. And if that's the case,
it won't
that's
happen.
Fine.
It won't happen.
But right now, I want to stay the course of what we're doing because it's working. Let's play the games people want.
Wow.
Let's skip the games that aren't working. Right?
One,
I played Assassin's Creed Shadows for 9 hours. It got boring as dirt. The entire stream was disengaged. No one gave a shit about the game. Dump that turd. Flush it. There's no reason to keep playing these games that don't hold interest. Why? I'm trying to entertain an audience. If no one is entertained to the point where they won't talk about the game, they won't show up for the stream, and they won't support it, why am I streaming it? This is my job.
How are you not ashamed of yourself?
Right? Why would I even do it? Why would I go to work and do things that don't benefit the job? That's my take anyway. All right? So there you go. This is the key to success at this point. Things might change in the future. For now, this is working. Let's stick with what's working to keep the success
43,000 watching
going so I can continue to have these improvements, this flexibility, and better times for myself and my family. I think it makes sense, doesn't it? I hope that makes sense, okay? Okay. All right. Did I shout out everything? I think I did now, right? I think we got through all the shout outs.
Yeah, 44,000 people, $24 in support.
Okay. So, folks, we have one news story for today. All right, we do. And it ain't a good one. All right, here is what's going on right now amidst all this Nintendo Switch 2 launch madness that's been happening all week long. We've been talking about the release date, the cost, the accessories, and everyone's been talking about how it's so expensive. Nintendo doesn't seem to be the cost-conscious purchase anymore. It doesn't seem to be the value for a family anymore. Literally, it looks like the Switch 2 is at the premium system. $450 for the console. Memory cards for expansion. Ridiculously expensive because you need this express version of the card. All the accessories are expensive. The games are priced at
you were saying hello, 150 per stream. Hello. Gotcha.
Premium prices, $70, $80+, right? So all of this discussion going on. And then, ladies and gentlemen, this morning, we get this news. You ready for this? Nintendo delays Switch 2 pre-orders in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And this all came from this announcement from GameStop this morning. Pre-orders for Nintendo Switch 2 in the U.S. will not start on April 9th, 2025, in order to assess the potential impact of tariffs and evolving market conditions. Nintendo will update timing at a later date. The launch date of June 5th is unchanged. GameStop will continue to work closely with Nintendo and provide updates as soon as more information becomes available. Stay tuned for further details.
Thank God for Phil, because there's no way you could have read that yourself.
And so then literally every news outlet picked up on that story and
I am the
regurgitated.
pinnacle of male fitness. I can stand up from a chair.
Joe Dub, thank you for the 5, says DSP Gaming, but handhold me through the game and give me your whole paycheck while my commentary is dead air, goat, and snake laughs, and I have received. Yeah, it's completely authentic and robust and meaningful content. I said this in my last video. By the way, there's if you haven't seen it, I put out a video yesterday or the day before. His thing about they're meaningless or they're terrible people or they don't make meaningful content. It's not better for the planet, blah, 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 right? So I went with the inverse of that thought process and went, why the fuck is your content meaningful and positive? What do you give? What entertainment is there? What is it? It's what makes it have meaning. And I honestly can't think of anything. Thank you, by the way.
Reported it. See? So you might say, well, wait, what are we talking about here? What tariffs? Okay. Well, if you didn't...
Asshole, everybody knows about the tariffs. Everybody knows Trump was talking about the tariffs. Oh my God.
No. President Donald Trump has essentially clapped back at the world. What does that mean?
Oh my God, we're getting DS politics. Someone kill me. In Minecraft.
The world has always instituted hefty tariffs against United States products.
Source?
For example, Vietnam has something like a 90% markup on American goods. If anyone who lives in Vietnam wants to buy something from the United States, they have to pay a 90% tariff in order to get that item imported. Okay?
Source?
Some countries have always had these issues. For example, Brazil. In Brazil,
who gives a shit?
The cost of everything has always been sky high. And people say, why? It's because of issues like this, these ongoing tariffs, where everything that they try to import in Brazil is just way expensive. And you might say, well, what's the purpose of tariffs? What purpose do they serve?
Oh my God, someone shoot my dick off, please.
The idea behind a tariff is...
it would be less painful.
If you make a foreign product, a product that's manufactured outside of your home country, more expensive to buy than a product that's manufactured in your country, then your populace is more apt to just buy domestic products, i.e. products manufactured in your home country. This means that now the companies in your country will do better. This will result in better sales, better job creation for your country. And you're trying to basically improve your country's position with these tariffs, right? One of the major problems we have in the United States is, no exaggeration, the vast majority of products that we as Americans purchase are foreign products. I couldn't tell you out of
all of it is from overseas, fuckwad.
All the products that are literally sitting in front of me right now, my keyboard, my mouse, this mouse pad, okay?
That's not a mouse. Oh no.
I have received...
it's called the KVM switch. Oh my God.
This Stream Deck, this other mouse pad rest here, my laptop, this freaking Portal 2 coaster that I have sitting right here, the webcam, this boom arm, the mic itself, all the crap you see behind me right now. I guarantee you, there is not a single product sitting in front of me that was manufactured in the United States.
Correct.
Every single product was manufactured outside of the U.S., and the problem with that is that our country has fallen into this gap, this problem. We don't manufacture anything anymore that anyone wants. So all the business is left. All these companies have outsourced all their labor elsewhere. So when you look at the U.S. economy and you say, why are there no good jobs here? Why is every job fast food?
Oh, no. Oh.
Being a waiter or a waitress or a bartender, working in a...
And you know what? Fuck you. What is wrong with being a waiter or a waitress or a bartender? Fuck you.
Retail store. This is why. Because we don't make anything. Everything is cheaper when purchased outside of the U.S. All right? So that's why we're in the situation we're in.
I didn't even see the pause game. Not lying.
Every other country out there already has big tariffs against our products. You have to pay double, triple for our products if you buy them in another country. All I'm going to do is make this an even playing field because they've gotten this one up on us forever. So now I'm going to put tariffs back on their products. If we're going to import from China, boom, 30% tariff. If we're going to import from Vietnam, boom, 40% tariff. Let's just keep laying these fuckers out, right? Across the board, like they've been doing to us.
Fuckstick, do you think the country we put the tariff on pays the tariff?
Now we'll make the market fair. And now we'll see over time how this will affect things. Will this actually benefit the United States, where maybe we'll actually start to get products from the US again because they'll actually end up being cheaper than the ones we're importing? Or vice versa, maybe some of these countries will realize, oh shit, everything we're buying now is so much more expensive because a tariff has been imposed. So,
oh my God, he does. Oh no. Oh no, you sweet summer retard. The American people pay the tariff. It's supposed to, it's designed to make companies want to manufacture in-house, not to make costs go down elsewhere. I can't, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. You can't be this dumb. You cannot be this fucking stupid.
So let's actually be more reasonable to the United States and let's relax the tariffs that we've been putting on these products. All right. So what Trump is attempting to do is play hardball. He's hoping that if for immediate short-term issues of like raised prices, that long-term, the world's going to realize you can't fuck with the US anymore because we're not going to be a pussy anymore. We're going to actually.
This coming from Phil.
Stand up to you guys trying to bully us.
So here comes Vietnam, Brazil, whatever. Okay. They're like, hey, we're going to fight you. What DSP would want America to do is run into the bathroom, cower, and be like, I'm an alcoholic.
So maybe this will work. Maybe it won't. There's no way to really tell. To be honest, I'm not really following politics too heavily. In this
then why are you talking about it?
Case, I just kind of know what's going on because, you know, you see how it's going to affect it. What's going to happen? Could our food costs go up? Yes. Could the other costs go up?
What the hell is wrong with you?
What the oh,
yes.
God.
All right, we don't know what's going to happen. All of our prices might shoot up dramatically now for everything we buy here in the country for like a year. Or it might not. It could.
Wow. Oh, my God. Fucking Dick Cheney out here. I don't know when. I don't know where. We don't know who. We don't know how. But something terrible is coming.
Only be a short
or not
term thing. And then the countries will relent and be like, all right, you know what? Trump's playing hardball. We're going to relent. We're going to lower all our tariffs now. And then maybe Trump will be like, all right, well, because you did that, now I'll concede and I'll relax our tariffs. So what will happen? We really don't know. All right. We just don't know. It's a new thing. This really hasn't been attempted in a long time. Okay. But since Trump is now enacting all of these tariffs, that means that all of these products that we're getting out of the United States are going to cost more. The Nintendo Switch 2, 100% will be more costly because of these tariffs.
Idiot, you should actually be able to put two and two together here, right? So hear me out, fucking idiot. I'm assuming Japan is the manufacturer, if not China. We'll just say Japan because I believe that's where Nintendo is based. We'll say Japan is the manufacturer. Japan is not levying tariffs. They're not. The US is levying tariffs against Japan, China, whoever it is. Doesn't matter. Why would our costs go up, according to your dumbass logic, if it's the other country that pays the tariff? You fucking retard.
So what Nintendo is saying...
China. So it is China. Okay.
Is if Trump is serious and he's instituting these tariffs right now, we can't, in good, knowledge, faith, conscience, do pre-orders. If we do a pre-order now for $450, right? But by the time that this thing's going to go on sale, the price is skyrocketed for us by another $100 a unit. We can't do that. We're shooting ourselves in the foot. So what they're going to do is they're going to wait. He's going to wait, maybe wait a month, right? Maybe in May, the pre-orders will go live in the United States. And let's see, did the tariffs actually go into, effect? How much did they affect prices? And maybe they're going to scale. Maybe it's not $450 anymore. Maybe now the price is $550. Okay? Now, the funny part is we've already been saying the Switch 2 is going to be too expensive. Not the base console price, but the fact that the games are going to be $80, $90 each, whatever it's going to be. That the accessories All right.
Holy shit, Aaron, huh? I'm a fucking gajillionaire. If 300-pound Olympic weight sets are now $500, dear God, I'm in the money.
Are going to be so ridiculously expensive, right? That's the problem. And now on top of that, you're going to inflate the cost of the console's pre-orders, and you may even be inflating the cost of all the accessories. Like right now,
the importer pays the tariff and the costs are passed to the consumer. Yep.
Claim the Pro controller $79.99. There's nothing to stop them from saying, well, because of the tariffs, now it's $99.99. However, what Nintendo doesn't realize here is very simple. This is not going to be supported by the common gamer anymore, because if you're making the switch to a premium product, people expect premium results. Did anything we saw from these directs this week say premium? To me, what I saw was try to catch up with everyone else, not excel past everyone else. This is not, oh, our graphics are better. We have more features. We're just getting the same features as everybody else now, right? So the common gamer might be like, do you really think I'm going to drop $550 to $600 for the console, $100 for a controller, $200 for a memory card, $300 to buy 3 games?
I think it was Jad was saying the other day, this is a good Theo theory, that he just goes out to ChatGPT and says, ChatGPT, write me a speech. Because this does not sound like anything he should be talking about.
Do you think I have $1,500 to spend on Switch 2? The common person does not. Now, gamers...
You do, you fucking asshole.
And techie guys, content creators like me, yeah, we have the money to drop on it. We absolutely do. But the common person does not. All right? So this could actually significantly hurt Nintendo in a way that they never anticipated. Kind of like how back during COVID, the lack of processors completely destroyed the PlayStation 5 launch for several years. So I'm very curious of what might actually happen here. This is unprecedented. We haven't had anything like this happen in history yet. So what will happen? Will the market bear this? Will prices skyrocket? Will the tariffs hurt Nintendo? This all could be very, very realistic. And I've never seen a console say, oh, it's going to be on pre-order, and then within 2 days, oh, no pre-orders. We're delaying it. We'll see what happens. It's just never happened before.
Yeah, and fantastic point. Phil basically is saying, no. You guys can't buy it. I'm better than you. It's my content, so I'll buy it. I have the money.
So let's see what happens and go from there. But there's not much to say until we see what happens with this market and with these tariffs and you know what Nintendo decides to do. Nintendo suspending the pre-orders in the US definitely means they're probably going to raise prices. It ain't going to be $450 anymore, which is kind of dumb because here's why. Everyone says this. First impressions are everything. You have one chance to make a first impression, and that's what sticks in everyone's mind. I'll give you a perfect example. Be $450 anymore, which is kind of dumb because here's why.
All right. From Ack the King, from everything we've heard, guys, it's not fair. Guys, it's not fair. It's not fair that I'm not treated like other gamers. It's not fair that I'm not treated like other content creators. Oh, everybody else can do this stuff. But I can't because I'm Darkside Phil. And, you know, oh, that was so long ago, you guys. It was so long. I don't understand it. Now, you were saying, Phil?
Everyone says this. First impressions are everything. You have one chance to make a first impression, and that's what sticks in everyone's mind. I'll give you
Now, do you understand why people fucking hate you?
Perfect example. When the Xbox One was originally announced way back when, what was it, like 2012, 2013? And Don Matrick said, no digital trading. You can't trade in games anymore. You can't give your game to your friend. You need internet at all times and all of that, right? The entire industry flipped against him and said, we don't want this. This is, you're an asshole. And then they went back on all of that. They literally said, okay, we're going to go back on all that stuff. But the common person didn't know. The common person only saw the original announcement for Xbox One and still thought when the console launched, it's digital, digital only. You need online all the time. You can't trade games. They still thought all that, even though Microsoft had very much backpedaled on all of it. Nobody knew. With Nintendo, they've already did their big announcement. They've already given you the initial launch prices and the date and the availability. If they change it, a lot of people might not even realize they're changing it. And then when they actually go to get it, be like, wait, what? That sticker?
So then they won't buy it.
Shock. And this might very well hurt Nintendo in a big way in the United States. Now, outside of the US, Nintendo has said they're not doing anything else like that. So I guess we'll see what happens moving forward. If anything, boy, guys, let me just say, I must be the luckiest motherfucker on earth.
What?
I just literally upgraded my entire setup, right?
Oh my God.
Got a mid to high-end gaming PC, a great capture streaming PC, all this tech, a PS5 Pro. I've got everything that I need right here. So I don't have to spend any money right now. If I did, I might be spending double what I just spent to upgrade everything. So, whew, boy, it's like everything lined up perfect for me.
Yeah, except for the fact that, don't you say your motherboard's a piece of shit and everything's broken and blah, 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 but then, oh, wait, you found out that actually you're just an asshole and you don't know shit about fuck? That was fun.
To be able to do everything at the right time, because I could have been fucked. Imagine if, like, right now I was going to upgrade my setup and I go to buy everything and everything's double price. Oh, my God. So,
yeah, and I thought everything was donated, Phil. I thought one of the PCs was donated. The PS5 Pro was donated. What? I'm confused.
Wow. A big sigh of relief for me, but for any consumer right now who's in the...
What do we got here?
Dude, it's just like this guy is just so fucking stupid. He doesn't understand tariffs, yet he doesn't also understand completely why people are upset with Nintendo. It's not just that Nintendo is making this console super expensive and raising the prices. It's because Nintendo is setting a standard that other people will fucking follow in the game industry. They're gonna take the front of it so other people can raise prices for the games.
Yep.
Yet Phil wants to still support Nintendo by buying their console so that they could fucking keep doing this shit.
Yeah.
So it's like he's complaining about this shit, but he still wants to buy the console. It makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, it's we want to raise the games to $80. Great. Now PS5 has a reason to raise their games to $80.
Mitch, can you imagine someone who's in the midst of like opening a business right now or doing a significant upgrade and all of a sudden all the prices have been insane? I mean, that's just...
Phil. Do you understand the importance of saving now? Because life is a fucking asshole. And so you want to have something squirreled away. What? For just what we might call a rainy day. Now do you know what a rainy day fun is, you fucking retard? Ira, thank you for the 2 cents. Dude bought so many lemons you'd start a grove. Hey, at least he wouldn't get scurvy, right? He'd be fine then.
Freaking crazy.
Thank you, Ira, for the 2.
I guess let's see what happens. All right? Whew. All right.
Yeah, just get 14 credit cards instead. Yeah, there's no reason to save. No. Why do that when I can get 14 credit cards?
All right, I got a couple shout outs to do. And then we'll just open up the Q&A for the rest of the show. All right?
Oh, and by the way, just off topic here. The more successful you are when credit card offers come your way, be very fucking careful. Know your fucking limits and all that jazz. If you guys don't know the backstory of my dumb ass, I got myself into some credit card problems. I paid it all off. It's all gone. Hooray, hooray. But when I had just gotten with my new company and I got a significant salary increase and all that jazz, the first credit card I got had a $65,000 credit limit. That was really dumb for me to get. So be very careful with that shit, because woo, that shit adds up quick.
So we've got a $1.50 tip from Beaver Bother. He says, I got banned for alerting you. No, you got banned because you spammed the chat like 17, 18 times. It was incredibly obnoxious and you know it. And you bother me. You're very annoying. That's why I banned you from Kick. I don't want to see you in there anymore because you're just fucking annoying. And I can't concentrate when you're constantly spamming the chat, tagging me. Hey, Phil. It's like a 5-year-old who grabs your leg and she's pulling your pants. Hey.
No drama, right? We don't insult people here. No, we don't do drama. We don't do hateful content. We don't do insulting content.
You can keep your $1 every day that you give me to stop annoying me. Okay? Thanks. And I received another $1 tip. So let's see here. Vietnam's average tax on U.S. products is less than 10%, not 90%. I didn't say it. I was giving a hypothetical. I don't.
Oh, you fucking asshole. No, you weren't. You were not.
I am not. I want you to understand something. No, I'm not giving you actual percentages that are real. I didn't sit here and get data this morning, all right? That was just me saying, hey, if it was this, well, then it's this. You know, that's all I'm saying. Don't take anything that I said. Oh, that's factual. Phil said 30%, 40%, 90%.
So then, thank you. Then why talk? When as soon as you said Vietnam has 90% tariffs, I was like, fucking source, please. And then somebody's like, no, they have 10%. Oh, yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about, guys. Oh, my God!
There's no real numbers there. That was just me giving examples, okay? Please don't take that the wrong way. This is not DS politics. I didn't research anything, okay?
Oh, God. Make him stop. He can't be allowed to do this.
Now he says, this isn't Trump clapping back. He's put tariffs on islands that don't have people. Well, I don't know about that. Okay, practically everything is about to be too expensive, not just to switch to. That's why markets are now in free fall. We're likely going to be in a recession this year, and the Fed chair said today inflation is likely to rise significantly. Great. Well, thanks for the $1 tip. Sounds great. Again, I don't know what's going on. We'll see. Is this not unprecedented? I would say it's unprecedented. I don't think we've seen anything happen like this at all. So this is pretty wild. I guess the question is this.
Oh, it's not thus?
Right? Trump obviously thinks he knows what he's doing.
You just sold the tariffs. You just sold the tariffs as Trump's clapping back. He's saying, we're not going to take it anymore. And we're bad America. America. Fuck yeah. And now we get this? Paul J. Brassel, thank you for the 5 cents that R2D2 sent me. Hi, bro, siding gang. How you doing, Paul? Good to see you. And there was much rejoicing. Yay. You just went on one. That Trump was a badass, you guys. So, what is this?
Is this, right? Trump obviously thinks he knows what he's doing. He thinks that these tariffs are going to benefit the U.S., okay? He wouldn't purposefully do something that would hurt the country.
Oh, no. So you're operating under the mindset of do not assume malice, which is a good way to think about things. Why the fuck don't you think about YouTube shit like this? Why don't, when they do something, why don't you go, obviously YouTube wouldn't release code that they knew was going to be bad. No, it's all their fucking retards and their coders don't know shit. But now that it's God tier Trump, it's, well, he wouldn't do stuff that he knows would hurt the little guy.
He's the president. Why would he actually purposefully want to hurt the citizens of the country? But the question is, what is it that he actually thinks is going to happen here? What is the intention? How long will it take for his intended outcome to happen? And who is it in his ear telling him this is a good idea? And do they know what the hell they're talking about? I don't know.
Oh, and now we're to Taha's. Oof, we're really off kilter now. Just the detractors are sad. He's gone bankrupt multiple times, dude. Yeah, just like you, Phil. Well, soon to be you.
Detractors are sad that a $2 super chat. He says he's gone bankrupt multiple times. Oh, I'm aware of that. You guys act like I'm defending Donald Trump. I'm not. I've told you guys this many times before.
Anybody else here think like he was defending Donald Trump in that first speech when he was talking about tariffs and look at Vietnam and their 90% tariff and Trump is clapping back? Anybody else think that he was fucking defending Trump? Because it sure the fuck sounded like he was defending fucking Trump.
Do you not like Donald Trump? Yeah, I don't like that man at all.
No.
His attitude, the way he operates his businesses. I told you, so I worked at helicopter support.
Oh my! I can't.
Which is a helicopter aftermarket support company. Trump had an account with that company. And here's how he operated it. He would call yelling and screaming saying, we need a part for our helicopter right now because we're grounded. So our company would send him the part. He would say, thanks, and then he would never pay. He would literally not pay. We would send invoice after invoice. He just wouldn't pay for the part. Then all of a sudden, he would call 6 months later, and he'd say, we're grounded again. We need a part. And we'd look at our invoice, and we'd be like, no, you owe us a bunch of money from 6 months.
So now, first of all, this is so good. This is so great. Guys, I'm sure he wouldn't do stuff that would hurt the American people. But at the same time, right, he would call us and say we needed a part. or say he needed a part, we'd send him one. And then he'd call us and he would say, hey, I need a part. And I'd be like, no, you haven't paid us. What happened to that? Don't assume malice. Do you think he would call you up and ask for a part if he didn't know that he didn't pay you, or if he knew that he didn't pay you? Like, how can you go back and forth from your fucking ethical takes more times than a fucking coin flip? Like, how? You can't be this dumb.
6 months ago, you never paid us. We're not going to send you another part. You already, excuse me, you already owe us. So Trump would then say, oh, okay, well, I'll pay you what I owe you. So then he would pay what he owed, and then he said, now send me the part. So then we would send him the next part, and then he would do it again. He wouldn't pay. That's how he would operate his business. The only way that he would ever, operate, he would always owe us and never pay until he absolutely needed to. Sometimes it would go a year.
How often does the end user call the company personally? Depends, because we offer products and services that are very complicated. So we get reached out to quite a bit.
Pay anything. And then he would pay when he only needed the next thing from us. Do you think that's how you should operate your business? Honestly.
Guys, I can't. Lunch meat sandwiches. I can't afford to take my wife out for a nice meal. You got the lunch meat sandwiches. It's not fair. Also, I spent money on WWE champions. Why is that any of your concern? Yeah, okay, Phil. Okay.
Honestly, if that's just one example of how he operated his helicopters. Can you imagine how he probably operated his entire business empire?
$230,000 of unsecured debt wiped away.
Right? So, and he's our president. So, you tell me. I've already told you guys I don't like this guy. Many years ago, I told you I don't like Trump. I think that the decisions he makes are questionable. He's too emotional, right?
Of all the people to say someone is too emotional, don't.
I mean, and I get it. People like Trump because he's emotional, because he's not just a tool of a party, right? Like, we would very much argue that Joe Biden was a tool of the Democratic Party, and not a single word that came out of his mouth was his own. It was always,
you stop touching your fucking hair?
What he was told to say and do. It was always other people who were actually in charge, and he was just the figurehead. With Trump, I don't think anyone's going to accuse him of that, because this guy is literally saying and doing things every moment that no one expects. I think people like that. They like the unexpected. They like drama, right? But I don't know if I like drama as the thing that controls our country, Like, again, I want to know what these tariffs are doing. What is his intention behind them? How are they actually supposed to be helping the American people, right? I don't know.
Dude, he seems really nervous right about now.
But then again, I'm not following politics right now.
Yeah, he's not, Teeling, he is not an emotional person at all.
Test me, bitch.
So maybe the answers are out there, and I just don't know because I haven't followed them. So, again, this is just me generally talking. This is not me saying I'm pro or anti-tariffs. I just don't know about it to have an informed opinion. And I really wish.
Then why did you speak on it?
Wish that most people would be like that too. Like, I think it's pretty dumb that so many people act like they know something.
You are not about to say this. You're not. Hold on. I'll give an equally ridiculous little bit here, okay? I think it's kind of silly that anybody listens to people who stream that don't have their face on the internet, that don't put a camera up. I think that's very silly that people that anybody would listen to somebody like that. I'm not sure why nobody listens to me, but I feel like you have to be on camera in order for somebody, to really take you seriously. And I don't know why people don't take me seriously. It baffles me as to double standards.
And then, but they don't know shit. You're just rolling with what you're being told right now.
I'm gonna die.
There's two sides to this argument. You got your conservative media that's way pro-Trump, saying everything he's doing is correct. And then you've got your panic mode liberal media that's saying everything Trump's doing is bad. He's ruining the country. Everything's going to go to hell in a handbasket. But where's the actual truth to it? It's probably somewhere in the middle.
Such the hottest of hot takes from this guy.
You just don't know, because you don't get that. That doesn't exist. There's no actual informed person out there saying, so here's really what's going on. And it could go this way and it could go this way. No, you just hear the two extremes, right? And that's what I don't like about American politics. I never have. Because how does the American populace make an informed, actual...
So here's step one. Go outside.
Opinion on anything when no one is giving them the truth. Everyone just gives you this side spin and this side spin. It sucks ass. So I received a gifted sub. I apologize. Lance Catamaran gifted a sub back to Dark Side Dabbing.
Oh boy, it's another one of that. It's that guy again who had never spoken or done anything in the chat until whenever he fucking bailed him out.
So I guess Dark Side Dabbing got his sub back. I don't know if that was directed or if it just happened by chance. But thank you, Lance Catamaran. That's our first gifted sub of the day.
I'm fucking dying here.
Very nice. Okay. All right. So, folks, thank you for a great podcast. We still have some extra time. If you'd like to talk with me, please tag me in the chat. But know that I don't want to talk about politics for the next 20 minutes. I don't. I'd rather talk about other topics. So let's see what you guys want to chat about. And let's get some support.
Oh, my God. Really? Really?
As I've said, every single time that we have played Suikoden.
Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money.
Money, please.
I don't want to make this about money,
we have hit
but
the goal.
also give me
Let's
money.
continue that streak today. We're at 33 bucks. Let's get our first membership of the day.
Money, but also
let's get some more subs on Kick. We just got the one.
Money,
let's get some more super chats. We've got
I don't want to
3
make
so
this
far
about money,
with
but
Princess
also
Luna
give me money.
as the top one. Let's get someone to beat Princess Luna. And hell, let's get a new top tip because the top tip is $5. So let's get someone to top that as well. All right. Game Boy, how are you? How's it going, man?
Oh, Game Boy. I thought he said gay boy. I was like, wow.
Am I excited for the Suikoden finale? I don't even remember how the game ends. I don't. I've forgotten how the game ends. So yeah, I am excited for it because I don't remember the conclusion. I just remember really liking the game overall. So I'm thinking I'm gonna like the conclusion, but I don't remember how it all ends. So that's what would be cool.
What?
Money, please.
So saith Paul J. Brazel.
Money, please.
Thank you for the 2, brother. Yes, the money, please. I cannot believe this dude. I have never seen him speed run contradiction like that. I honestly can't. Oh, good, MRC Midnight. Glad to hear that. Good for Jad.
Speak! Why don't you
What other RPGs did I play as a kid? I was a Final Fantasy kid, so Final Fantasy 4 and 6, Final Fantasy Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, then later on Final Fantasy Tactics and Final Fantasy 7. And then I was a SNES kid, so Earthbound, Chrono Trigger, Super Mario RPG. Those were my big RPGs growing up. And then PlayStation era, it was Suikoden and Wild Arms were the 2 big ones that I played then. Excuse me. Super DJC said with Mind's Eye coming out June 10th and Death Stranding coming 2 weeks later, I think June will be a great month. Yeah, what, hold on a second. I need to actually put release dates on my calendar now because I haven't. So, Mind's Eye is June 10th.
You've reached your limit on talking. Shut the fuck up.
That on there. And of course, we know June 5th is the Switch 2. And Mario Kart Worlds, right? Same day. And then what day is Donkey Kong Bonanza? It's July. What date was it? 13th, 16th? Because I want to get that on there too.
I don't care.
Not to say that I'm even going to be able to get the Switch 2. I don't know at this point. You know, who knows what's going to happen? It seems like these tariffs might completely screw everything up for the United States. So I don't know. 17th, thank you. July 17th for Donkey Kong Bonanza. Let's get that on there. Cool. I will have to update this schedule soon because I think I'm missing quite a few things on here. We'll have to see. Okay.
Speak! Why don't you speak?
Noidal says, here's some ideas for 100 goals hit. GSP tries it. Jasper Kitty. That'll never work. Number one, Jasper never sticks around. He will only, like I said, he's his own cat. He doesn't like to just...
You do realize he means eat the cat, right?
hang out in one spot even to record him for anything. If I put out a bunch of foods, he'd eat one and then walk away.
That is not... Okay.
put out a bunch of toys, he'd bat one toy and walk away. It just doesn't work. He's not that kind of cat, okay?
He means eat the cat.
Let's see here. One-off DS Politics. I mean, we could do DS Politics again, but no one's really asking for it right now. I don't think people would care about that. A one-time amnesty unban all chatters. That's insanely.
What is this? Hold on, Ghost. What is this? I like it.
Stupid. You'd have hundreds of accounts coming back all to spam because they're all bots. So
Hold on.
let's see here.
So he hasn't caught on this is a troll yet. Eat the cat.
One-off DS Politics. I mean, we could do DS Politics again, but no one's really asking for it right now. I don't think people would care about that. A one-time amnesty unban all chatters. That's insanely stupid.
Okay.
You'd have hundreds of accounts coming back all to spam because they're all bots. So no, I'm definitely not doing that. Tony Hawk 3.4 is July 11th. Okay. I think I have it on there, but I don't think I had the date. And now I think it has that date, right? July 11th.
I cannot believe he doesn't get that he was saying
cool.
to eat the fucking cat.
Got that on there now. Sweet. What's up, King Michael? How are you today?
Speak! Why don't you speak? Speak! Speak! Why don't you speak? Speak! Speak! Why don't you speak?
Jesus!
Speak! Speak! Why don't you speak?
What mobile games do I play? None of your business. Because if I ever tell anyone what games...
Oh my...
I play ever again, they're just going to try to... What mobile games do I play? None of your business. Because if I ever tell anyone what games I play ever again, they're just going to try to stalk me and try to find out all personal shit about what I spend. And that's none of anyone's business. So I will never tell you ever again what I do outside of these streams because the detractors have ruined that for everybody. So you can thank them for being no-life stalkers losers.
In other words, he's spending money on those games, and fuck you if you want to know where it goes.
Speak! Speak! Why don't you speak?
Would I replay Detroit Become Human again? Probably not. I don't see the point. We already did multiple runs and kind of saw everything that game had to offer. Oh, man. Ugh. Come on, guys. Let's get to 50 bucks of support before the podcast ends. All right, 17 more dollars. And then when we get this weekend in, we only have to worry about the 100 to hit the goal and continue that streak. Let's get to 50 right now. Who's going to do 4 gifted subs, 6 gifted memberships, or a super...
Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money.
Money, please.
Tip to get us to 50. Let's do that right now. Thank you, Cracker Jacks. I hope you have a good day.
This has been
Our
insufferable.
first gaming console was Pong. Pong for the TV, meaning...
Oh, you've got... This dude has had every console since fucking Pong, you spoiled fucking brat.
It was not, for any particular console. It was its own console you plugged into the TV. James says, you'll love the new Black Ops update. They've added lots of new stuff. I'm glad to hear that. What's for dinner tonight? I think we're having pasta. So Italian pasta. As opposed to non-Italian pasta.
I was about ready to say, as opposed to what? Sorry. There we go. Sorry.
Frost and Ultron are being added to Marvel Rivals. Okay. I'm not playing it, but okay.
Oh my God, talk.
Am I gonna have a bunch of decorations for my birthday? No. It's just gonna be the setup. I'm not going.
No, I'm not gonna put. Oh my God, this is too good. Hey guys, how many times have we heard it? This stream. Are you guys excited for my birthday? Are you excited for my birthday? Hey guys, it's my birthday. There's a birthday marathon coming up. Are you excited for my birthday? Are you excited? I'll drink if you give me money. Are you excited for my birthday? I hope we hit $3,000 on the marathon. Are you excited for my birthday? Am I gonna put any effort into changing things for my birthday? No.
I'm not going to have balloons or anything, no. To be honest, I always went to Party City for stuff, and Party City went out of business. They're gone. They don't even exist anymore. So I don't even know where I would go to get party shit. I'd have to guess. I just order it generically online and hope it's good. We wouldn't be able to see it in person. But no, I'm not gonna have any decorations or nothing.
Speak! Speak! Why don't you speak?
Do I have a favorite cereal? No, I don't eat cereal regularly. But, you know, I do like Raisin Bran, Wheaties, Frosted Flakes, probably like Chex Mix. Not Chex Mix, just Chex cereal, like the Honey Nut Chex and stuff like that. Probably pretty good.
What are we doing?
I don't know. I just don't eat cereal too often.
What's up, Aussie Turtles? How you doing? This has been insufferable.
Can I type in chat? Oh, there you go. Oh, man.
Stop yawning.
If you're wondering why I'm yawning, it's because it's getting warm in here.
This prattle bores me.
Today, the sun is out in full force in Washington State. And whenever that happens, this office... heats up dramatically and becomes very stuffy. So I'm sitting in this office with very stuffy air, and it's making me yawn. I hate it. I don't like it at all. And let's see. So right now it's in the 60s. I'm lucky because tomorrow's supposed to be very warm, but I'm off. So I don't have to be in here. I won't be...
Big juicy butt.
Bromus is sick of your heresy.
Everything is fine. And I am fine. Everything is just Jim Dandy. Sorry, I got to get it back to 100%.
Sweating it out. But today is supposed to be pretty warm too. So I'm going to be sweating today playing Suikoden.
I'm going to hold on.
I'm going to be sweating today playing Suikoden.
Move this man!
You know what? Fuck it. I'll do that one. This is Weatherside Bro.
Oh, no, we're not going to do any...
God damn it. Hold on. This is Weatherside Bro coming to you live while we check the weather of Renton. If you take a look, it's 66 degrees of fuck you, dumbass. That's why. Back to you, Carl.
WrestleMania Sims. Later this year, if the WWE game drops in price, which undoubtedly it always does, right? Maybe we'll do some Sims near the end of the year for, like, you know, Halloween or Christmas. Maybe we'll do that this year. We haven't done it in several years. So maybe that would be pretty fun to do. I'll think about it. We'll see. But no, I'm not promising that. Yeah, I'm thinking about getting an air purifier for this room. It's definitely a strong consideration. This time of year, get a lot of pollen and stuff in the air, and I have pollen allergies that affect me. And, you know, likely if we keep having 70, 80 degree days, I'm going to have...
You don't have you haven't had one! You don't! 66, 56, 54, 46, 59, 56, 54! What are you talking about? Sorry.
Put the air conditioner in. Right now, it's like a one-off day that it gets cool again. So, for example, tomorrow it's going to be in the 70s here in the United States, and then all of a sudden it's going to go to the 50s again for the next week.
I'm sorry, does that say 70? I don't see 70. Anybody see 70? I don't see 70.
So it's like, I don't want to put the air conditioner in yet, but I'm going to have to. I'm thinking by the end of April.
No.
I'm going to have to.
I am the pinnacle of male fitness. I can stand up from a chair.
Thank you, myself, 86. 66 is hot? How cold-blooded are you? Yes! 66 is gorgeous, if not slightly chilly, depending on if there's a massive wind. But 66 normally, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. This is a thing that was bro might, apparently. No, Dapper, I know you. I think you said you were in the 80s right now, didn't you? Yeah. the worst it got last year during a massive heat wave. I want to say we were at 60-70% humidity with a heat index of 124, I think. It was absolutely miserable.
All right, so guys, we're really not going to get any more support to hit $50 before we start. That's all I asked. To hit
This is happening.
$50 right now, and then we can start. Which we code it. That's all I ask. Can we do it? I want to disappoint the king, do you?
Oh, you fucking cock!
Get any more support to hit $50 before we start?
Hold up. Let me see if I can sound effect this right. All right, hold on. Let's see. All right. We close enough? I think we're close enough. Let's back it up just a little bit.
All right, so guys, we're really not going to get any more support to hit $50 before we start.
I am the king is no true king.
Thank you, MRC.
All right, so guys, we're really not going to get any more support to hit $50 before we start. That's all I ask. To hit $50 right now, and then we can start with Suicode. That's all I ask. Can we do it? I want to disappoint the king, do you?
Are you disappointed?
Come on. The pound's out of control where you live, Spawn Killer. It's just starting here. All the trees are starting to blossom and regrow, and so it is starting to hit the nose. Like, oh boy, I might have to get some medication soon for it.
Mr. Burnell?
Speak! Why don't you speak?
Kill yourself.
All right, well, let's end the show.
Yay!
All right, I want to say thank you.
End the show, fucker.
It was a good podcast, in my opinion. Last one of the week. Remember, when we come back on Sunday, because I'm not here tomorrow, it will be...
By the way, let me translate what he's saying right here.
My
Money, please.
birthday bash marathon event. I hope that you'll join me on Sunday if you can make it, even if it's just for a minute or if it's all day long. It's going to be chill fun, lots of great vibes, drinking, food, Minecraft, and more. I cannot wait. So I hope that you guys will come back on Sunday for the annual birthday marathon. But in the meantime, I wish you the best. I hope that you have a great weekend. And I will see you all.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. If you guys have not been up on the Snortex, he made $1,000 the other day.
Soon. Thanks, guys, and see you Sunday. Okay. Alrighty, folks.
Chances we're getting a Begman?
So let's get set up. For Suikoden, although I'm going to take a break here before we start, okay?
I feel better.
So I need a chair cover. I got to turn off all the lights.
RIP headphone users, because that was loud for me too. Sorry. Oh shit, that wasn't even maxed out.
They're really cool. It was like Pac-Man running back and forth across my office all day.
Oh yeah, Aussie. We watched his take on the Switch too. If you're talking about I think that's the highlight for me. The highlight of the whole podcast. Tariffs, you guys. Vietnam has 90% tariffs on the United States. Tariffs. Trump's clapping back. Fast forward. Vietnam has 10% tax. Oh, no. 90%. No, that was just me making shit up. I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Kaylee.
All right, and chair cover.
Oh, it's time for the condom.
I don't want to make this about femboys, but give me femboys. I don't want to make this about uwoos, but give me uwoos.
What am I looking at here, Morgana? What did you send?
If we hit six goals on this stream, 6 goals, all right? We'll order the Minecraft meal today. We'll order.
Yeah, he made that. Well, not that day, but he did make a ton of goals. Oh, shit, I locked the chat. Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Working?
For a perfect part
yes,
2.
Cool. All right.
Oh, hold on.
Oh dear, I seem to have spotted a cut.
Hi, guys. So a brief break. I'm going to go check on my wife, see what she's up to.
I
use the restroom.
don't know Smokey,
and when we
I
come
guess.
back, it is Suikoden Endgame. I don't know if we'll beat it today, but we might get pretty close. All right? So I'll see you all in a little bit. In the meantime, enjoy these clips. And again, let's keep that momentum going and hit that streak.
There it is. I was wondering when it was coming.
Money, please.
Keep that support going for Suikoden.
Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money.
All right? Okay, I'll be back.
God damn, this is a long piss. Oh my god. Oh, he's back. Perfect timing. There we go.
Oh my god, look.
Oh boy, Fable.
What?
All right, guys. It is time for Suikoden. Ready?
Where's the Begman? Bring the Begman.
This amazing
Bring the
RPG.
Begman. Bring the
from
Begman.
yesteryear. I received a $17 tip.
And there it is.
What is Kat getting you for your birthday? First off, how would I know? If my wife was going to get me a surprise for my birthday, how would I know what it is? But to my knowledge, she's making me a really good meal that I'm going to eat live during my marathon on Sunday. Like, that's the idea, is that this year I didn't want a cake. I'd rather have a good meal than a cake, because the cake I don't never really finish. I have like 1 or 2 pieces, and then the rest kind of goes to waste. So instead, you know, that it's going to be a good meal. That's really it. So I'm looking for, you know, don't need anything else. So,
how many times did he say good meal?
all right. So whoever that was, thank you. A $17
Dude, I'm
tip.
losing my goddamn shit. I swear.
Let's get that on the leaderboard. My mouse is getting stuck.
I'm gonna have an enormous glass of fucking whiskey and a cigar tonight. I can already fucking tell.
All right, so we are up to $50 out of the 150 goals, or 1/3 of the way.
Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money.
There, with the entire stream ahead of us. Remember,
Oh, no,
every single
Ghost.
time that I have played this game, we have hit the goal, which is remarkable. I can't believe it. And obviously, we want to keep that going.
Us, we.
Because if we keep it going, that means that people actually like me playing older RPGs, and I would play Suikoden 2, you know, probably during the summer months. All right? So let's see how it goes. Let's see if we can hit that goal, shall we? Hell, let's not say, let's see if we can. Let's say, let's just hit it. Forget about if we can. Of course we can. We already did it like 7 times before. We can definitely do it for this one, right? Okay.
Oh yes, sorry. Hold on. Ghost, let me find it, and let me turn it down. Okay, here we go. See, Phil has weird goals. He has goals of $3,000 in a single stream. All I want's a Gao as a Gao 8 as my front door defense.
Alrighty, guys. Okay, ready? Here we go. Hello, everyone.
Sorry, I think it was necessary.
And welcome back to Suikoden.
T-Link Soldier, the Gout 8 sounds like this. Money, 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 sub, 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 money, 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 sub, 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 money, 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 sub, 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 sub. That's the Gout 8. Yeah. I'm not watching him play Suikoden or whatever, however you pronounce it. Let's get through this one, and then we've got, wow, we may not get through that. We may get through this one. We'll find out.
So thank you, Hale, for that very well thought out question. And it's funny because we've been talking very recently about sequels in games.
Shit. Hold on. I forgot we went back to Filbert, you know, with the chat. So I really need to make multiple screens for this, but I'm lazy as fuck, as you guys can obviously tell. I take no pride in my work whatsoever. It's all about making an easy buck here, you guys.
It is the same situation with movies as well. Basically, everything's a fucking sequel or a remake. No, there's almost no originality when it comes to a lot of stuff these days, and you gotta ask yourself why. Why is there no originality? Well, it's basically two reasons. Number one, it's because we're in a bad economy, and not only in America, but internationally.
Boy, we can't get away from politics today.
The economy is bad, and when people have less money,
hey, let's go,
they
NRC.
spend less money on entertainment, okay? So
yet later on, this dude would go on to say, oh, COVID shut down people. Okay, so I guess streamers aren't getting any money whatsoever.
if you're spending less money on entertainment, that means you're going to pick and choose what you can watch, and are you going to get...
Yes. Why did the dinosaurs all die out? It's because you touched yourself on stream.
Go see the sequel to the movie that you really liked, or are you going to take a chance on a movie that you don't know if it's good or not, and you may or may not like? That's what's happening right now with movies, okay?
Uh-oh.
But it's actually the exact same thing with video games. These video games are becoming bigger projects.
ESP craps all over the Nintendo Switch, then demands his dents. Hold on.
New original content. So
his dents by him. Yeah, we saw that, and it was terrible. Oh, wait, is this yesterday? This was yesterday. Hold on.
What else is out? This is Welcome Tour for $10. I guarantee you this will be a monster bestseller. Everyone will be doing
but I did see this because he said, it'll be a monster bestseller because there's no games out. And because there's no games, people will just buy this.
They're having bigger budgets now. They cost millions of dollars to make. They're getting serious voice actors, serious actors to do stuff in these roles. And because the production values are going up, the cost to make the games are going up. So you really have to think, if we're a games development studio, we can make a sequel to a game that sold really well and know that just because it's a sequel, we could have guaranteed money that'll make up for the massive amount of money that we spent developing this game. Or we can take a chance on a brand new franchise that we're not sure how the game...
Yeah, no, we may be able to go back to it, but I want to get through the Ask the King segments, what was... Because we diverted to go back to live, Phil.
The audience is going to accept it. So this is what's happening with game studios today. It's the same situation. Surefire money on our investment, or take a chance at something new and good.
Okay,
and unfortunately, with these movie studios and with game studios, they're doing the same thing. Go with the sure bet. Just make Call of Duty number 470.
What the fuck? Hold on.
Now this next question is interesting because a lot of people asked it this time around. I guess a lot of people had a common theme, so I'm not going to just say one person asked it, but I'm going to address the subject matter. Someone asked, Phil, what do you think about ghosts? Are you superstitious? Do you believe in the supernatural? And a lot of people were asking me this because they said when they watch me play a game that may be scary, I don't seem to get scared that much at it. You know?
You're not a badass.
What I mean? Like I'm playing Silent Hill or whatever, and I'm not terrified at the scary parts when a lot of other people are. That is an excellent question. Now...
No, it's not.
I'm going to answer it carefully because I don't want to offend people, okay? Personally, myself, I do not believe in ghosts, okay? I do not believe in the supernatural. I don't believe that there are oogly ghoulies out there that are trying to scare us or contact us.
Who bothered to spawn you? And why, you know?
I'm not saying that there isn't some kind of a scientific thing going on with things such as ghosts, where people are seeing the same thing over and over or experiencing crazy, things that can't be explained. There may actually be things beyond our understanding that we just haven't discovered yet that do exist.
Such the coldest take I've ever heard.
However, I do not believe in this ethereal that the dead are trying to contact us and come back and do all this stuff. I don't believe in zombies, or at least I don't believe that the supernatural version of zombies could happen, but I believe that maybe a virus could make a person...
Oh yeah, and Lev, you missed it earlier. He was talking about Evil AJ, and he was like, I'm worried Evil AJ is a psycho and is going to come murder me in my sleep.
Turn into a zombie-like creature, okay? I don't believe in vampires, werewolves, you know what I mean? All the supernatural stuff. I've never believed in it. And actually, there was a point in my life when I was younger when I thought it would be really cool if when I got older, I could actually maybe investigate those kind of phenomena. Like
What?
And I'm not saying ghost hunters, but I actually had the idea for ghost hunters before ghost hunters.
Oh, shut the fuck up!
Happened. I just, didn't have the means to really do anything with it. But I was like, gee, I would like to visit some of the most famous haunted areas of the world and walk around in them with scientific equipment and see what the hell was really there. And it's funny because I have to say this. These shows, these ghost hunter shows, have become so overblown and over-dramatized and staged. They're blatantly staged at this point. Like, you'll be like, did you hear that? Oh my god! And then they play the scary music. No, oh no, what did they hear? It's like, I didn't fucking hear anything. What the fuck are you talking about? You know what I mean? It's like, they're so staged and fake, and it's just a shame because I would actually like some scientific people to go research this stuff and see if there's any weight to it, and maybe there is something that we...
Oh, he was the one who introduced or said they should do Ghost Hunter. Hey, King Jad rated, what's up? Big up to the bingo baddies. I heard you guys won bingo. Congratulations. I don't have any find the schnozzes, but hello to the Raiders. Hello to King Jad, you big Scottish bastard. Even though I can't do a Scottish accent. But yeah, I forgot he did tell Triple P about doing ghost hunting.
We don't know. There's some scientific phenomenon going on that we could actually discover if someone treated it seriously. But again, they're treating it more as a business than as a scientific research. Why does everything have to be, oh, we have to over-dramatize it so more people will watch on TV so we can sell more ads? No. Make a serious fucking show where people are really researching it and doing this stuff, okay? And I haven't seen that. I want Ghost Hunters, Ghost Adventures, Haunted Collector, all this shit, and it's all so fucking fake. It is so fake. I just want to see...
But Phil's real, guys. He's really real. Lunch meat sandwiches.
The reality of it. I want to see it really be done, or someone do it off TV and just be scientifically researching it for real purposes. But
for really,
I don't believe in that stuff. I never have. I probably never will. I've never had a supernatural experience or anything crazy like that happen to me. And I don't think I ever will start believing in it unless I do have like a supernatural experience or whatever happened to me, which has not happened. Okay.
I don't know, man. Your existence seems to be cursed. Hey, what's up, Ramon? How you doing, man?
All right, next question. Hey, Phil. So, State of Decay turned out to be quite a good game despite a lack of attention from the gaming press, or I guess the mainstream gaming press. Unfortunately, this seems to happen lately. Decent games are going unnoticed and not getting the attention that they deserve. What are your thoughts on this? Why do you think it happens, and what do you think needs to be done to change it? And that's from Horror X 610. It's an interesting question, and the reason I say that is because I do notice that some games are getting...
Oh my god. Is this vengeance for me making raunchy jokes in your chat? Is that what this is? King Jad, some say that Cat's pussy has been neglected for so long, it's now haunted by corner demons. Phil's too scared to explore to discover the truth. Oh my god. It's a cat's pussy joke and a Cypress joke at the same time. Touché, sir. Touché. Jesus Christ. Now I've got to do weird tips and super chats to you some more.
Getting more attention from the mainstream. In fact, I just have a new issue of gaming.
Hold on.
I do.
So, got to get the cocaine out the nose. Got that.
Notice that some games are getting more...
What is this right now?
More attention from the mainstream. In fact, I just have a new issue of Game Informer showed up.
And then I got to pull my... What is this?
In the review section, they review like 3 mobile games, and one of them was like that stupid...
How do I do a French accent? Dude, he did a terrible one the other day.
Game Break the Rope or whatever the fuck it is. And it's like, do I really need a review for Break the Rope?
Dude, I kid you not, King Jad. If you haven't seen it, it was literally like, how are you, mademoiselle? I am French. It was so bad.
I'm pretty sure I know what it is. It's a touchscreen game where you break ropes. Do you need to fucking review it? Like, okay, if I want to check it out, I'll check it out. It's free to play anyway, so why wouldn't I check it out? But I understand what he's saying. It seems like there's a lot of games these days that go under the radar of the mainstream press. And if you want my honest opinion, it's a combination of factors, okay? The first factor is that there's just a hell of a lot more games coming out than ever before. I remember back in the day, and I know
who asked?
I'll probably talk about this one day in my podcast when I do my back in the day segment. But back in the day when you had the days of the Genesis and the Super Nintendo and the PlayStation 1, it wasn't like, oh my god, I could go to the store right now and buy 100 games, or I could go online and download more of 1,000 games. You know what I mean?
1,000.
It wasn't like that. It was like, okay, this year there's maybe 100 games coming out for the console that you have, and you would pick and choose which ones you want to play, and it wasn't just so much to digest. You didn't have all these indie game studios doing this kind of stuff. It was a much different situation. So, back then, it wasn't that big of a deal. A game got missed. Well, really, it was hard to actually miss a game in the mainstream media because usually they covered most of them because there weren't that many. This day and age...
What are we talking?
How could you possibly play and review every single indie game and then have an article about it? You know what I mean? I don't think it would be possible to do that just because there's too many of them.
This goes on for another 2 minutes? Why?
Now, the other factor that you have to bring into it and realize is that it's all about this. Again, it seems like every question is turning into the same answer. It's all about this. It's all about money. Okay? So, when a game...
Money, please.
when a mainstream media outlet, like let's say GameSpot, when they have to decide what games they're going to play and review, the bottom line is they're going to play and review the games that are paying them to advertise them, because that's part of the whole.
Why does he do it to the camera?
Deal. You advertise our game, put our ads on your stuff, we pay you, that's how you make money on your website when people come to read your articles. So, obviously, the bigger games, you know what I mean, are always going to be covered by the mainstream because of this. Not because of the quality, not because you need to actually read a review for Call of Duty, because you know if you read a Call of Duty review for the mainstream, they're always going to rate it a 9 or above anyway. But because of this. Now, state of...
Would you stop doing the fucking money thing with your fingers? It's like... Why can't you just say because of money? Why do you have to show the camera and do the fucking thing? What is this?
Decay was this smaller indie game. It didn't get a lot of coverage. It didn't really get a lot of attention. I did notice it did have a preview article in an issue of Game Informer a few months ago, and that's how I knew about the game. And then I didn't know when it was coming out. Luckily, my viewers told me it came out. I played it, and I actually loved the damn game. It's really well done, okay? But I really doubt that they have any kind of a marketing budget. So they're not going to reach out to a website like GameSpot and say, oh, by the way, we're going to give you ads to advertise our game. We'll throw money your way. Can you please review our game? Okay? So the less money you have, the more indie game studio you are, the harder it is to get your game noticed, and that's a problem. It's the same thing with movies. You know, movies with these huge budgets, millions and millions of dollars, they go out, you advertise the fuck out of them. Why?
How did anybody watch this 47,000 times?
Do you think there were 6 Fast and
How did people watch this 47,000 times?
Serious movies? Because they have the biggest money backing them, they're able to advertise the fuck out of it, and everyone goes to see it, versus a movie that maybe didn't have that much support, and you never heard of it, but it's actually a really fucking good movie, okay? So...
Where's my gold dust, Phil? This is boring. You're boring, Phil.
That's why I think a game like State of Decay maybe have been skipped by the mainstream media. Now, that being said, from what I understand, a lot of media did cover it. I think that actually Game Informer did do a review of it, and a lot of places rated the game very highly. So for the people that did review it, reviewed it pretty high, and I guess that's what you really need to do is understand that when you have an indie game like that, just because the mainstream media isn't talking about it doesn't mean it's not good. You should definitely give games like that a shot. I'm very happy that I did give State of Decay a shot, because the game is outstanding in my opinion. Okay? Okay, next question.
Holy fuck. All that was just... What do you think about State of Decay? And we went into fucking movie budgets. What the... Why can't you just answer a question?
I'm probably going to answer one or two more questions, and then we're going to take a quick break, okay?
Oh my god.
So the next question is from The Pete Mix, and he asks, what are your thoughts on free-to-play games arriving on next-gen consoles? Unlike current free-to-play games like Tekken Revolution, where you're limited to how much that you can actually play the game because it's free, games like PlanetSide 2, Warframe, and DC Universe Online, which are coming to the PlayStation 4, or World of Tanks, which is coming to Xbox One, are creating a new free-to-pay era on consoles. Do you think that this will become
free-to-pay era,
a significant market area for next-gen console gaming, or do you think that they'll not really pick up like they have on the PC? That's an interesting...
Oh, this ought to be interesting, considering that free-to-play has been fucking dominating.
Question, because the free-to-play kind of deal was a big push at E3. If you notice, during both the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One press conferences, they were mentioning all these cool free-to-play games coming to consoles. The bottom line is this. Anything that's free is going to do well. Like my videos. They're free.
They don't do well.
That's why people watch them. If people had to pay to see my content, probably a much significantly smaller group of people would probably watch my videos. It's just a fact of life. Free means more people get access to it, okay? So, when you talk about free-to-play, I guarantee you, on launch, the free-to-play games are probably going to do huge. Everyone's going to buy a PlayStation 4 and probably buy 1 or 2 launch titles, play them for a while, and say, alright, now what else is on my console? Then they're going to realize, holy shit, PlanetSide 2, DC Universe, Warframe, all these games are free? Download them and play them, you know what I mean? Now, will people...
Yes, this is called basic logic. What the fuck?
Necessarily sink money into those games? That remains to be seen. Because that's the deal here, is that those games only exist because people are paying to do things in them. Will people take the next step and actually pay to do things in them? I don't know, okay? But this is an interesting era, because it's the first time we're going to be getting these free-to-play games on consoles. Previously, they've always been on PC, and even games like Hawken and, what was that other one? The other one was, I don't think it was free-to-play, but Hawken, free-to-play game on PC. People were playing it and like, this is like better than a retail game with the graphics and shit. How is this free-to-play? So free-to-play games are not these little, stupid, addictive mini-games anymore. They're actually becoming full-blown as good as...
But those little stupid addictive mini-games are very stupid and addictive, as we well know, Mr. I'm not telling you what mobile games I still play.
Retail, And if that happens and continues to happen, it could completely change the business model and the way the games work. Now, the problem is there are certain games that obviously this work for and certain games that don't. Remember when we said that there was going to be a free-to-play model for Killer Instinct because that idiot Mitch Dyer misinformed everybody last month? Well, just imagine that. Imagine if Killer Instinct really were going to be a free-to-play game where you only get one character, and then if you want others, you have to pay $5 each for each character. But if the game has 20 characters, that means it costs $100 to buy the full game.
The irony.
Imagine if every game becomes like that. If you want to play the full game, you got to dump hundreds of dollars into it.
The irony.
That's a slippery slope, and that's what we want to avoid.
Do we, Phil? Is that what we want to avoid?
Okay, so there are games that will work with that business model, but we have to be careful that not every game lapses into that business model, or else it could completely change the way gaming works, and it could become a very, very expensive kind of a model.
Yeah, he bought Street Fighter 6 3 times, and he's already talking about, do I really want to buy it on the Switch if they port it?
Want to jump into, okay?
No, Sideways Dutchman. I think their marriage is a bone dry slope if we're talking about Ket for any reason. Badum Tish.
All right, I'm going to do one more question, and then we're going to take a short break, and I'll do part 2, okay?
Please let this
be
the
final
gold
question
dust.
of part 1 is, Phil, the Metal Gear Solid 2 and Metal Gear Solid 3 situation. I want to talk about it. Now, keep in mind that I don't know much about the other people who were involved who made the montage videos of you playing these games and all the hate that you got about it, all right? But when I heard about this whole situation...
This was not... he didn't get this message. He wrote this himself.
I expected you to do what you usually do and just simply brush it off and not talk about the situation at all. Now, he's actually right. Most of the time when there's negativity that's kind of centered around me, I ignore it. I say, whatever, haters are going to hate no matter what. I'm just going
But this guy got straight up under your skin, shout out to Evil AJ, and you just couldn't deal with it.
Keep pushing forward and do what I did, okay? He actually says, I personally think that if you ignored these attacks that were going on you, then you would end up being the bigger man. That is a true statement. After all, people will always find ways to hate and spread negativity. So here's my question. What happened in this particular situation with these Metal Gear Solid montage videos?
You got butthurt?
That you actually responded to them. Was it the pileup of negativity that came with the whole situation? Was it the fact that there was just negativity surrounding you in general? What was it? Why did I address that situation? That question's from J. Mells, okay? It's a good question because it's true. Usually I don't. I just ignore the situation. I don't need to bring attention to that kind of stuff. But in this particular situation, I did address it. The reason in this situation that I addressed it is because, unlike the other people who are like, okay, Phil's a cult leader and he's trying to brainwash children, I mean, that stuff's absolutely preposterous, okay?
Not really, but what's... Okay, so this implies that AJ stuff wasn't preposterous, which, accurate, but what... I'm lost.
Okay, and anyone who's an outsider who sees that, they laugh. They say, that's a joke. That's like so fucking stupid. Who cares? You know what I mean? But in this situation, when you have...
Evil AJ told the truth, and I don't like that.
Someone who's making a 2.5-hour montage video of saying that I suck at games, okay?
You do.
And that my Metal Gear Solid 2 playthrough, I guess, is kind of representative of who I am as a gamer, when really...
It is.
Really, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It was a situation of a game that I never played before, and I wasn't understanding it, because the tutorials and things I was missing, I wasn't answering the codec calls, I didn't know what was going on with the game.
Yeah, you weren't playing it the way it was supposed to. You fucking idiot.
It's blatant misinformation is what it is. And really what was happening was you had hundreds of people who had no idea who I was, okay? People who were maybe relative newcomers. Maybe they're people who just started watching videos on the internet, and they're watching Tobuscus and PewDiePie and other stuff, and they don't know who Darkside Phil is, because let's face it, I'm small potatoes compared to most of the people who are the big gamers on YouTube.
217,000 subs, small potatoes.
And so they know nothing about me, and then they watch this video, and all the video is doing is basically showing me in a negative light. It's showing the worst parts of the playthrough, showing the parts where I blatantly fail, and basically putting that forward as this is...
Then get good.
...what this gamer is. This is how bad he is at everything. Now, let's face it. People have seen me play games. They know that I'm not that bad at every game that I play. I'm not the best gamer, but I'm also not terrible at every single game.
I could pick up a controller at any time, and if I focus, I could play a game at a competitive level.
Games that I actually do well at. Fighting games I do exceptionally well at, because I have a background in fighting games. So... You know, that kind of a video, not only was it malicious in intent, but it's misrepresentative of who I am as a gamer, and it was misrepresenting myself to hundreds and thousands of people on the internet who knew nothing about me and watched the video, and they're like, wow, this guy's terrible. And
calm down. It was not thousands of people.
I was actually getting attacked. I still get attacked, you know, daily on Twitter by people, wow, just saw that montage video, you're horrible, you should die, and never make another video again because you suck.
Yes.
And I'm like, people are so fucking stupid and ignorant that they watch something like that, and instead of saying, wow, the person who made this video made a 2.5-hour montage of something that obviously they didn't like, but instead of ignoring it, they watched the whole playthrough that this guy made and made a 2.5-hour montage. And again, I said this last month, I'll say it again. If you don't like something, if you don't like the Jersey Shore, if you don't like Kim Kardashian, do you just ignore that? Or do you make a 2.5-hour hate montage of it? You know what
Okay, well then if you don't like Evil AJ, why are you bringing it up?
I mean? The people who do that are sick in the fucking head. And I stand by that statement, that guy who made that video is sick. He's mentally ill. He needs to have his head fucking inspected. Because I have more positive, better things to do with my time than to make a 2.5-hour hate video.
No, instead we're going to make an Ask the King about it. Okay.
Okay, so because he did that, people were watching it, and again, instead of saying, wow, that guy's mentally ill, they're watching it and saying, wow, the gamer who's in this video is bad, I'm just going to go make fun of him, and we're going to start this movement now, the anti-Dark Side Phil movement, that Dark Side Phil sucks, and no one should watch his content, and that's what's been happening over the past few months. So it's one thing if it's just something blatantly silly because someone is butthurt about something that happened to them, and then they go up and say, I'm a whole leader, and they say preposterous stuff. That stuff, okay, it's so ridiculous, who the fuck would believe it? But this guy actually made a video that misrepresents who I am, by the way, without my permission, because legally he stole the footage, which you can't.
No, he didn't. Shut the fuck up.
Do. It's illegal. Once you
no, it's not.
upload a video to YouTube, it's actually copyright protected.
No, it's not.
Unless it's being used for, something under fair use, which this was not. This video was
yes, it was
malicious in nature, and therefore would not be protected under fair use. In fact, it would be considered defamation.
No.
And because he did this, now you have all these new people who don't know who I am, who are basically attacking me. So, it comes to a point where you have to address certain things. And in this situation, I feel that I did it appropriately. I actually feel bad for the guy who made the video, because I think he's mentally ill. And this has to be said.
Oh, God.
This month, I attended, actually, not, it was last month, I attended SGC, Screw Attack Gaming Convention, okay? I had a table there. I had a panel there, okay? I had a public presence there. I was in the Iron Man Gaming and made top 8. So there you go. People say, Phil's such a horrible gamer, he should die and never make videos. Yet in a competition, I made top 8. Half the games I never even played. Like NBA Jam, I played like twice, and I got 3rd place in the tournament. So I think this proves that I'm not horrible at every game that I play, okay? So I was there at
No, but you're insufferable when you play them.
SGC. There were plenty of people there, including the guy who made that hate-filled montage was apparently there. Did he say a fucking word to me in person? Of course not. Because the bottom line is the people who do this kind of stuff are pussies.
I'm still waiting, dude. When's my invite coming?
That's the bottom line. They only do it because they can hide behind a computer. They wouldn't do it.
The irony.
In real life. Because in real life, if you go in someone's face like that, you're probably going to get knocked the fuck out.
Oh, please, God.
And if you did it to my face, I probably would have made fun of him and said, you're such a disgusting disgrace for a human being that you would do a 2.5-hour video. You need to go get yourself checked into a fucking clinic because you're mentally fucking ill. But of course he wouldn't do that because he's a pussy. And that's what all these haters are. They're
guys, we're all pussies.
Cowards. They hide behind the internet. They hide behind their computer. This internet era is a new thing. And so you've got a whole new group of bullies who have all of a sudden emerged from the cracks of society because they can now do it anonymously. All right? And that's
I'm Broside Phil. I will happily come and meet you. You can even film it, man. We can make it a neutral location. We can make it a cage match. Let's go.
Why they do it. Do you think these people would be doing it if they had to do it in person? Absolutely not.
Dude, T-Link, my favorite, when I lost my goddamn mind, probably one of my favorite moments of streaming ever was the prom story. When Phil said, so if you don't know the prom story, I'll recap it very quickly. Phil wasn't going to go to prom. He had somebody he was going to go with, but she was wanting the big dick, and she went with Big Dick McGee. So he's not planning to go to prom. But then there was this other girl, and she was like, look, I want to go to prom, and you're available. So is this other guy, but I'll ask you first. And Phil, in his true fence-sitter format, went, well, I don't know. But if we do, I'll get the tux, and I'll get the tickets, and blah, blah, blah. And she's like, okay. So he knows there's another dude out there. Unbeknownst to her, he decides, yep, I'll take her to prom. Goes and gets a tux, buys the tickets, comes back over the weekend and says, I got the tickets. She says, I decided to go with the other guy. So he gets the refund, right? This is my favorite part. So, and what was great was the guy that she went with, tried to square up on me and be, because she was going with him instead of me. And I picked up a chair, like, dude, I will knock you the fuck out. And he stood down, and oh my God, it was amazing. I was dying.
You can do it on Twitter, and you can do it on Facebook, and you can do it on YouTube, but never have to actually confront the person. That's why they do it, okay? So that's why would you ever see me doing a hate-filled montage of someone. I would never do it because I have so much positivity going on with my own content.
Oh, and I don't get to use this but a lot, so
that I'm focused on my own stuff. Why would I focus on the negatives of others? That is a sick mentality. That's when you have such a lack of
I gotta find that shit, man. Hold on. Let me see if I can't. Because all I got to do is target some words, and I'll find it. So I'll let this keep going.
A lack of intelligence that you have nothing positive of your own to put out. You have to make fun of others. So that's what the situation is with all these people in this. Oh, he sucks at Metal Gear and all this bullshit. Okay, so just ignore it. Don't believe it. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people who saw that and then went to my channel and said he's not like that in all his videos. Like, what the fuck was the purpose of this montage? It's completely misrepresentative of who he is. The problem is not everyone's like that. A lot of people just take things at face value for the benefit of the doubt. They give them the benefit of the doubt, and now a lot of people are kind of in this hate group against me.
Got it.
So that's why I addressed it, because there was this public misrepresentation of myself going on, and I needed to address it to clear the air. And, again, it says a lot that these people that supposedly hate me so much had an opportunity to confront me and completely ignored me. And, in fact, me getting top 8 at the Iron Man of Gaming, completely disproving the shit that they were saying in their stupid fucking videos. I think it says something, okay? All right, so now I'm going to take a quick break on the stream. If you're watching this on the stream, we're just going to take like a 3 or 4 minute commercial break. If you're watching this on YouTube,
all right, fuck this. I'm gonna find it. I'm almost positive I know which one it is. So let's take a look at my video. Hey, you guys get to see some shit. My lives. Let's go to my lives. T-Fuel, the birthday stream. I'm successful, you guys. Commando Burnell. We're getting there. I think it was the history one. There it is. Investigating Phil's past. And I have to be right there. I have to be right there because I think I was looking for this the other day. Let me see. Let's find out. No. You have to take me to where you are. It is. It definitely is. It definitely is. Let's go back.
I'm going with the other guy. Well, you asked me.
There we go. Here we go. This is my favorite part. Oh, Chappelle Show.
I don't even like her. Fuck it. Let's have a prom. I didn't have a girlfriend. I don't.
Shot, I guess. I don't know.
Get buy the tickets, everything. Talk to my parents. My parents were like, we thought you didn't have a girlfriend. I don't. But this girl out of nowhere hates an opportunity. Even if it doesn't work out, I don't even like her. Fuck it. At least I'm at prom, right? Okay. So we start doing reservations. We're going to get a tuxedo. We're pricing stuff out. Next day I go to school. Oh, I'm going out with the other guy.
Yeah, I could have saw. Dude, why would you spend the money if you don't have a confirmation from the bitch?
What? I'm going with the other guy. Well, you asked me. You said if I got the tickets, we would go. Yeah, he got tickets too, so I'm going with him.
Wait for it.
Fuck you.
Yeah, you were the fucking pit. Oh my god, you are so sad. Oh no. Oh. I mean, and he straight up right here looks like, with this pause, he looks like he wants to cry. Like, oh my god. Yeah, no, it gets better. It gets better. You know what, Becky? You know what? Fuck you, Becky. Fuck you. Oh, no. I'm such an asshole. I got so fucking
pissed at her. I was like, what the fuck is your problem? Then it was hilarious because
Here it is. Get your popcorn, sit down, and listen.
Other guy tried to confront me in the school gymnasium, right?
Oh god, this is getting better.
He tried to confront me like he's tough shit and he chose him over her. I picked up a fucking chair and I said, if you take one more step, I'm gonna... brain you fucking stupid idiot. I don't care about prom. I'm pissed because she told me that we were...
I'm sorry, Phil. We're gonna have to bring you back to reality.
We're gonna go. I bought tickets. I wasted my money. I lucked out.
Hold on. King Be Cruel. Newbie for 11 months. Hold on here. I got your spoon. That's got to be my favorite bit of recent ones, man. We're getting that same energy right here.
End this part, and we're going to start a part 2 where I'm going to have many more questions to answer, okay?
All right, so what's the part 2 cover? Let's find out what that covers. And we don't need your mail, motherfucker.
This question.
Does it have no chapters? Fuck.
Is from Panther Fan for Life, and he says, Phil, if playing video games weren't your job,
Oh no, this one only has 7,000. Here we go. I wanted to take a look at the recent one because the recent one has something in it that says ignoring my Street Fighter achievements. And I need to know what that is. And how long does this go on for? I hate life.
Hello, what's going on, everyone? Phil here. Welcome to Ask the King. Welcome to the first ever episode of Ask the King to air here on DSP Reacts. Okay, since I rebranded this channel about a month and a half, 2 months ago, I put a lot of variety of content on it.
I don't know where he would get a chair in the school gym,
thank
Dapper.
you to those who have supported this channel, in the last month and a half. I really appreciate that. Ask the King is my bi-monthly Q&A show. It's been all over the place.
Hold on.
Month. And,
it's true. Oh, God, I love lighting! I don't know if you can see it. That's an indent. Meaning that all of this that I'm circling right here is fat. Which means his bicep, which is not a bicep, is right here. Let's watch it jiggle. Let's watch it wiggle and jiggle.
Hello, what's going on, everyone? Phil here. Welcome to Ask the King. Welcome to the first ever episode.
I think it has cellulite on it.
Of Ask the King to air here on DSP Reacts. Okay, since I rebranded this channel about a month and a half, 2 months ago, I put a lot of variety of content on it, right? And thank you to those who have supported this channel.
Oh, that's sad.
In the last month and a half. I really appreciate that. Ask the King is my bi-monthly Q&A show. It's been all over the place. It used to be on an old vlogging channel. It was on another vlogging channel. It was on DSP Gaming. Now it's here on DSP Reacts, okay? So
what did you send me, Dapper?
I'm bored. You're boring me.
Thank you to those who stood by this show. It's my legacy show that I've now been running for like 14 years or something crazy like that. This is episode 95 of Ask the King for March 31st, 2023. I'm going to split this into 3 parts. That'll all be on demand after the fact. However, I should make an announcement. This is the first episode of Ask the King on DSP Reacts, and we're doing something new starting today. If you become a member of this channel, all right, a paid membership, you will have access to all of the archive streams immediately the moment that stream goes offline. It becomes members only.
I don't care.
So members can watch things in there. Part tomorrow, one part the next day, and so there's a benefit there. Get access to the content right away if you're a member, or I'll spread it out for slower uploads not to flood the channel.
Oh my God, they're so tiny. They're so spindly and noodly. And how? Phil, no. You shouldn't do this. You should never wear that shirt again.
So there you go. Something new to do. Spread it out for slower uploads not to flood the channel if you are not a member, okay?
Oh, no.
So there you go. Something new to do. I hope this sounds good. And thank you for being here for Ask the King episode 95.
God damn, Jorge.
For those who don't know how the show works, maybe you don't. Maybe you're a newcomer to the channel in the last couple of months and you're curious, how does Ask the King work? Well, allow me to explain. This is a Q&A show where people post up questions all DSP. So that's another way. Become a member, get your questions guaranteed. Now, this week he's instituting, unless you're a paid verification, I'm serious, you won't show up at anyone's feeds. He even made it, you can't even use Twitter polls if you're not verified. So at this point, I don't think there's a point to even, like, I'm gonna put stuff on Twitter, troll idiots, and like 2 legit questions. What's the point of using it, right? More than likely what we'll do is we're gonna phase it out. Twitter probably...
Interview went well, got a second. Oh, good job, zombie fan.
It won't be a part of the show anymore. It'll just be like people from the live stream asking questions, okay? It is what it is. Times changed, Twitter fell apart. Sorry about that. I used to have a Twitter link right here. And I was like, well, that's what happens. Times are changing. People ruin shit. And what can you do, right? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. We have a lot of questions to get to. Now, if you like this kind of show, if you like the vlogging content...
Oh my God, we've been going for 4 minutes. We're not to the content, and he's still begging.
Stream, that'd be amazing. Let us now begin.
Fucking shit, man.
With that...
Money, please.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Shale.
You ready to start? I'm ready to start. Let's do it. All right, so we start off today with patron questions from Slayer. Slayer is an ongoing patron of mine. I really appreciate it.
Oh, God, you Singaporean cuck.
That Slayer. He asks 2 questions. All right, so they're completely unrelated, by the way. Let's see here. He says, the first question is, after watching the top 100 most viewed K-pop songs last month on Patreon and seeing the songs that are in the most viewed list, what do you think of songs in the list? Do you think they deserve to be highly watched, or some of them are too overrated and heavily watched by their fan base and the mainstream viewers? So he's been having these
K-pop?
Watch these countdowns of like the top 100 songs. Like
I do not care. I don't
and
care.
there's others that are kind of, used to also be popular. And
don't care.
And this other group in the bottom, and the way Slayer explained that to me, because he actually answered.
Don't care.
I think we watched the countdown.
Don't care.
You kind of stay there for a long time.
Do not care.
Good writing and have good.
Here we go. So here's the next question.
Here we go. In the K-pop stuff. So, his second question is unrelated. This is kind of interesting. He says, when you're exposed to watching videos, music, or movies that are not American made and from other countries, do you think you'll enjoy and probably continue to choose movies or shows that are not American made? For example, I know that some Korean dramas are very good writing and have good plot lines, but they can end up being a bit long. I'm wondering if such shows would be a possibility for DSP React reviews in the future. It would be good if you give it a try. Thanks, and I hope to hear your thoughts on it. I am not opposed to watching non-English content, and I think what it is really English spoken versus like countries where they don't speak English as the native language, probably dubbing. Or
I'm not gonna lie. That left arm has me so fucking distracted.
Or subtitles, right? I'm okay with that.
I
saw
his
that movie Parasite a couple years ago. I loved it. I thought the movie was super good, and it was a social commentary. It was fascinating. It was good acting. Like, it was a really good movie. So I would like to be exposed maybe to more of that kind of stuff. The problem is you don't really get that stuff prominently. Like, I have HBO Max right now, and when I open HBO Max, it's all stuff.
You can see it ended.
The problem is you don't really get that stuff prominently. Like, I have HBO Max right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know this is just bad for. No. Oh my God, there is literally no muscle mass. Come on, there. I missed it. I'm weird. I know I'm weird. He's gay.
And when I open HBO Max, it's all English spoken content. Does HBO Max have non-English spoken content? Maybe, but I don't see it. I remember when I used to have Netflix, it was kind of the same thing, where
muscles.
I know
where
that there
are
was tons
they?
of non-English content on there, but it was very hard to find. Like, it would always, I guess what it is whatever region you're in, it would push that content to the front. So if it's English spoken content, you're always going to see that content before you see the other content. Do you see?
Pope powers on one today, Pope. All right, let's go.
So unless these sites change the way that they operate, I think it's harder. It would have to be based more on recommendation, like viewer.
I feel like I had to let some of you guys call in at some point.
Recommendation, like my viewers say, hey, there's this show. It's not English primarily spoken. It's another language. Maybe you have to watch it with subtitles, but it's a really good show. And if you recommend it, maybe I would check it out. But it's hard for me to know what's worth watching. You know what I'm saying? I need your opinions, your feedback. But I'm not closed-minded. I've watched many anime. I always prefer watching anime.
I thought anime was for children, Phil.
Subtitles, as opposed to the games or like a dragon games they're called now. Same thing. I'd much rather hear. We're gonna head to the member questions now. People who are members here on DSP Reacts and also over on DSP Gaming and their questions. But before we do, I got a super chat here from Gloria saying we already hit the hat goal. Let's go, team. Yes, for Ask the King, I always wear the cowboy hat. That's always been in effect ever since I started the show back in the day, way before we ever had a hat goal. However, what we do is, if I hit $100 in tips on this stream, which normally would be considered the hat goal, I'll put on a vest instead. All right. So we hit $100. You guys.
Oh my. Oh, Phil, why?
Vote on a vest for me to wear for the Ask the King show. Thanks to anyone who's already supported, and if anyone's considering it, thank you as well. Okay. So now we head into member questions. You ready? Our first member question is from Brad Buxer268. And he says the following. Here we go. I'm a well-known fighting game player with many notable top 8 placings. I'm indifferent to a lot of the criticisms and misconceptions around you, but honestly, it frustrates me when I see folks downplay your 4th place finish at EVO. I understand that the Super Turbo port was janky, but all competitors had that knowledge well in advance. Using that to diminish the work that you had put in or to suggest that you had a leg up is completely ignorant to the facts.
No.
How do you feel when people try to tear down the achievement? Were people back in the day as antagonistic about it as they are today? Do you think it's because it's become more harsh as your reputation has declined? Any other context you want to provide to help folks understand how significant the bracket was? Thanks, Phil. Good shit, and hope that you take a liking to Street Fighter 6. I guess we got to go through the story.
Oh, dear God.
Okay? So back in the day, I was a professional fighting game player to the capacity that you could be. Before Street Fighter 4 came out, there was no way to make a living playing fighting.
So I'm going to let it cook for a second. I got to run and take a look at the pups real quick. I thought I heard growling. I'll be right back.
Games at all. There was not prize pools that were worth enough money to make a living. Like, you would go to a tournament with 200 people, 300 people, you'd win the tournament and win like $600. Well, that's not enough to make a living, right? So that's how it was back then. Why? There was no sponsorship. It was all grassroots. It was all funding the people entering the tournament. There was no additional pot bonuses, nothing, no money to be made outside of that. So you took what you could get, right? It was a very different time back then, for sure. Now, there was a point where I was trying to be very competitive, and I was trying to play Marvel vs. Capcom 2 as my competitive game. And I started traveling the country in the early 2000s. It was the first half of the 2000s. I was actively traveling, playing, and trying to get better. Sadly, I never really reached
Well, you guys probably heard the stepdaughter there for a second.
any kind of great achievement in Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Would I win my local tournaments in Connecticut and the like? Yes. But as soon as I stepped outside of that comfort zone, I went to like New York, New Jersey, maybe I would make like top 5, top 10, and that would be it. I would never really get any higher than that. I never would win a tournament, okay? But a game that I started playing was
Yes,
Super
we
Street Fighter
know,
2
Phil.
Turbo. Now,
We
this is
know.
the original Street Fighter game. Street Fighter 2 was the first fighting game that became popular, and this was the final version of it that everyone considered the best, the most balanced, the most fun to play. But it was old. Even by the standards in the 2000s, it was an old game. It was from the early 2000s or the early 90s. So again, it's almost a decade old. People didn't really care about it that much. People cared more about the Alpha series, Street Fighter 3, and the Versus series. So it was kind of like the game you played as a fun, casual game, but no one really took it that seriously. So it was easy to jump in and try to learn, but it was hard to learn at a competitive level because there wasn't a lot of competition, quite frankly. Well, what ended up happening was over time that kind of changed.
I can't get over his arms.
And as things got a little bit more played out in the fighting game community, because Capcom wasn't putting out new fighting games anymore. So essentially what happened was, instead of having new fighting games to play, it became the Big Four. So the Big Four were as follows: Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, Capcom vs. SNK 2, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, and Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. If you were going to attend a Street Fighter tournament, those would be considered the Big Four games they would have that would bring butts to seats. Now, admittedly, Super Turbo was the one that had the least. It was the oldest game. It was the legacy game. The other games were more modernized, and people cared more about those, okay? So, that's kind of how it was in the early 2000s.
Sorry, I'm trying to do something here for you.
At one point,
as comparison,
things weren't going so good for me. I'll be honest.
Oh my God, what is going on with my
money-wise,
shit?
job-wise, and I was really trying to find some kind of meaning in my life, and the Street Fighter thing really wasn't working out. I was traveling, I was trying to get better, and I didn't have a good reputation in the Street Fighter community because I was an online shit talker. Everyone knew it. Anyone who knew me in person thought I was a nice, friendly guy and loved to hang out with me and play games with me. But online, I was the worst shit talker. And we've talked about this before. I actively regret that now, but back then it was just a thing. It was kind of like pro wrestling.
That's not a thing,
biggest,
Phil.
Has the most feuds, is the person that gets the most notoriety in the community. It was stupid as shit, but that's how it was back then. Okay, very, very mature. So at one point, I was gonna go to Evo, and I didn't have any money. So the only way I could even go was to take out these loans against my credit cards, cash advances and shit. I didn't even have the money to do it. I just racked up all my credit cards to afford to go on this trip. And my focus was supposed to be Marvel vs. Capcom 2. But it just so happened that in other tournaments that I'd been playing in the last year, I've been playing a lot of Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. I was learning the game. I was trying to get better at it. I was trying to play with various different characters, like DJ or Vega or Balrog. Like this was saying, I was trying to learn a variety of characters, not just one. All right? And the thing is, back then, that wasn't common. A lot of people who played older games like that, they were one character focused, and so they had that one character who they would try to adapt to every situation. For me, I was trying to learn a variety so that I could apply it to any situation. I could adapt on the fly and switch characters if I needed to. So what ended up happening was, I went out, I had practiced to some extent for Marvel vs. Capcom 2 as much as I could on arcade cabinets and on the Dreamcast, but Super Turbo was an afterthought. It was a game I liked, and I wanted to play it, and I even had practiced a little bit on the version because they had announced the version for Evo, which was going to be the PlayStation 1 version. It was not going to be the arcade version, and that was a big reason for everyone to argue. I was one of them. I was against the conversion of fighting games from arcade perfect versions to the home consoles. Everyone knew home console versions of every game were inferior. Even the ones that were considered great conversions, like Marvel vs. Capcom 2 on Dreamcast, had differences from the arcade version. And a lot of people were very resistant to going from arcade to console at that time. Now today, everyone plays everything on console. There's not even arcade versions of these games for the most part. But back then, it was a different story.
All right. So I hate being the guy that says shit and then doesn't, shit. So, God damn it, I needed it right where it was. Come on, play.
At time. Now today, everyone plays everything.
There we go. I don't have this pose. Perhaps I should get this pose. However, I don't want to be that guy who's like, oh, let me call somebody out without, giving an equal type of, shenanigans. So give me a second while I create yet another window capture. And we'll just call it, capture 6. And there we go. So I'm not saying that you need to have enormous arms or anything like that, but I've got build to me. I cannot forgive. I can't forgive this. This is so bad. It's so bad. I'm sorry. Oh, what do I sound? Do you mind if we dance with your dates? Oh yeah. I've said that many times. I'm whiter than the driven snow. Yeah, I am neon white.
Console, there's not even arcade versions of these games for the most part. But back then, it was a different story. Okay.
Because his head is so big.
So during that year, it was 2005 or 2004. I don't even remember anymore. I'm serious.
That's fine. You can see my hairline. That's fine.
even remember anymore. I think it was 2005. Okay. Basically, what happened was they decided they were going to do the PS1, PlayStation 1 version of Super Turbo. And a lot of people were putting up a stink. They're like, no, this version is not that good. It has a lot of issues. The character hitboxes are different. The damage scaling is different. It's just different. It doesn't play like the arcade version. It's inferior, and we shouldn't have it. Well, Evo stuck to their guns. No, we're using
Texas. Well, now I don't know if I want to say. Want to say what? Now you have me intrigued, Dank Tank. Tell me.
this no matter what. So it's this or nothing. So they're like, all right. So a lot of people said they weren't going to enter the tournament, and which was bullshit because most of them did. I think the only notable player who didn't enter Super Turbo that year was Alex Valle. Everyone else still entered. All the top players of Super Turbo still entered the tournament anyway, regardless of the fact that they knew the version wasn't arcade perfect and they didn't like it. They still entered it. Okay? Now, I practiced. Okay? I did. I practiced at home on the PS1 version. When I went to the tournament, I played casual play for 2 days before the tournament even started. I was there early, and I was playing against people on this PS1 version, trying to learn the differences. I learned that characters like Chun-Li and Vega were much better in this version than the arcade edition, like way better than they should have been. And other characters were far inferior. Like, I think Balrog was actually way inferior in the PS1 version. So, I learned the differences, all right? I played in that tournament, and that tournament was stacked. And I wasn't in some bracket where I didn't face good players. In one bracket that I was playing, I played, and this is going to be notable player names, you probably won't recognize a lot of them. Bob Painter, Jason Wilson, Mike Watson, and John Choi were all in my bracket, okay? And I beat them all. I beat every one of them in this tournament, back to back to back to back. Surprisingly enough, the one person that I lost to was another up-and-comer like me, whose name was Bucktooth. He was a player from Texas and wasn't well known at the time for Super Turbo, and he was doing well just like me. Do you want to know why? Because he practiced on the PS1 version just like me.
Shut up.
And he played Chun-Li and I played Vega. So we had learned the differences, okay? And because of that, we were doing well in the tournament while all the known players were choking and getting bodied by everybody else.
Okay, so yeah, you practiced. Good for you.
All right. So the one person I lose to is another up-and-comer. I get knocked into the loser's bracket. I fight my way out of the loser's bracket into the top 8, which is it's so hard to do. You can't lose again. You lose another time, you're out of the tournament. And I'm sticking in there. I'm fighting it out. And the game is different. It's a little wonky. It's just weird, okay? And finally, I get to top 8. And even in top 8, it's a tough ride. I think I had to play NKI, who again is a top-notch Chun-Li player, and I ended up beating him in the top 8. And now it's just me and 3 Japanese players. That's it. And I ended up playing a mirror match against Tokido. It's a close match. I actually, for the first time ever in years, I watched the matches back recently because I found them on YouTube. And they were
watched the match. Of course you did, Phil.
Close. It was like he wins a round, I win a round, close final match. He wins a round, I win a round, close final match. They were real close. And the thing is, I hadn't barely played any Vega mirror matches back then. So I went into there with almost no knowledge. I was trying to learn on the fly how to play this matchup, not knowing, and the fact that I even won a round is something special, But he beat me. And so I got 4th place, and all the other Americans were below me. I was the highest ranked American that year. And a lot of people...
Dude, stop.
People hated that. Because again, I was known as the big shit talker in the Street Fighter community. No one liked me. Well, I take that back. People who knew me in person liked me. People who, knew me only online hated me because I was an online asshole, okay? So knowing that I was an online asshole, people didn't want, we don't want this guy saying he's the best Super Turbo player. And I continued to talk shit. Even after that tournament, I continued to say I was the best, highest placing Super Turbo player of the year. I'm the best American in Super Turbo.
Oh, that's sad. That's just sad. That's sad. Actually, I already did this one earlier. I did to say thank you to Dark Sea Devil. Where's my profile on Twitter? Scroll. It's after the masturbations. My running series on Twitter that makes fun of Phil. Scroll a little bit more. Yeah. I just gotta... Oh, fuck it. We'll just use the whole window. That's fine. There we go. Wait. Out, up, there, and boom. Yeah. So grab him, pull him off to the side. And I know it's not perfect. I'm not facing the camera. But yeah. Yeah. Dude. No. You maybe don't make that pose. Like ever again. I'm just saying. Yeah, so it's a from a artist. The piece is called "Hold the Line," and I had him do ink with that. But yeah.
This year, I did it on purpose because I knew every little time that I said something like that online, it pissed off these elitist douchebags who thought that they were so good and their shit didn't stink and they were the best. And God forbid that someone beat them in a tournament. You know, I was beating some of these people in the tournament and they wouldn't give me respect. They're like, oh, that didn't count. That's literally what happened. I get 4th place at that tournament. After the tournament's over, Alex Valle demands that we have an arcade cabinet after hours tournament in the middle of the night in a hotel room to determine the real.
Yeah, because you were talking shit.
Turbo champion for that year. He calls it the secret tournament, and he says that was the real one. That's the one that really counted. I lost because I've been playing all day. I played longer than anyone else, playing all these other matches, you know, fighting against the Japanese. I was beat, and they wanted me in there. I said, all right, fine, I'll come, and I lost. And like, too, I went out in 2. I was like, whatever, I don't care. I'm fucking tired, you know, and I went back to my room. But according to them, that was the real tournament.
Oh, yeah, Dapper hit it.
Right? That's how salty they were about all having been beaten in this tournament. So back then, the reason that people didn't want to give me recognition was because I was a big shit talker. Now, here's what happened. In the years that followed, I backed my shit up.
It's almost like being a piece of shit can come back to haunt you.
It wasn't like, oh, this was a one and done flash in the pan. I was a top player of Super Turbo, every version, because there were multiple versions that were played. The next year, it was Anniversary Edition, the one that we just played in Capcom Fighting Collection recently. That was the one that was the tournament level game. I was winning numerous tournaments all over the East Coast, the West Coast, everywhere I went, I was winning tournaments in this game.
Oh, you got the new Detractor shirt too? Okay, so Dapper says, what was it that you said? Let me find it. Can I send you my comparison as another out of shape dirt bag? I don't think you're that out of shape, my dude. I think you've got some robustness to you in a good way. It helps if you're actually in the full frame, though. That'll help. And grab and pull. Yeah, you've definitely got more mass in terms of and muscle mass in terms of the arms. So the forearm, clicky, the forearm right here, and you have segmentation. You can easily tell that, my dude. Yeah, that's amazing. That's fine. I think that's great. The other one that you would have to be on the Twitter to know, and Dapper, I don't know if you're on Twitter. So if you ever feel like you're not feeling like, oh, I don't look like I'm strong, understand, by the way, and this is why I love his lighting, Phil's lighting today, because it shows all his imperfections perfectly. If you have good lighting, these pictures were taken 30 seconds apart. So lighting is literally everything, or can be everything. And Filbert here, Filbert actually has good lighting for a flex, but he's just tiny. So when I see the fat indentation here, I know full well this is what it would look like if he had strength. Sorry, this is what it would look like if he had strength. If you have bad lighting, if you don't have top-down lighting, you're going to get front-lit, backlit, and it's not going to look they're not going to look like they pop as much. So when he tries to do his flexy stuff, and I know this seems vainglorious. Fuck it, I'll admit it. It is vainglorious. Let me have my vainglorious flex session here. God damn it. Let me try to make the ladies go, oh my gracious. Then, you know, when I see Phil try to act like a badass or play, I got 4th at Evo and I'm strong. I'm gonna flex on him. I don't know.
Okay. The next year, there was another version of Super Turbo that was on PS2. I was winning tournaments in that game. It's all well documented that I was a top Super Turbo player for several years. There was one year I was going to every Evo qualifier tournament because there was regional ones, East Coast, West Coast, South, North. I went to every one, and I won or qualified to be in the finals like 5 times. I would have been in the final.
Yeah, this is that thing where he was like, I qualified 5 times. Why?
Bracket for Super Turbo, like 5.
Yeah, I will punch you through the internet.
Spaces. They had to give them away to other people who placed lower than me because I was doing so well that year. I was taking up all the spaces at Evo. Okay? All this is well documented. It's factual. It happened. But in the eyes of the internet, Phil only ever placed once ever at Evo. It was terrible placing, 4th place, and that's what he thinks is like, you know, that's it. No, it's bullshit. That's not true at all. It's completely untrue. I was actually placing for years and years after that. I was known as a top-ranked player, and
oh my God, calm the fuck down.
Cut out the online bullshit. I stopped talking shit. And because I stopped talking shit online, people started to respect me more. I started.
No, no, no. No, no, no. No one respected you, Phil.
Meeting people from all over the country. They were happy to have DSP come to their tournament. I was a welcome guest when I went down to Texas and other places. They liked having me there. All right? So it was a little different.
You've reached your limit on talking. Shut the fuck up.
Changed my tune after realizing, man, this whole shit talk thing is stupid. I'm going to stop. And I started becoming
Oh, yeah. This
more
was back
respected.
when
Then
he was
I started
okay with
running
50.
tournaments. I ran ECC, the East Coast Championships, one year, along with Josh Weekfall from New York City. We co-ran it. And I was respected as a tournament organizer. In New York City, I was running multiple tournaments. Whenever any tournament I went to, I was asked to volunteer and try to help run the tournament because they knew how well of a job I did.
I'm getting cringe by proxy.
Okay? So I went from being like the black sheep shit talker of the Street Fighter community. Within 3 years, I was like well known and respected, and people were happy to have me as a participant and a guest in a tournament. Okay? So what happened? Well, in 2007, I quit. I had a back injury, a very severe lower back injury. My disc was herniated very badly to the point where I couldn't really travel.
Steve!
Anymore. And being that I couldn't travel, I was always the person who would drive or fly to the tournament. It was too hard for me to get around. You know, it was too much of a hassle. It was too much pain. And no one else was really doing this stuff. Everyone else was like, you know, oh, they were relying on me to drive to tournaments and shit. So to some extent, when I stopped driving, a lot of people stopped going to tournaments just altogether. Okay? So basically, I was like, well, it is what it is. And I'm just going to retire. And I did. That's when I got more into console gaming.
Retire.
And I started playing more, you know, got into
You retire. It's the only thing you can retire from.
GTA 4, Mass Effect, Bioshock. And then within a year of that, doing that, I became a YouTuber. All right? So that really was a changing point in my life where I stopped being a competitive Street Fighter player. So what's happening is, now I become a YouTuber. And I was very respected in the Street Fighter community around the 2007, 2008 time frame, and I quit. I just retired. So I can't do this anymore. I'm too much pain. I just can't do it. I can't even get to tournaments. 2009 comes, and in 2009, Street Fighter 4 comes out. Now, I start covering Street Fighter 4, all right? I start playing a ton on my channels, and I start getting prominent on YouTube as a Street Fighter 4 person. In fact, at that time, it was me, it was Free One Up, The King Kindred, and maybe one or two other YouTubers who were prominently known.
He said Kindred, and the only thing I thought was Indrid Step on Me, and I was like, oh, that would have been great.
For playing Street Fighter 4. At the time, it wasn't pro players. Pro players were not known for being Street Fighter 4, like on YouTube. No one even knew who they were. People preferred people with charisma, personality.
You don't have those things.
And people who could talk to an audience. The pro community was not that. They were just a bunch of people playing the game, in a lot of cases shit talking each other. You know, it didn't exist. And that's at the time frame. That's why guys, admittedly, like Mike Ross and Gutex, got popular. They were charismatic. They were presentable to a camera. They were representative of a community with hype. People liked that. Were they the top tournament players at the time when they got started? No. They eventually became top tournament players, but they weren't well known at the beginning. They got known for their charisma. You see?
Yes,
so
you have no charisma.
I became a top tournament player. Excuse me. I became a top YouTuber for Street Fighter 4, but I wasn't a tournament player. I wasn't really going and actively trying to attend tournaments. I wasn't trying to do anything notable besides just make silly videos. I was doing Dan Madness series and shit and getting insane amounts of views. The Street Fighter community turned on me. And after
you were an asshole!
The years that I had built respect and everyone admitted that I was a top player in Super Turbo and liked me as a tournament organizer, they resented the fact that I was getting popularity on YouTube when I wasn't a pro player. They were working their...
Dude, no. I'm sorry, but...
butts off trying to grind and win, and they were winning tournaments, and no one cared because I was the one who was getting all the views on their videos for dumb video. Admittedly, for dumb videos. This wasn't top quality shit. This was me dicking around and swearing at people online. So people didn't like that. They were upset with me that I was getting attention for Street Fighter and they weren't getting it because
I was getting attention. Who says this?
Top tournament players, right? So that's when basically the whole community turned against me. Ah, fuck. Yeah, Mike Ross went out and talking shit about me. I don't even know who the fuck Mike Ross is. I never talked about this guy, right? So I don't know, you know, where this is coming from or why they're hating on me, you know, but that's what happened is, you know, you had a situation where these people kind of turned against me because they resented. They definitely resented.
And now we have to ban someone.
That stuff. And, you know, now since then, now it's like, I never existed. DSP never existed. And the funny part about it now is, I was not competitive in Street Fighter 4. I was not competitive in Street Fighter 5, right? So now you have two generations of gamers who I've never been in any kind of a tournament capacity. So to them, I don't exist. And so they'll take jabs at me, they'll insult me. Oh yeah, why don't you talk more about your tournament placing 4th at EVO? That's not even all I ever did. I was more well known after that as a top player all over the country, traveling and placing everywhere I went, winning tournaments. That's what I was known for. Not necessarily the 4th place EVO.
Dude, this is sad. I'm surprised this didn't kill him.
EVO placing. They want to erase a 4 to 5 year history to pretend like I was a one-time fluke so they can make fun of me and erase my legacy from the Street Fighter community. I don't care. I really don't. That's why I told you guys I want to be a part of that community, because that's how they are. They're all about drama. They're all about talking shit. They're on each other's throats constantly. There's always shit going on over there. Why do you want to be a part of that shit, right? I would rather...
I wouldn't either if I looked like you. They'd beat the brakes off me.
Say, no, I want to be nothing to do with that shit. You know, I'll play fighting games and I'll cover them. Great. And that's all I care about. Oh, no, Phil played a beta and he happened to play someone who also is a notable Street Fighter player and they beat him. And I don't care. I don't play these games competitively. I haven't in over a decade. So I'm not going to be good at them. I just enjoy playing them. I like covering them, sharing some of my know-how and some of the knowledge from being an old school player back in the day. Some people like that. Some people don't. It's not a big deal if you do or don't. It's your own personal preference. But to say that I was never...
Oh, the FGC was scrawny? Well, I mean, not as scrawny as him.
And they try to erase my legacy of anything I've ever done. It's a joke. It's called insane jealousy. It's called...
Dude!
Trying to change the past for your own personal benefit, you know, or to get a rise. Because again, I've become the person who's fun to make fun of online, right? They think that's so fun. And whenever you take a jab at Darkseid Phil, it's like a meme. Oh, you did it. You jabbed at Phil too today. Yeah, it's called being a child. It's
Tell me you're bothered without telling me you're bothered.
the same as a bunch of kids on a schoolyard making fun of one person who they want to pick on, right? And everyone...
Yes, you are the smelly kid, Phil. You've got it. You have nailed it. You are the kid who shows up to school and people go, he smells like poop.
It's fun to pick on that person. The fuck's your problem, right? And the funny part, it's all online. It's, you know, why do you think? Because online community shit. The shit, you know, pick on person. Yeah, they're really gonna do that in person to people, right?
I would.
Yeah, right.
Jaha did.
There's people who only have these fucking balls online to do any of this. Most of them are anonymous people who don't know who the fuck they are.
What about Jaha?
Anyway, no one will ever care. That's why they do it, right? You know, degrade the person online because you're a bitch. You know, you don't do nothing in person. You're never going to. You're just someone who wallows in online memes and shit. None of it matters, okay? Truth be told, I enjoyed my time in the competitive Street Fighter community. It was a very different time. Like I said, the pre-Street Fighter 4 time was all grassroots.
Let's go, Jorge.
It was about respect. It was about skill. Yes, there was definitely online bullshit with shit talk because that's how it was back then. The only way to get notoriety was to talk shit and then try to back it up at a tournament. It was very hard to get noticed. But at the time, it was a different time. Today, now it's all about the money, all about the online clout and hype. No one cares about you. I don't care about your fucking online bullshit. Don't name drop me. You know, I tried to tweet someone last fall because they put up a post of their home arcade. And I was noticing, I was like, wow, you know, one day I actually used to aspire to have something awesome like this. I don't anymore.
And then they said, go fuck yourself, Phil.
You know, times change. I'm older now. Oh, now they're going to insult me. Why are you insulting me? I didn't even insult you. I didn't say anything negative about you or your arcade or nothing.
Because you are an enormous piece of shit and actions have consequences, pimp.
Why would you insult me? Oh, yeah, Mr. fucking PS1 Super Turbo. Who cares? Dude, what are you talking about? What does that have to do with your arcade that I'm complimenting you on? These people are shitheads, all right? So I don't want to be a part of that community. I don't. I'll play Street Fighter 6. I will enjoy it. I'll casually play it. I'll play people online. And that's probably the example.
Dank Tank, he is denser than dense. Like, I think that diamonds couldn't cut him.
Probably never go to an in-person tournament. I don't care to be a part of the toxic community where people are just scumbags for no reason. You know, and that's how it's become. It's sad. It's very different today than it used to be.
The smell of begging and Navy said that he was in Renton. And he says the smell of begging and bacon was strong.
But that's what happens when everything goes online and becomes online clout and shit. You get a bunch of little bitches just talking shit to each other in circles, and no one has any fucking balls. You know? Everyone's mind becomes online clout shit.
It's bitches. Okay, it's bitches. What caught my eye was here and here. I'm not sure there's anything there, but when he says bitches.
A bunch of little bitches just talking shit to each other in circles.
Nope, there wasn't anything there. I thought there was for some reason.
Everyone's stabbing each other online. It's hilarious, right?
Hold on. Oh, you dumbass. I don't know if you guys, if you're seeing what I'm seeing. When I started looking at the armpit regions, right? Phil does not have back muscle, which is what creates the wings. Okay. So if you look at somebody and they look like a triangle, they have wings. That's your lats that are popping out. Very hard to build. That's a tit. That's a tit. And they're big. That is not the shirt to be wearing, my dude. Oh no.
Anyway, it is what it is. That's what happened, and that's why they try to.
And you can actually see. So not only does it go in, it then flares out because he has fat at his belly line.
Me from the community, even though it's bullshit. They all, you know, everything. It's just like I say, it's selective remembrance, right?
The dude is wearing an extra medium.
Everyone wants to remember things that are negative. No one wants to remember
And he can't fill out the sleeves.
things that are positive, despite that they're all factually listed all over the internet. Interesting, huh? Okay, I got a couple shout outs to do. Barely Legal gifted a membership, and it went to Lars Newtbar fan. I have no idea what a Lars Newtbar is, but thank you, Barely Legal. That gets us up to 89 memberships today, which means we are one membership away from the goal I was trying to reach. And I appreciate.
Oh, and by the way, this if you guys aren't familiar with the member goals, because those went away thanks to the Argentinian memberships, I know what you might be thinking. 89 of 90 goals. What happens when he gets 90 members, right? And what happens is it goes from 90 members to 100. That's it. What happens when he gets to 100? Well, it goes from 100 members to 110. That's it.
Your support very much. That's going to be a record. If we hit 90, that'll be the most we've ever had. And if we hit 100, that's a cool milestone. But we're trying to hit 90 today. Thank you so much for that. And I received a tip, a $20 tip from 1 Minute Man. Thank you very much, 1 Minute Man. I appreciate that. Your usual support is always greatly appreciated, no matter where I'm streaming.
That is disgusting. Your usual support.
No matter what content I'm putting out, 1 Minute Man is always there to consistently support it. I really appreciate that, man. So enjoy your animation. And let's get you up on the leaderboard.
What the fuck is that? What is this animation?
Again, guys, this is my main stream of the day. There will be gameplay later tonight, but this is my main stream. Thanks for watching. If you would like to support the stream in any way, simply giving it a like helps a lot. We're trying to hit 100 likes on every stream that I do. Super chat, super stickers, memberships, gift memberships, tips, all greatly appreciated. Thank you. Okay. Excuse me. Let's continue on. The next
That tit is just there.
question is from AJ Normal, who asked the following. With massively successful remakes of horror games like Dead Space and Resident Evil and even Silent Hill coming up, is there an underappreciated horror game or franchise you'd like to see get the same treatment? Thanks, Phil, love and positivity.
Oh,
you know what? There is a franchise I've always wanted to play and never had a chance because it's just not available in any medium that I can really play.
So I don't care about the startup or the remakes. I'm trying to find the one that's startup advice.
But people who jump into content with the distinct intention that this is going to be my occupation and I'm going to channel, I'm only going to play Dark Souls with... You're going to get into YouTube or content creation of any...
There we go.
Something new or different. Today, 99% of stuff has been already done. All right? So it's very hard to do anything innovative or different. All right? What I would say is if you're someone who's getting in... While you're making that content, your creation of any kind, guys reviewing stuff, I like doing that too. What I would say is gaming.
Okay, so he's definitely read it by this point.
And play it in a modern setting. Okay?
I think.
The modern person who's playing games, they have no access to Clock Tower, including me. I would love to play it. You cannot because they kept getting made. But Clock Tower...
Where is your arms?
At some point, it just vanished. And we still... it's just not available in any medium that I can really play.
Maybe I was wrong.
Runs. I'm going to try to blow up doing it. Or I'm going to do... There's nothing wrong with that kind of...
Yeah, so it is...
You didn't really specify what kind of content she's making. You know, you're saying different.
Here we go.
What I would say is if you're someone who's getting into being a content creator, it depends on the kind of content that you're making. Now, in particular, you're saying that you didn't really specify what kind of
Ada, what did I do?
Content she's making. You know, from the space that I come from, I would say gaming was
Ada, he has more jiggle physics than the waifus.
my favorite thing. And of course, now I do react style content. You know, hanging out with you guys, reviewing stuff. I like doing that too. What I would say.
What the fuck was that reviewing stuff?
Say gaming.
He popped his head. What was that?
My favorite thing. And of course, now I do react style content. You know, hanging out with you guys, reviewing stuff. I like doing.
What? That was really fast.
Guys reviewing stuff.
Yeah, that was just weird.
You know, from the
slowing it down.
Space that I come from, I would say gaming was my favorite thing, and of course now I do react style content. You know, hanging out with you guys, reviewing stuff.
That was creepy. That's like Silent Hill animations or something. That was weird.
I like doing that too. What I would say is, if you're going to get into YouTube or content creation of any kind, start with something that you have passion for and you already like, so that while you're making that content...
I like making fun of you, Phil.
You're absolutely enjoying it. And here's what I mean by that. I know that there's people out there who basically say, I have the intention of becoming big on YouTube. I'm going to make some kind of a challenge channel, I'm only going to play Dark Souls with like these challenge runs. I'm going to try to blow up doing it. Or I'm going to, you know what I mean? I'm only going to play games with the hardest difficulty. I'm going to challenge myself to do speed runs and stuff like that. Okay? And that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that kind of content. But people who jump into content with the distinct intention that this is going to be my occupation and I'm going to blow up doing it, you're setting yourself up to fail. In my opinion. Okay? What you need to do is you need to make something a fun hobby first. All right? And then, once it's your fun hobby and you're having fun with it and you're enjoying it, then see if you could turn that into something that could be more. Whether it's a profitable business or even just a side project that makes a couple bucks here or there. You understand what I'm saying? Too many people, I think, in this day, they look at oh my God, look at this YouTuber who has a million subs and all these members and a Twitch streamer with thousands of views, and they're raking in the dough. Look at the cheers are coming in, and they see the dollars. And I just want to do it. I love to make money doing it. Most people don't get to do that in their lifetime. Okay, I have to reiterate it. Most people don't have that opportunity. Most people, sadly, you know, they have to have a 9-to-5 grindy job. They have to work a bunch of multiple, you know, part-time jobs they don't like just to make ends meet and to either support themselves or a family or whatever it may be.
So if other people can do that, why can't your detractors, Phil?
You're incredibly lucky if you get to do what you love. And for every success story that you see on YouTube or Twitch, there's going to be 10,000 failures. I mean that too. I sincerely mean that there's a ton of failures for every success. It's just a natural...
Let me go ahead and translate this for you. Be envious of me. I am successful.
...way of things. All right? And you have to go into that with that mindset. That even though maybe I feel I'm passionate. I feel that I have something different to offer, something unique. I want to be successful doing it. It does not mean
success story.
If you're going to do a YouTube channel, if you're going to do a Twitch channel, and if you're going into it with the mindset of, hey, here's something I already have passion for. Here's something I love talking about, something I love doing. Let's say you do it. And let's say you have so much fun, it was worth it no matter what. Because even if you fail, you don't blow up, and you don't get successful, and it doesn't become a job, at least you had fun doing it. It didn't feel like it was a ton of work. It didn't feel like it was stress. It didn't feel like you put everything into it and not failed, and now you don't know what to do. Don't do that to yourself. Go into it with the intention that this will be a hobby, right? Do it on the side. Still hold down.
Yeah, I hate to give it to him. This advice right here, that's actually good advice.
Something else. That's what I did. I did an office job for 2.5 years when I was doing YouTube. I still had my office job. It was only when I got laid off that then I tried to turn YouTube.
Oh my God, we know. Shut up.
Into my job. I wouldn't recommend people going into it with that mindset, especially today with the oversaturation that's there. It would be a foolish endeavor to think that you're just going to jump in head first and you're going to become successful. And you're going to be able to maintain
sex story.
So, do it as a fun little hobby side thing that you love, you have passion. And here's the thing. If you have passion for it, all right, you're going to essentially show that in the content. People are going to see the difference between someone who's just sitting here hoping to make a paycheck.
Dude, you are describing a contrast between, I think, anyway, you are describing the contrast between my content and yours, Phil. Everybody knows you don't want to be there. Everybody knows it's about the money, sub. I'd like to think people can tell that I do this for the funsies.
Versus someone who actually loves what they do, right? People can notice that.
Damn nugs.
They're not dumb. You know, you can see the shill versus the passion person, right? Notably, people who probably aren't rolling in dough. The small time people, those are the people who love what they do. Everyone else,
Drax on his pre-stream, he was absolutely insufferable.
Else out there who has the million subs and shit, probably they're just doing it to monetize, right? So approach it from that angle, and if your passion comes through, you will likely have a higher chance of success. I really feel the reason that I was successful back in the day is because my passion for games, even though I was constantly doing silly, stupid, over-the-top commentary and all of that, truly my passion for games came through in things like my game reviews and stuff like that.
No, I believe it was your that people couldn't believe was real. That really helped you like propel up, because when people would watch that, they didn't play it back to their friends and be like, look at this retard.
People knew that, you know? So that's my take.
Pyroclastic, M-O-N-E-Y.
But
wait, what? What was I supposed to spell? Pyro?
That's my best advice. Go into it as a casual thing. Treat it as a hobby. That's a fun thing, something you have passion for already. Hopefully that'll come through. People will catch on. It'll be good content for everyone, and they'll enjoy it, and then you'll be successful. If not, hey, at least it won't feel like you wasted your time.
That's true, meant to tube.
You still have fun doing it, right? There you go. All right.
It's also spelled WWE Champions Time.
For more contributions here, we had Silent Scoper as well as King Gabriel, who each became a member. And with that, it is official. We have topped 90 members here on the channel. That's the most we've ever had. We're at 91 now. So, I mean, since we hit it so early, obviously this will be...
sorry, it goes up by 5. My bad. If you're wondering, well, doesn't that mean coins? And doesn't that mean the tips goal goes up? No, because back then only tips counted. Fuck you and your memberships. Fuck you and your super chats. We have to hit the tips goal. Only the tips count.
Stretch goal. No, I'm not intending to hit 95 today, but I'm just saying, hey, thanks so much already for the support. We already have the most members we've ever had here on DSP Reacts. Thank you for that. And thank you guys so much. Also, I received a $20 super chat from this, who says, do you know who Avoiding the Puddle or Eris is? I know very, 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 very little about them.
Notice dollar amount will not go up. That's how this piece of shit works.
This is a person who I know is known in the Tekken community. And that's really why I don't know that much about them, because they're primarily just Tekken, and that's it. You know, that's about it. You know, all I know, the only involvement I ever had with that person was over a decade ago. They were trying to do these reality shows in regards to everything.
Ghosts?
They had Ultimate Gamer. They had The Tester. And then there was one that they were doing for a fighting game community. And the guy basically got exposed because he was being toxic to the female who was part of the show. And she came out publicly complaining that this guy was constantly, like, harassing her, bullying her behind the scenes. And she didn't appreciate that. She was the only woman on the show and felt that it was completely unfair treatment. And there was this big divide in the community. That some people supported Eris and some people...
You guys, tips are the liquidity of my business.
I should talk to Eris. Why? I have no idea. At the time, I was just stupid. This was over a decade ago. At the time, I had a big mouth, and I always wanted to interject myself into situations for no reason.
Like you do now.
And I think it was dumb. Now I look back, and I'm like, I didn't really know the situation. What? I don't know what happened. I should have kept my mouth shut. But back then, I was stupid. And I wanted to always be causing controversy so people would know who I was. You know.
What's up, Triple P's HRT?
And at the time, I said and did stupid, uneducated things. At this point, I have absolutely no idea at all what the truth of the matter was. To my knowledge, he's still part of a prominent part of the fighting community. So
we require more minerals.
Oh, obviously he didn't get canceled. Then again, 10 years ago, getting canceled wasn't a thing. So that's about all I know. Like, literally, that's about all I know. And I know nothing about the guy at all outside of that. So there you go. Okay, thank you for the $20 tip. Now, excuse me. Continuing on with more member questions. By the way, we'll split the part in about 10 minutes, just so everybody knows. Okay? So, Sith Alchemist asks the following. Have you ever played an MMORPG? Why do you think even the biggest ones like World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, Guild Wars 2, Black Desert Online, Elder Scrolls Online have been slowly dying for the past 10 years, and they're essentially now on life support, surviving from each expansion to the next?
Boy, tell me you don't want to answer this question without telling me you don't want to answer this question. Why did you machine gun through that?
I played MMOs back in the day. I played one of the original biggest ones, EverQuest 1. I tried playing EverQuest 2, and it never ran well on my computer, so I stopped and I've never played it significantly. I also played World of Warcraft twice, when it launched, and then a couple years later. And then I played City of Heroes and City of Villains. And that's really it. I never really got into
an answer to what,
I did play Final Fantasy 11 for a while with some friends in a PC version as well. When it first released, before it was even a console game, I played it only on PC. So that's it. And then after that time frame, I stopped playing them. You know, when I became a YouTuber, that was kind of the end of that. I became a console gamer essentially. MMOs take so much time investment and so much.
I'll go ahead and get my answer on that one, and that's there's no discovery difficulty curve. Everything is supposed to be about getting the maximum amount of engagement rather than vanilla WoW was inconvenient as fuck. You had to know a whole bunch of shit. But Deadeye, yeah, they're still going strong, but not by comparison to what they were back in like vanilla or classic WoW days. I don't know. I feel like and I don't know anything about the Final Fantasy stuff. I haven't played any of those. I can tell you where I'll speak from the WoW perspective because that's really the only MMO I really got into. And as it went through, I fell off at Cataclysm. I was kind of playing when Wrath of the Lich King came out, but Cata I just had no interest in, and everything just became so very superficial. I don't know. Vanilla was brutal. It took an eon to level up to 60.
You know, co-op gameplay to really be viable, that I really didn't see a way to make it viable for a YouTube audience.
Oh, no kidding. Yes, I didn't know that.
I did try MMOs years later, many years ago. I tried doing MMO events, like, I'll play World of Warcraft, and all that happened was trolls would show up and ruin it, and make it so that was unplayable. So I just never really tried. I think today, if I tried an MMO, the same thing would happen. No matter what MMO it would be that I played, people would come and harass me. So back in the day, I did play them. And here's the thing. I get it. I totally understand the social aspect of how that could make an MMO so awesome. MMOs have this ability to become these amazing co-op experiences with all kinds of camaraderie and conversation. And, you know, I remember joining, you know, a group of people who were, like, 2 of them were my coworkers and other people who were their friends playing
D-level?
Warcraft. And I would join and help them out as an extra body. I wasn't that good at it, but I was an extra body helping them out, which was fun. And it was fun to have that, you know, let's talk.
K-Styles, holy shit. Man, what a fucking, I haven't seen this name in forever. This dude is a super dent on the Twitter.
Let's chat, let's joke, let's have a good time together, or whatever. It was actually quite nice to have that.
Bork. I know, boys.
I get it, but over time, you know, I just kind of fell out of love with them, and I wanted to play other kinds of games. War console was more my style. Now, why would they have been failing the last 10 years? The only thing I can think of, all right, is that essentially people are finding those same experiences elsewhere. But where are they finding them? Maybe now, instead of an MMO, like a classic MMO that's an RPG style on a PC, maybe people are migrating over to games like Destiny 2, right? Or one of the Tom Clancy shooters, or any of these, The Division, right? Any of these that have been direct competition
Absolute Virtue.
for that
Okay.
style, I don't know. That's all I can think of. Honestly, I don't know why they would be on the decline. I still think they still have
Holy Bork boys. Oh my God. I know you're hungry.
that whole social
Don't
aspect
worry,
to it
we're
that makes
almost
them prominent
done.
and different from other styles of online gaming. So I don't think MMOs are ever going to go away completely, but why would they be on the decline? It very well could be for reasons like that. I'm not sure. Okay, let's continue on. Add the Gamer asks, if you could choose a series of games for every single game in the series to have a complete remake, which game series would you choose? I would choose number 1, Infamous, and number 2, BioShock. All right, now BioShock is over 10 years old. Even BioShock Infinite is over 10 years old. Now would be a cool time for them to remake those with modern graphics, better gameplay elements. The story's fine. You don't even need to redo the story. All you can do is redo graphics and gameplay elements and make them feel more modernized. And I think that it would be awesome to have like a BioShock trilogy. My God, please redo BioShock 2. That game's gameplay was shit. I didn't like it at all. It'd be great if they redid that and retooled it and made it more modern and better, more polished. But Infamous, seriously, great game franchise, amazing story, great voice acting. The graphics for the time were outstanding. Even the game.
Yeah, I actually didn't know that Final Fantasy had become MMO until like a couple years ago. I thought that they were all supposed to still be standalone games, and then I heard people like, "Oh no, I'm playing 14." That's like the really popular one.
It kind of holds up, and it's sad to see that those Infamous games have been completely forgotten, as if they don't exist. You had Infamous 1 and 2 on PS3, and Infamous Second Son on PS4, and they just ended it.
I think I just lost Ara as a fan.
And now no one talks about Cole McGrath. No one talks about those games anymore. And they were like big time, giant hits. And I don't know what happened, but I would absolutely like to see a return for Infamous. So those would be the two that I would pick. Okay. One more question, then we'll split the part. Toy2 Legacy asks, what are your thoughts on the paranormal? Have you ever had experiences with ghosts or UFOs?
Oh, dear God.
And do you think the government is controlled by a separate evil entity like the Illuminati? Well, everyone knows the government is controlled by the Illuminati. That's given. We don't even have to question that. Okay. But as for the paranormal.
What?
All right. I've never had a paranormal experience in my life. And therefore, since I haven't, I don't have anything that would make me think that it's real. At the same time, I'm the kind of person that keeps an open mind. All right. I had one time when I was a kid. And I was just a kid. All right. And I remember it was the middle of the night, and I used to sleep upstairs in a bedroom.
Oh, good, as opposed to a shack. All right, cool.
The hall was across the hallway from my parents. It was. My parents would sleep. Actually, now I'm trying to remember. At this point, did my parents sleep in the hallway across?
This is why you think he's inbred? Let's go.
Or did they sleep downstairs? Because my parents have had 2 different bedrooms. They moved around over the years, and I can't remember if they were sleeping downstairs or across the hallway at this point. All right. But anyway, so I remember being asleep and waking up. And I was a young kid. Okay, I don't know if I was young enough to be in a crib, but I was a young kid.
If you were in a crib, you didn't remember. I don't believe you remember anything while you were in a crib unless you were in a crib for a long ass time.
And I remember waking up and looking into the hallway, hearing a noise in the hallway. And I looked in the hallway and I saw a silhouette, just a shadow, that looked exactly like the shadow of my uncle. He's a portly guy, so his body was big, chubby. Glasses, silhouette of glasses, like.
What was the uncle's name?
Like reflecting, you see shadow glasses protruding from his face. Even his hairstyle, like it looked exactly like my uncle, and it freaked me out because my uncle's not in the house.
Uncle Rich, no, don't touch me there.
And I saw the silhouette walking through the hallway, just the shadow passing through the hallway. All right, and that's all I heard, and I was scared shitless. Like my heart stopped. I still remember it to this day. My heart stopped, and I was like, oh my God. So I got so scared. At first, I didn't want to scream because I was afraid if there was something in the house that was going to come after me. I said, no, I have to. So I started screaming and called my parents, and my dad came running up. What happened? I explained. I was crying. And he says, all right, I'm going to check the whole house. And he did. He went all around the house checking. There was nothing in the house. He's like, oh, no, there's nothing here. You must have seen things. Now, was it a lucid dream where I was half asleep and in my brain just started thinking about my uncle and somehow it turned a shadow on the wall that looked like my uncle? I don't know, right? The thing was, I remember.
What was really weird is that afterward, I kept hearing this consistent pounding coming from my parents' room while my dad was downstairs searching. Just this bam, 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 bam. And my mother was shouting.
I know for a fact, the way our house was laid out, in the hallway, upstairs hallway, there was a window that faced forward to the street. And when cars would drive by with their headlights on at night, the headlights would sometimes, like, you'd see them move by, and they would go around the shade, because my parents didn't have blinds, they had just like a pull-down shade. So you would have little slits on the side of the shade, and the headlights would kind of, like, show by as the car drove by.
Show by? What's a show by?
So maybe it just created the shadow effect in the hallway that made it look like a silhouette walking down the hallway, and it wasn't. I don't know. But it scared the shit out of me. I still remember that to this day. I remember it in my head.
Oh, great. As opposed to in your, what, ass?
But that's really the only thing that ever I think I saw or heard that would make me think maybe there's something paranormal. Outside of that, no. So here's the thing. I am not going to dismiss the possibility that there could be something paranormal out there. I feel like that would be very ignorant, right? To say, oh, there's absolutely nothing paranormal out there, right? No, you don't do that. You don't say that. And maybe there is. But I've never experienced anything. That doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It just means that in my experience, I've never had it. So maybe other people have experienced it. And if that's happened, maybe that's why they believe it, right? But I'm open-minded.
No shit.
You know, I maybe one day I will see something. I mean, I'm about to be 41 years old and I haven't seen anything yet. But I think that's kind of closed-minded to just shut your mind off. I've never seen it, so it doesn't exist. I mean, if that was the case, science wouldn't exist, because science is all experimenting with things you've never really seen or seen the result before, and then all of a sudden, you get a result you didn't intend. Wow, we just got a new thing. We learned something new about science, right?
Yeah, that you can tell this dude's never worked in beta testing or in QA testing, because if I haven't seen it work, it doesn't.
So it's kind of the same deal. Maybe there is something out there.
Yeah,
right?
this was 2 years ago.
There you go. By the way, K Styles 1998 re-upped his membership at the Ultra level today. He's a Dead Island.
Ultra level, $20.
Island 2 has a release date of April 20th. I'm aware of that. I believe I do have that in my gaming schedule. And for those interested, in 1 week's time, I'm going to be doing a special event, all right here on the channel. That is my birthday event. Now, actually, that event will...
God, it's like he never changes.
...likely be mostly over on DSP Gaming. Portions of the event may actually be here. We'll see. But that event, we're going to actually go through the game schedule. And during that game schedule segment, what we're going to do is we're going to, figure out what games I'm interested in playing and set them out for the release dates so that we can actually check them out and say, oh, this is what I'm definitely interested in. People can look forward to it. Right now, I haven't done that since like January. Okay, so in 1 week's time, it's my birthday celebration event, a little marathon. And that's
Dear God, 41 is a nothing birthday, or 42, whatever one it was.
What we're going to do is go through the games. And
I had my 42nd birthday back in March. We went to Top Golf. We went out to eat. The end.
Set them in stone which ones I'm interested in. Maybe Dead Island 2 is one. Maybe it's not. I guess we'll have to see. Okay? All right. So, guys, remember what I say. Here's how it works here now on DSP Reacts.
Yeah, okay. So now we're into the Begman. I got to actually see something here real quick. So let's... Okay, that's semi-neutral. Let's grab Mr. Raw Phil here real quick. Sorry, I know you guys can't see what I'm doing, but just bear with me for just a moment. All right, so we'll pause that. Yeah, oh my. All right, so let me close this down just a bit, make it look like him on his little thingamadoober. Fuck your cowboy hat. I don't care about your cowboy hat. All right. Because this is like almost to the day. 2 years ago. Yeah. Wow. The years have not been nice to this man in any way, shape, or form. Let's go ahead and bring that. So we'll make this just a little bit smaller. No, it actually needs to be about that big, because let me see. Because I got to get face size right here. Oh, wrong one. There we go. So there's eyes. I know I've got the not exactly perfect, but I think that's about right. Okay. God damn it. Why can't I click the things I want to click? Okay. And yep, that'll be good. Let me take a screenshot of that. And that is just rough. That's just bad. You got a 5x multiplier on the year count. Yeah, dude, he's aging bad. This is just rough. This is sad. And I'd feel bad for him, but I don't. Because I'm just that. I'm him when it comes to being that asshole. So, yeah. But yeah, I did have the other two that we could have gone through. Let me scroll down here and, oh, actually, I've got to undo all the shit that I did to this one. So let me do that. Vid to review. Yep. And yep. And scroll back up. So I have the, I don't know, biting off something. What the fuck is that? Biting off genres, Rambo, DSP reacts, longevity, and Street Fighter 6 thoughts. I am dead ass. Mr. Burnell has taxed me to the point of I do not give a shit. And wow, this is a terrible slide. Who the fuck? Why would you have this slide? This is terrible. Oh God. Anyway, I have you redirected to Ice Yamamoto, who is streaming right now. And then not Tuesday, but Friday. I'll announce it when I know that I'm not going to be in fucking Belgium. But hopefully either this Friday or next Friday, there will be a special guest. And this is how you don't play. Yeah. Broside Phil, probably High Shand. What's High Shand? I don't know what that is. Am I dumb? I'm probably dumb. Oh, probably his hand, maybe. No. Yeah, probably his hand. Get some last time I went, they were like, get me chocolates. And I got him chocolates. He's getting 10 experience in this. Hey, Jorge, that's a good thing to be. Brow hat moment. Exactly. I'm going to check my DM. Okay, checking my DM. What am I checking my DM for, Ghost? I have received.
That is
not an answer.
But in the meantime, I do want to say this.
Denied. Sit down.
Okay, but I have received. But I have received.
You require more Vespene gas.
Okay. I don't know how, but I have received.
Shut up!
I don't know how. I have received.
Shut up!
I have received.
Shut the fuck up!
Oh my God.
But
No ifs, no buts, no coconuts.
okay. I have received.
Shut your fucking mouth!
Okay.
Cut it!
Be honest, like I know. Listen, I know that Domino's. Oh, but their stuffed crust is.
Shut the fuck up, you prancing shit. Fucking mental.
And listen, I know some people are disappointed because they're like, well, Monday is St. Patrick's.
Shut up and sit down, you big bald fuck.
You fucking gay bitch.
Shut the fuck up!
Dear God, Ghost. That was good. Wait a minute. We will be welcome. You, Ada, are you in Belgium? That would be fucking weird. All I heard was we would welcome you, or we would be welcoming you. And so I was like, wait a minute, is Ada in Belgium? That'd be amazing. But no, I've got you guys set to go to Ice Yamamoto. And Friday, next Friday. Hopefully we'll have the guest, and it will be, I believe the game is called Sora, something or other. Oh, okay. So that is, yeah, Soma. That'll be the game that's being reviewed. So yeah. Do the E's look suspiciously off? No, I don't think so, Jorge. But we'll be doing it. This is how you don't play. And yeah, as I understand, it should be good. This person has promised me that it's terrible. So it'll be a fun time. I'll let you know who eventually. It's going to be interesting to see if anybody can guess. I haven't had him on the stream before, on the show. Haven't talked to him. I mean, I've talked to him off stream, but I've never had him on stream before. But yeah, let me get you over to Ice. Until next time, guys, swell's the goal for a troll. Lift heavy, eat clean. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Don't be like Phil. Never be like Phil. And yeah, until I catch you next time, guys.